I was 10th of 11. I just slid out. I was home from the hospital before my mom was. I was at the door. I'm starving! I'm sorry, Mom. My mom would hate that joke. Louie! That's bad. Funny though, right, Ma?
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Hey Mom, Stories for My Mother, but you can read them too. By Louie Anderson with Andrew Postman. Read by Louie Anderson.
I'm your mother. Do you know what that means? Does it mean anything to you? Christine Baskets. April 2015. It's about time. Hey, Mom. I already talked to you a lot, but lately I've been speaking to you directly, too. So I figured it was time I wrote. I often wonder what you're doing. Is there an afterlife? Heaven? That's $1 million question. Or $1 billion question. Or in this day and age, I guess it's $1 trillion question. $1 million's not even $1 million anymore. $1 million was really $1 million back in your day, Mom. I could say I'm writing now to tell you about this great role I got in a great TV show, which just got picked up, by the way, in which I play a mom. That's right, Mom, a mom, not a dad, of 4 grown sons. And the character is so much like you. Her name is Christine Baskets, and playing her comes so naturally because I keep channeling you. What would Mom say? What would Mom do? What would Orazella do? So I wanted to let the inspiration for that character know about it, even if she died a quarter century ago. But that's not the only reason I feel a need to write. I have so many questions, so many things I've been meaning to say to you, stuff that's on my mind a lot, and I wanted to get it down someplace. There were questions I neglected to ask Dad when he was still around, but that's easier to explain. There were so many things he wouldn't talk about. He was angry, an angry alcoholic. Sometimes I just didn't want to be around him, and neither did any of your other 10 children. But why didn't I ask you the things I want to ask you now, back when I had the chance? You had no trouble talking, Mom. Blah, 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 Dad said many times about your going on and on. I'm so much more like you than him in that way. You never yelled or punished or expressed disappointment, only love. Sometimes I wish you'd been harder, more disapproving. Maybe you were and I didn't notice. Anyway, it kills me that I didn't ask you a bunch of things that I think about more and more these days. I often think about childhood and our family and the things that make us who we are. I've always thought about this stuff, you know this, Mom. But so much of my comedy act over the years has been based on our family, and you, and what growing up was like. That was a lot of my best material, still is. As a young comic, I mostly made fat jokes at my own expense. Or maybe I should say I did lots of fat jokes about this fat character I played on stage. Though I played a fat person off stage too. That was the common denominator. But it's come to be less of my act. Maybe it's because I don't see myself anymore as a fat person, but as a person who happens to be fat. Anyway, you were still around when I was doing material about family, and it always got laughs, but then I got a little darker and maybe a little more real with it, and got some of the biggest laughs of my set. A different kind of laugh. It opened me up and I started digging. Roman DeCare, an older comedian I admired and who saw me perform, told me, Louie, if you do that material about your family and have a completely clean act, you'll be famous. I lacked direction then, and I was looking for someone to tell me something. He turned out to be 100% right. Decades later, Mom, I make jokes about the family, and they land, and land hard, because they're so true for everyone. Though, I still think our family was more screwed up than most. A stress test, you know what that is? It's where you have your whole family over to the house. Stuff like that often gets the most unguarded laugh of the night. So here I am, Mom, on the verge of basically playing you for a national TV audience, with the pursed lips, the disapproving, judgmental glances, and the nicest way that I picked up from you. You know that side glance that could say a million things? Don't do that. Put that down. What are you doing? Don't make us look bad. Oh, Louie. That's there. Yet, even though I understand some things about you and me, I want to understand more. Which brings me to tonight, Sunday night, this hotel suite desk in room 117. 11 and 7, two good numbers if you're from Las Vegas, Mom, which is where I now live. Of the Hilton Garden Inn in Erie, Pennsylvania, having just come from finishing my 6th show in 4 days. 1 show Thursday night, 2 each Friday and Saturday nights, and tonight's. My 58th comedy set of the year. I'm writing to tell you about how it's going and keeping you even more alive with me. I have so much to report about so many things, some good stuff, some not so good. But it's a lot, and who knows, maybe one day it'll turn into a book. If it does, I know what I want to call it. Hey, Mom, because so many times since you've been gone, I've looked up and said out loud, Hey, Mom, what do you think of this? Hey, Mom, get a load of this guy. Hey, Mom, how'd I get into this mess? Hey, Mom, what am I doing with my life? I think we all do a subconscious hey, Mom a lot of the time. I guess I must believe in the afterlife if I'm writing to you and I talk to you and my face is always turned up to the sky. If there is an afterlife, I hope there's a big comfortable chair because I know you like that, and good creamer for your coffee, and a TV showing old reruns. The last time I had a moment like this, where I absolutely needed to write down what was on my mind, was 1987, when I was touring the Midwest and doing Summerfest in Milwaukee. Thousands and thousands of people were taking in the different acts, drinking beer, eating bratwurst. When my set was over, I wanted to head back to the hotel, so I got a lift from a festival volunteer. I climbed into the back seat of the car, a Buick. Mom, you always loved Buicks, such big, beautiful cars. All around us were so many drunks wobbling and staggering to their cars, then getting into their cars and trying to avoid hitting other drunks. My first thought was amazement at the inner gyroscope of drunks, how the alcohol takes over and they look like they're going to fall, but somehow they don't. Amazing! A lot of them, mostly men, made wrestling noises, like Ric Flair. But I had a bigger thought. The whole scene was a metaphor for my life. Me swerving and trying to avoid the damage that alcohol did to me, did to all of us, does to all kinds of people. That it did to you, Mom, though you yourself hated to drink. As soon as I got to the room at the Pfister Hotel, a beautiful old hotel in Milwaukee that's supposedly haunted, I sat down at the desk just like I'm doing here with you, and I wrote a letter to Dad. He was already 7 years dead at that point, and it all just spilled out of me. Letter after letter in my journal, and I kept writing and crying in search of some better understanding, any understanding, for why Lewis William Anderson was such a cruel, difficult alcoholic father. Those letters eventually got collected into a book, Dear Dad, Letters from an Adult Child, that you got to see, Mom, but just barely, because you died without warning a few months later. Like I said, so much has happened since then, and I want to keep you up to date. I wish you had seen the professional success I've enjoyed in the 25 years since you died. You deserve a lot of the credit, partially because of how much I talk about you and the family in my act, partly because of the reservoir of love and kindness you doled out to me and all of us, which gave me the strength not to quit, because you never quit, you never gave up, you never gave in, always put one foot in front of the other. In a couple of years, it'll be 40 years for me as a stand-up comic. A clown, really, but a clown who's making good money. Can you believe that, Mom? 40! Anyway, I could not have gotten this far in my career if I gave up easily. Dad was also stubborn. All of us Andersons are. We won't give in. We won't give up. We won't even take care of ourselves. There's a lot of things I wish. I wish I would have had you come and live with me later in life. I wish I would have been more open to the idea. I know you would have adored that. I would have too eventually. I was selfish then, much more than I hope I am now. I wish I would have done it, and I'm glad to say it here even though I know it's too late. I also know we have to let go of regrets, or it drags us through the mud for all the things we didn't do. I need to tell you about the family, but it's late and I'm wiped out from the show. So I'll say good night for now. I'll write tomorrow. Love, Louie. Gone but never forgotten. Hey, Mom. So there are 5 Anderson kids left, Mom, which I'm sorry to say means that 6 of us have passed away since you left us. Or maybe you know that. Are things getting more complete up there, wherever you are, as each of your children joins you? Or does each one make you sadder because they've left us here? That's how you were, Mom. You would have thought of us, not yourself. Will it only be complete when we're all up there, Mom? I hope there's no fighting up there. I hope there's enough butter. I hope there's enough love. Enough love? That's a strange idea. A mistaken idea. Love's a constant. That's a hard lesson to learn. And here's a small thing. Do I even believe the stuff about the afterlife or heaven? Or is it just that I want to? Those of us still here, Jimmy, Shanna, Lisa, and Tommy, and me, are very close. We don't see each other as much as we should, but we're close. I live in Vegas, Mom. I know you always like Vegas, the buffets, the big hotels, the free giveaways, Mom. Coming to town with 2 suitcases, one of them empty, and leaving with both full. And my remaining 2 sisters and 2 brothers live in the Midwest, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and South Dakota. I visit Minnesota 10 or 12 times a year. Altogether, there are more than 50 Anderson nephews and nieces, great-nephews and nieces, and great-great-nephews and nieces. I really should get an exact count. Fortunately, a lot of them have escaped the family curse. But DNA runs deep, and more than a few have been through drug abuse and other addictions. Can you believe that's 2015, Mom? That used to sound like a year from science fiction. 2015 and beyond. But here we are. Can you believe I'm still alive considering all the crap I've done, the risks I've taken, the lifestyle I've lived? Things are really different now, Mom. You'd be so thrilled and also so damn disappointed, especially with how people treat each other. Am I jumping around too much in my letter? It's no different from when we used to talk, you and me. The mind wanders when it's never totally satisfied, but I guess that's kind of self-evident, right? At some point, I'll write you about the day you died, though I don't even know if you'd want to hear it. But I will get to it. I'm finding new reservoirs of strength. I really love you and miss you and wish I would have been nicer to you. Did I say that yesterday? Does everyone say that they wish they were nicer to their mom or dad after it's too late? I hope everyone remembers to call their mom and dad and say, I love you, because you never know. When I would call and do that with Dad, he wouldn't respond to me. He would just yell, What the hell's going on? He's saying he loves me, and he loves you. Get on the phone, find out if he's in jail. Everyone should tell the people they love that they love them, at all times, because you never know. You always said that, Mom. You never know. I wish you were alive right now, no matter how old you'd be. I just turned 50 12 years ago. No, I don't like saying my age. I got your vain streak. I wish I would have got more of your nice streak because you were the nicest person I ever met or knew. I got more Dad's mean streak than I'd like to. His sneer and judgmental way, though I've worked on that a lot. I hate that guy, he'd say. But you don't even know the guy, I'd say. I don't have to know someone, Louie, to hate him. I was going to say I also got Dad's addictive personality, but maybe it's yours too, Mom, because I know you love food. I've had trouble with drinking, drugs, gambling, and especially food. I've survived the drugs, the gambling, and the drinking. I quit smoking 15 years ago. But I'm still working on the food. Oh yeah, I'm addicted to laughs and applause too. I love them. No calories, yet very filling, Mom. The better the show, the less I eat afterwards. True. I'm looking forward to playing you more on TV. It'll be a treat, and I know you'd get a big kick out of it. I'll try to write again tomorrow. Night, Mom. Love, Louie. P.S. Say hi to Kent, Rhea, Roger, Mary, Sheila, Billy. Say hi to Dad if he's up there. I hope there's no drinking up there, Mom. 10th child. Hey, Mom, it's me again, your 10th child, Louie, Louis Perry Anderson, as it states on my birth certificate, born March 24th, 1953 at Anchor Hospital in St. Paul, Minnesota. Fatty Arbuckle's birthday. I didn't know that then because I was just a baby. You and Dad named me Louis after Dad, right? I mean, I'm not a junior because his and my middle names are different. But here's what I don't get. Why wait until your 10th kid and your 5th son before using Dad's name? Why not the firstborn male? Why 18 years after you first became parents? I know my middle name is for your brother, Mom. You always talk so lovingly about Perry Prouty. I bet he got tortured over that name. Here's the question people always ask me. What does it mean to be the number 10 of 11, with 9 older brothers and sisters and just 1 younger? Is there something particular about a family of 11 children? Some 11-ness? Like Robert Kennedy Jr. is one of 11, Stephen Colbert, so is Mel Gibson. Do we all have something in common beyond just the number? I wonder if there's something similar between RFK Jr., Mel Gibson, Stephen Colbert, and me. I'm funny. Stephen Colbert is funny. Is Mel Gibson funny? Is RFK Jr. funny? Do we 10th-borns have any special tendencies the way the firstborns might? Or the baby of the family does? Or the middle of 3? Or an only child? Does birth order matter that much? I have a book at home that's all about birth order, titled What Else? The Birth Order Book by Dr. Kevin Lehman. The subtitle is Why You Are the Way You Are. Is it that black and white? Does birth order determine everything? What number kid is it that never finishes reading books? I always wondered if being your 10th mom meant it was really hard for me to come across as special. You were 41 years old, you had me. Like so many moms back then, you got a week in the hospital, and having babies was your only real vacation. No wonder you had so many. I'm glad I could give you that break. But it was the 10th such vacation, with 9 children already. Could number 10 really seem special? I know when I see something over and over how it affects me. Oh, another open mic comic. I've seen this before. The 10th baby, probably it was like that for you and Dad. Another mouth to feed, another round of diapers to change, another soft cherubic crying thing to hold and comfort, more money to earn and immediately spend. It must have been chaos at 1122 Hazelwood Street, the Roosevelt Projects on the east side of St. Paul, Minnesota, before I showed up. And even more chaos afterward. So could I have really been special in some way? After all, not every comic is special. Brave, sure, and I have lots of respect for what each comic is trying to do, but special? Most aren't. Wait, is that me being judgmental? I don't need to see that comic to know he's not special. Eventually someone comes along who is special. Like the first time I saw Jim Carrey. Wow. I remember thinking, that's going to be a hard act to follow on stage. At home, I had 9 acts to follow. The only act that followed me was Tommy. I really wish I would have asked you and Dad how it felt to bring home number 10. When fans or interviewers ask, what is it like growing up with 10 brothers and sisters? I never know how to answer it. By the time I arrived, the older ones were close to leaving the nest and very busy with their lives outside the home. There was that thing with Mary and a decade later with Shanna, so not all of them were even there. The middle kids helped take care of us younger ones, so to me and Tommy, The middle kids were the older kids, and the older kids were really adults. What was it like growing up in a family that big? I had lots of examples of how to act, good and bad. We only had 6 chairs at the table, so we ate in shifts. There were 2 bathrooms, so we learned to control our bladders. The socks we wore were probably not ours. Every family's circumstances are different, and I'm sure very big families are the same in some ways. I wonder if Tolstoy is right, that happy families are happy in the same way, but unhappy families are each unhappy in their own way. Oh, man, I would hate to have to figure that out. I knew we had a lot of unhappiness, but were we unhappy in a unique way or in a very similar way to other big families? I asked too many damn questions. Anyway, Lisa probably said it best. We made our own happiness, but I don't think we were a happy family. What were the reactions of Kent, Rhea, Mary, Roger, Jimmy, Shanna, Billy, Sheila, and Lisa to the 10-pound sack of potatoes carried into the Anderson hacienda that March of 1953? I'm going to make some calls to 3 of my 4 remaining siblings, Mom, to get their impressions, but not Tommy, 'cause he wasn't born yet. But I'll call him anyways to say hi to my baby brother and tell him I love him. 4 siblings, yep, it's sad to say it. Jimmy, Shanna, Lisa, and Tommy. I have more to tell you about Kent, Rhea, Mary, Roger, Billy, and Sheila being gone, Mom. But later, not now. Just writing those words gets me emotional. To be continued. Love, Louie. Premiere. Hey, Mom. I called Jimmy your favorite child. Just admit it, he is. And asked him what he thought of me when I came home from the hospital. I was excited. I didn't know why, he said. Jimmy gets excited about everything. He always looks on the bright side. I don't know if he happens to be the best combination of you and Dad, or he just arrived at the right time, or if it's birth order, or he's sunny side up, and I'm more of a hard-boiled egg. Anyway, that's Jimmy, pure and sweet, a sweetness he got from you, though he's also got a side of Dad's sour sauce. Then I called Lisa, but she didn't pick up. Then I called Shanna to see if she was even around when I was brought home from the hospital. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was. That was years after you and Dad gave her away to be raised in a whole other state. Shanna didn't pick up, so I left her a message on her voicemail. Hey, Mom, Shanna's living in your hometown of Mitchell, South Dakota, home of the Corn Palace, where you and Dad met. I think you know why she ended up back there. Then Lisa called back, and she remembers me coming home, and she was super excited to see me, so excited that you let her hold me, and then she dropped me on my head. What? Well, that explains everything, doesn't it, Mom? Dropped on the head. I didn't have a chance. Being dropped on my head as a baby could explain my becoming a comedian. What's the right recipe for producing comedians? Is it nice moms and mean dads? Mean moms and nice dads? Is that how you make the best comedians? I did a joke about the difference between moms and dads waking up their kids in the morning for school. Moms are usually so gentle and nice, even musical, sweetly letting you sink yourself into your bed because they seem so content to say your name 700 or 800 times. Louie, oh, Louie, Louie. There's bacon and eggs, Louie. Louie, get up, everyone's waiting for you, Louie. I even have orange juice. Remember, Mom, how we couldn't always afford orange juice? Louie, get up, please get up, Louie. Louie, I know you can hear me, Louie. Louie, sweetie. Dads usually fire a warning shot or two. Rise or shine, hit the showers, then hit the road. Get up, or your ass is grass. Wake up, damn it! Seriously, Mom, I really do wish I knew what you and Dad thought of me when I entered this mad, often really mean world. Love, hard-headed Louie. Birthday girl. Hey, Mom. It's May 27th. Happy birthday! I won't say how old you'd be now because you never like that. Who does after 30? Sorry, Mom, I actually do need to share it. If I show these letters to anyone, they'll want to know. You were born in Mitchell, South Dakota, 103 years ago in 1912. I just looked up the Argus Leader, the newspaper from nearby Sioux Falls, and that day it was in the mid-70s to low 80s. There were still front-page stories about the Titanic, which had sunk exactly 6 weeks earlier. William Howard Taft was president, our fattest at 350 pounds. You couldn't have been an easy birth because you were like a 12-pound baby and your mom was such a tiny woman. That could explain the look on her face in those photographs. I wonder what your dad, Charlie, was doing when you were born. Was he at your mother's bedside squeezing her hand, or at one of his gas stations he owned? What was he like? Like Roger, like me, like Dad, somehow? Maybe I'll call Aunt Shirley about the details. I never understood why we called her Aunt Shirley because she's a cousin. I should ask Aunt Shirley why we call her Aunt Shirley. Who came up with your name? Orazella, that's a beauty, isn't it? It wasn't a very popular name. I looked it up. The top 5 girl names in 1912 were Mary, Helen, Dorothy, Margaret, and Ruth. There are lots of names in the top 100 that year that you almost never hear of anymore. Edna, number 16, Bertha, number 36, Fanny, number 87, Velma, number 88, but no Auras or Zellas among them. By the way, Mom, the top 5 girl names this year, in 2015, are Sophia, Emma, Olivia, Ava, and Mia. Don't they sound like names from the past? Did you know anyone with the name Aura? Did you like having an unusual name? What did they call you in school or at home? I know Dad had a Scandinavian background, Swedish and Norwegian, and his childhood was so much more broken than yours. When his older sister Olga babysat while their parents were away, and then threw a party, and a local Swedish gang showed up, uninvited, and killed someone, it was hard to blame the authorities for treating Dad's parents as unfit guardians, which led to the sad path his life took. But do you think it would have been so different without that misfortune? I don't know. No one does. You, on the other hand, had a pretty good childhood. Your people go all the way back to the Mayflower. How big was that boat anyway? You came from the Windsors, a prestigious name in British history. Do you know where your ancestors migrated to and when? Did they hang out in Massachusetts for a while? Are you curious how they ended up in South Dakota? I know you were born in Mitchell, South Dakota in comfortable circumstances to a mother and father you called very loving parents. Your dad, Charles Prouty, owned filling stations, and you got to run the candy and cigarette stands. Al Capone once pulled into one of the stations in a big, beautiful Packard, you told me, and gave the kid working the pump a $20 tip. During the Depression, your dad extended credit to lots of customers, but when the worst of it was over, many of them didn't pay him back. It broke his business, then his heart. I also heard growing up about how your dad got cheated out of some of his stations by a crooked lawyer. So I'm confused, Mom. Did he die of a stroke, or, as I heard sometimes, as you often said, a broken heart? If it was a broken heart, was it from the disappointment in his customers and the flaws of human nature, or because he got swindled? Or was the stroke the result of some other despair? Even though he experienced disappointment in his financial and professional life, I wonder if it couldn't have been offset by the love he gave to his wife and children, and that they gave to him. Maybe Charles Prouty didn't see that as equal trade. I know you learned how to drive a car at age 13 and that your dad got you a 1929 Buick, making you the only girl in town with her own car. How cool. Did that make you popular, Mom? Were you the most popular girl at school because you had your own car and your dad treated you like a queen? What was it like to be a popular teen? Good? I bet really good. I wasn't the least popular kid in school, but I wasn't the most popular for sure. And I was usually picked last for teams, especially kickball. Gym class was even less fun for me than most kids. When you're a fat kid, you don't want to take off your shirt. Swimming, forget it. But being the most popular, there's no way to go but down. Wherever we go in the world, there's very few most populars, and the rest of us have to share the crumbs left over from the baguette of life. That makes my mouth water, Mom, especially if there's a little dish of butter of life. So you were a girl in a small town, and my dad, was a trumpet player in a very successful band. His life was more dazzling, but you had the car, and you thought he liked you, at least your car. Did you ever go with Dad to his gigs? He must have been great to listen to, and even to be around. Was he the only one you saw up on stage? When did the heavy drinking start? Did you see flashes of it and just tell yourself it was manageable? Was there anything he could have done right then, as you guys fell madly in love during the Depression, that would have made you walk away? You never gave up on him. Why is that? Was it love for him or just some proudy sense of determination? See, Mom, so many questions, maybe too many. I'm so sorry now for those times I ever told you to shut up because you were going on, like on that 13-hour flight we took to Europe. Where do we get our strength from, Mom? From our parents, or do we have it all along inside us, and sometimes we just give others the credit for it, even though they have little or nothing to do with it? Boy, talk about people who need to shut up. Love, Louie. Training day. Hey, Mom. On my flight today from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, they announced that they were training a pilot to become captain. Who trains moms, Mom? Is that their mothers? How was your mom, Bertha, as a mom? Bertha Prouty. I don't even know her middle name. That's terrible. I should know more. Was she as loving as you? I doubt it. I met her. She lived with us for a while. Why didn't I ask her everything? Think of how much I lost by not asking all the questions I wanted. When do we lose that tendency? Because as kids, we're constantly asking, what is this for? Why? Mom, how did that baby get in your stomach? What color is water? Do ants poop? Do ants name their children? Why can't you toast salad? Where did Grandpa go? Why do I sometimes get sad and start crying and don't know why? How? What? Why? Kids know instinctively that asking questions helps them. They may not know consciously, but they know that the answers will help them to understand the world and find their place in it, and handle disappointment and money and success and the flu and what to do with vegetable scraps and stale bread. Well, stale bread's easy. Just make stuffing with it or give it to your dad because he'll eat anything. A question I wish I'd asked you, Mom. What the hell were you thinking marrying Dad? Okay, I know. You got pregnant. Your parents weren't happy about it. You and Dad had to marry. That's what people did in the 1930s. Still, if you would have said that was the reason you married Dad, I probably would have interrupted to say he was such a difficult man. No, that's not true. I would have said he's such a freaking difficult man. But was he difficult back then? I remember once asking you, what did you see in him? I loved his curls, you said. He had beautiful curly hair. I didn't comment on your answer, but I know what I would have said now. Oh, Mom, now I know where I get my shallowness from. Sure, Dad was handsome. You were beautiful. Your father owned a gas station. You had a car, and Dad wanted a ride. What I really should have asked you, what the hell were you thinking having 11 children? People should ask their parents everything. But parents should also tell their kids everything. Well, would they even listen, though? Did I listen? Ever questioning Louie? 12 questions every person should ask their parent or parents while they still can. Number 1, was your childhood a fairy tale, a drama, or a horror film? Number 2, What was your first thought when you two saw each other? Number 3. Why'd you marry each other? Out of necessity? Were you lonesome? Number 4. What were you looking for in life? What did you feel you needed to do? Number 5. What'd you already have, so you didn't need to look for it? Number 6. If you could live a do-over, what would it be? Would you change yourself or other things about your life? Number 7. What's the best thing you ever did besides have me? Number 8. If you could do 3 things to change the world, what would they be? Number 9. If you could only have one meal, would it be breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Number 10. What characters in movies were your mom and dad most like? Number 11. How did you know what I would like so much? Number 12. Tell me something you've never told anyone. Silent dancing. Hey, Mom, we did this thing that's pretty cool, I think. Remember silent dance parties? Where everyone on the dance floor wears headphones and listens to the same music and dances to it, but there's no music outside. Wait, no, actually you wouldn't. That's not even my generation. I don't know whose generation it is, the one after mine or the current one. Anyway, silent dance parties. I can hear Dad raising his voice. What the hell will they think of next? Silent screaming? So that idea gave me this one. What if we transmitted the audio of one of my Vegas stand-up shows live to the local VA hospital, and all the injured and recovering vets who want can listen to it on headphones? And there would be laughter throughout the building. I sure hope there would be laughter. They did it, Mom. We did it at the Las Vegas VA hospital. I wish I could have heard it, seen it myself, but I was on stage performing live while they were listening to it. Hey, Mom, if you tell a joke and no one's listening, does it mean it isn't funny? I'll get a chance to meet some of the vets next week when I go to the hospital for the meet and greet. We need to do more of that. I want to get other entertainers involved, too. I wish we made a better effort to treat all of our veterans like we do our loved ones. On second thought, given some families, that wouldn't be such a great idea. Love, the proud son of a war veteran, Louie. You and me. Hey, Mom, remember when we would venture out early Saturday morning to Flying Cloud Airport, just you and me for the flea market? Most times it was a quiet ride there with our packed boxes in the back of our big Buick. Sometimes it was a pleasant mother and son conversation. Once we fantasized that a rich antique dealer from California was going to stop by our booth of pottery, glassware, and jewelry, surveying the treasures, your word, junk, Dad's word, and then, with a magical sweep of his arm, the dealer would say, "I'll take it all." Then he'd unsnap his fancy alligator wallet and open it up to reveal a thick wad of hundreds to your amazement and my teenage giggles. Wouldn't that be a nice break, Louie, you'd say? And we could have really used one, especially after the previous night, like so many others we had with the maniac. The real flea market experience was never like that, of course. Not only did we not make a killing, we never made any money. You priced everything too high because you had no real intentions of selling. Oh, that's not supposed to be out there, you'd say. That's not for sale. I'm keeping that. Instead, while I unfolded our table and unpacked our boxes, you walked around the market buying things. Everybody knew you. Everybody liked you. You'd come back 10 minutes later with 1 or 2 or 4 items. Look at this cruet, Louie. It's oil and vinegar cruet. It has a couple of chips on it, but for $2, how could I go wrong? I was still unpacking, and we were already in the hole. That's not even including the gas it took to get down there. We always returned home with more than we'd come with. I realized much later it was not about selling, it was about us spending time together. Unsaid no more, Louie. Daily Prayer. Hey, Mom. I wasn't doing this back when you were around, but these days I start my day by praising God and praying for everybody I know. I ask for forgiveness for all those I've hurt. I want to be big-hearted, Mom. I learned that from you. You were always big-hearted toward Dad, despite all the things he did to you. You still forgave him, still loved him. Was that a defect in you or grace from God? Anyway, I try to start my day outside myself so I don't go crazy. I should honor something other than myself first. I find it's helpful. Sometimes I'll do my prayers before getting out of bed. Sometimes I'll make my bed first and then do my prayers. I'll say what I have to say out loud. Then I get ready for the day, the kind of place I need to be. If I know I'll be running in circles most of the day, it's good to prepare for that. Then again, it's never good to run in circles because you always end up right where you are. You should run in a direction that brings you in touch with a new way of life, a new world, new people. So many people today run in circles, Mom, more than they used to, it seems. I don't want to be like that. Maybe I'll start running in ovals. I don't know if it's right to pray for things like professional success. Maybe it's the opposite of honoring something besides yourself. But now and then, I confess, I've prayed for work that is really, truly fulfilling. Not just for my benefit, but so that people have a chance to see what I'm really capable of. I'm not just a comic doing fat jokes. In my life right now, I think I finally have a deep understanding of humanity and my soul. You're the genesis of that, Mom. And if you're the Genesis, Dad's the Deuteronomy. I don't know what that means, Mom, but you gotta admit, Deuteronomy is a funny word. So I do my daily prayers, then I make some coffee, eat my food. Food doesn't become the most important thing to me. I try to make it more of a ritual than reward. Trying to run in a straight line, Louie. The Hair Twirlers. Hey, Mom, were you a hair twirler? Remember when Billy twirled his hair? I thought it was a weird habit, but lots of people do it. And here's my theory. Hair twirling isn't just a physical tic, but a mechanism to cope with the stress or the other upsetting things in our noggins. It's what you do when you can't tell the world what you're thinking. I'm so crazy. Nobody knows it but me. I wish I could get them to lower the lights in this room. I wish the phone would ring. I wish the phone would stop ringing. I'm crazy. Billy always twirled his hair. God, I miss him. He was a lovely human being. I had hair twirlers sitting in front of me on each of my last 2 flights. The woman in front of me on my flight to Omaha, on my way to perform at the Great American Comedy Festival in Norfolk, Nebraska, childhood home of Johnny Carson. She was a twirl and untwirl, twirl and untwirl, twirl and untwirl. I wonder what she was thinking. I wish I could get this flight to be over already, is my guess. Maybe she was thinking something else. Doesn't everyone know a hair twirler? If they don't, they should find one. The hair twirlers on my flight made it through okay. Thank God they had hair. What about the twirlers who happen to be bald? Do they twirl their children's hair? I wish Billy knew things would be okay, but he was afraid. He was paranoid. Who was trying to get him? Was Billy always a little different, Mom? No one knew it when they first met him. He was so good-looking, like one of the Kennedys. And people talked to him for a little while and probably went, okay. But then Billy would say something like, hey, man, those people over there are taking pictures of us. And one person he was talking to would say, but they don't even have a camera. And Billy would say, their glasses are cameras. Or he'd say, what are you looking at? And they were looking at nothing. Certainly not him. He loved adventure, hunted for gold and diamonds. Then again, he could get upset over something, storm out, and not return for a couple of years. But if Billy were alive today, in this day and age, he'd probably be one of those people to invent the next big thing. He was a dreamer and a schemer. He gave me some of my best ideas. He wanted me to come out with Louie's extra sugar, Louie gooey candies. Be sure to say extra sugar, Louie, he said. It's the extra that makes it. He was so right. William David Anderson, my brother Billy, hair twirler extraordinaire. Was I ever a hair twirler? I remember when I got really worried, I would take out a deck of playing cards, turn them over one by one, and if I got more aces and face cards than number cards, I felt better about things. How crazy is that, Mom? A queen, a jack. My day's going to be just fine. I don't do cards anymore. Today I try to deal with my anxiety and insecurity by taking a deep breath and saying a prayer, and knowing that I'm strong enough and brave enough to handle anything that comes my way. Mom, you used to rub your right hand up and down on your left arm, probably to comfort yourself or to find something, your way of saying to yourself everything's going to be all right. When Dad would have one of his episodes, I remember you going to the kitchen sink, turning on the faucet, washing your hands, or sometimes you'd straighten and smooth the doilies on the sofa over and over, even if they were already as straight and smooth as could be. You know what, Mom? You were pretty much a hair twirler, too. Love, Louie. Finding Aura. Hey, Mom, we just started filming the first season of Baskets, and already it might be the most creative adventure of my life. Christine Baskets is pretty important to the show, and if this thing takes off, or at least holds on, I can honestly say it's not just me you're keeping in a job. It's other people in their jobs, too. Nice trick considering you passed away a quarter of a century ago. Okay, I can see where that might sound big-headed. There are quite a few creative geniuses I'm working with who have a huge impact on what happens with our show. So how I got the job? Well, I've been in Vegas for about 11 years. I'm not sure if it's even 11. I'm terrible with dates. In fact, I often forget the birthdays and the birth years of so many of my sisters and brothers. Maybe it's forgivable when you have 10 to remember. I'm digressing again, Mom. Anyway, I moved there 10 or 11 years ago and got a job at the Excalibur Hotel and Casino in the old Catch a Rising Star showroom. For the next half-decade, I did 5 or 6 shows a week there, then moved for 3 years to the Palace Station, playing at, what else, the Louie Anderson Theater, then headed downtown to the Plaza Hotel and Casino, where I'd been for about a year, when I was heading to work one day and my cell phone rang. Yes, Mom, people carry their cell phones with them. More on that later. It was my agent calling. He said that Louis C.K. needed my number. A couple minutes later, he called. Hey, Louie, said Louie. Hey, Louie, I said. I'm with Zach Galifianakis, he said. We're doing a new show and we'd like you to play a part. In less time than it takes to say yes, I said, yes! I didn't need to know what the part was or the show. Zach Galifianakis is a great comic actor and an excellent serious actor, too. A creative genius. Mom, he looks like Billy with a beard. And Louis C.K.'s TV show had won a couple of Emmys and been nominated for many more. Then Louis told me, we want you to play Zach's mom. I immediately said, yes! Zach said when he was considering who he wanted to play the mother of his characters, he plays identical twins. The one thing he knew is that the mom made a nasal Midwestern sound, sort of like, which made Louis C.K. say, you mean like Louie Anderson? Yeah, like Louie Anderson, Zach said. Remember, Mom, how I said that sometimes I prayed for a job like this? Those prayers were answered. As soon as the call was over, I looked up and said, hey, Mom, what do you think? You're finally going to be in show business. I hope I do you justice. I was surprisingly calm about this call that might change my life and the challenge of the role. But I was Mr. Cool because, hey, in my act, I've been doing your voice and facial expressions forever, Mom. The idea of playing a woman didn't faze me at all. I grew up with 5 sisters. Once I played the maid in a scene with Don Irera for his comedy special, the only time I could remember playing in drag. But from what they had told me about Baskets, I didn't look at it as drag. The character would just be real. It was months before I got the call about shooting the pilot. I was given an address in Sylmar, that's California, Mom, in the Valley. Anyway, I got there, and in a gigantic trailer, I put on the clothes that they had for me. I don't know if it was a skirt or slacks. It was still dark when I arrived, and I wasn't quite awake. TV and movie shoot hours are very different from live comedy show hours. After I got dressed, I went to another trailer. They put makeup on me, and then I moved over to the hair person, who put a wig on me, and then back to the makeup person, who put lipstick on me. There's something about putting lipstick on when you're facing the mirror, even if someone else applies it for you. You can't not purse your lips, kind of pucker them and say to yourself, maybe even out loud, "Hey, I look pretty good." To be honest, Mom, I was nervous as we took the shuttle van up to the set, which was kind of a cute ticky-tack row house. I'd already met the cast, the director, the writers, Zach, who's an exceptionally nice guy, Martha Kelly, a very talented stand-up comedian who's one of the main characters, Jonathan Kreisel, one of the show's co-creators and lone director. I love this script, and I'd been thinking a lot about how I was going to play Christine. Now, to Jonathan, who also seemed very sweet, I said, "Hey, I'm not going to change my voice for this character. My voice can get up there, but honestly, it's pretty deep." He thought about it for a moment. "Okay," he said. I was going to play this woman in my own voice because I wanted to do as little make-believe as possible. Throughout the filming of the pilot, Jonathan's direction was always smart, sensitive, and minimal. I could tell he had very specific things in mind, but he wouldn't ever push you to do it his way. He would never say a take wasn't good. He would say, "Why don't we try it?" And then he would give you a word or two that nudged you in a different direction. Sometime I would say to him, "Can I say it how my mom would?" He always said yes, and it seemed to always work the best that way, for everybody. I had so much fun playing this lovely mother. Christine Baskets actually has two sets of twins. The pair Zach plays, Chip and Dale, and an adopted pair, Cody and Logan. Not quite 11 children, but still a handful, even though they're supposedly grown-ups. Mom, you were pregnant with twins twice, but miscarried both times. That must have been so sad for you. I love you, Mom. I'm so sorry. Wow, that could have been 15 kids. Makes 11 look like child's play. Hey, Mom, remember the Wonder Bread store where we used to buy all the day-old bread, 10 loaves for $1? God, how crazy was that? Those cinnamon buns. Oh, I always wanted cinnamon buns, and the cookies by the bin for $1. I love that. That was a real high for me. I can still smell those rolls and those cookies. Hold on, I gotta lie down for a minute. I'm kidding. Anyway, I bring it up because Costco. Mom, were they around and popular before you died in 1990? I'm not sure. I'll check. But they're a big box store chain, Mom. Did we use that phrase, big box store, when you were around? I don't know, I'll check. Anyway, Costco, which is like our gem store, the everything store, especially for veterans. Anyway, Costco. Can I even go 30 seconds without breaking off for a tangent? Can I even be serious for 30 seconds? Well, what fun is that? Anyway, Costco let us, the Basket Show, use their Kirkland brand products in the kitchen. So the kitchen on the set was overflowing with cinnamon rolls, bread, just every delicious fattening food that you could think of. And as soon as I walked into that kitchen, I thought of the day-old store. Was it a Wonder Bread store, Mom, or was it the Gold Medal Flour store? I entertained the cast and crew with ways you might describe all that bread and those muffins and stuff courtesy of Kirkland and Costco. Remember how you used adjectives for food that are usually applied to works in a museum? Did you ever see a more beautiful muffin? How about those donut holes? Geez, they're like pieces of art. Look at the swirl in the cinnamon toast. If it isn't a Picasso, I don't know what is. Then we filmed a whole scene about a Costco product. I was supposed to down a whole bottle of a Kirkland brand sports drink. I got about halfway through, and I knew I wasn't going to make it. So I spit some of it out and then tried to save the scene with an ad lib. "Oh," I said, "that was refreshing." Or, "Oh, that hit the spot." Something understated. And wouldn't you know it, they used that take in the pilot episode. I guess that's what they really mean in show business by a spit take. Sometimes mistakes make for the best scenes. After we shot the pilot, I heard nothing for a long time. I was really hoping to play the part again, but I didn't know if the show would get the green light. That's a Hollywood expression, Mom. It's also a traffic expression. Yes, our show had known comedy names attached to it, which really helps, but you never know with Hollywood, you don't. Then, one beautiful day, I got a call that FX Network had committed to a 10-episode season of Baskets. Yay! Thank you, FX. It's a bittersweet comedy. Jonathan calls it a slapstick drama. He's a genius, I think. Really special. I learned about complimenting people from you, Mother. You were the master at it. That's not to say I'm being insincere in what I just said about Jonathan. You made people feel better all the time. I keep that tradition going for you. I try to make people feel good. I ask the crew and other cast members real questions about themselves and their families and their partners and their careers and their hopes and their dreams, and I don't shy away from discussing hardships and disappointments. I would call you a super communicator, Mom. You really knew how to connect with people, and you pass that on to me. Thank you. Though I'm a big ham on top of it. You were funny too, Mom. Very funny, actually. At the beginning of the first season, Jonathan said something smart. Don't think of this as 10 episodes. Think of the whole season as a 3.5-hour movie. That gives it a sense of an arc, like it's moving towards something clear, not just going on, driven by ratings and how many seasons we get renewed. I wonder how many people look at their own lives as having an arc and live their lives accordingly. Given the built-in certainty of cancellation, we're all going to get canceled someday. We just don't know how many seasons we'll be around for. Baskets is scheduled to premiere early next year, but I'm not thinking about the reaction. I'm having too much fun. I love playing you, Mom. It feels so natural. Maybe it'll help me understand you even more and what you had to put up with. Love, Louie. One thing I really miss. Hey, Mom. Being in the kitchen with you when you were making something delicious. Oh, how great was that? Dad wasn't home yet. No one else was there. Well, maybe Lisa. She was always helpful. But often it was just you and me. You'd begin the ritual of taking all the vegetables out, cleaning them. I hate dirty celery, you'd say. Celery should be clean and crisp. You'd cut them precisely, each piece the size of knuckles, then wash the radishes, then cut them in half. You loved radishes. You loved good cucumber. Peel the cuke for me, Louie. You'd put them in the vinegar, cut up onions, and let them marinate. As delicious as they were then, when I think about them now, they seem even more so, because the older we get, the more we like things pickled. Dad was always pickled, wasn't he, Mom? That was a good one, Louie. What a good laugh you had. You'd keep cutting vegetables and you'd purse your lips and your eyes would go up, the same expression Christine uses. It comes close to looking like exasperation, but it's not. It's satisfaction. It's approval. That was a good one, Louie. Then you'd say, Louie, grab the roast. Isn't that a gorgeous roast? I never thought a word like gorgeous applied to something like a roast, but you did. Maybe because you knew how to make anything beautiful and valuable. The way you made us feel safe no matter how much danger we were living in. The way you set the table. You'd think the president was coming over. Little salt dips for the radishes, oil and vinegar cruets, cloth napkins. If for no one else, Mom, at least it was for you. You found a way to live richly in poor conditions. High class all the way. I miss those little things, but now I don't really have to miss them because I reenact them on TV. Yes, I do. Love, Louie. Each parent got a book. Hey, Mom. We have a break in filming baskets, so I'm doing a few dates in the Midwest. Traverse City, Michigan, Worthington, Minnesota. At the last couple of shows, several people came up to me to talk about my book about Dad. It's been almost 30 years since it was published, but it really strikes a nerve with some people. When Dear Dad came out, I received more than 10,000 letters. Letters that were really emotional, sometimes heartbreaking, from readers who felt that they were reading their own story in my struggle to understand a difficult, frequently cruel alcoholic parent. One letter writer actually visited Dad's gravesite at Fort Snelling National Cemetery, just like I did at the end of the book. I hope you don't mind, the person wrote. I felt very close to you and your family after reading the book. Mind? How could I mind? It was a beautiful sentiment. It's comforting to find others like me. Alcoholism is a silent assassin that keeps attacking long after the attacker is dead and gone. We keep feeling it, forever. Trauma is trauma, Mama, and I thank you for standing in front of the blast time and time again. Another letter writer wrote that, in the same way Dad was with us, his father never told me anything at all about his childhood, and I thought that odd. People from that generation were different. Their lives were different. The world was also different. That's true. Dad's unwillingness to share moments from his terrible childhood, a lot of that could have as much to do with generational style as with who he was or what he suffered. Or maybe it comes down to a really simple idea. Who wants to revisit the scene of a crime? Who wants to revisit what they had felt they laid to rest? Well, you know, Mom, it's always right there, the source of the pain. It's right there within reach. You have to stare it down, back it into a corner, say, you have no power over me, until the monster is no longer a monster. It's just a little pea in a pod, and that little pea can't affect you anymore. Only fear and anxiety allow the pea to grow into a boulder. Another letter writer, David, a self-described fat adult child of an alcoholic, wrote that, your life and mine have taken different paths, but the feelings you describe are the same as mine. I am tempted to send the book to my father. Maybe I will. I hope he did. On the other hand, a letter writer from Massachusetts wrote, you're looking for answers, Louie, but there might not be any. If she's right, that'll be very frustrating. But she's probably right. Right? Am I supposed to stop asking questions? One letter writer asked questions about his recently deceased alcoholic father I never asked of Dad, but now I'm obsessed with. I could not help wondering. What was it like at the moment of his last heartbeat? What was his very last thought? Me too. Was Dad's last thought, hey, I'd love to have one more drink? Was it, I'm sorry? Was it, shit, that's it? Maybe the last thought was relief from a lifelong fight with his own demons and dragons. His boulder, his mother and father, his father's father. Maybe it was memories of a childhood whose chance for happiness ended so abruptly. One 20-year-old woman with a double whammy, both parents were alcoholics, wrote me, the big thing that I am not getting over is the guilt and self-esteem thing. I can't think of myself as worthwhile, although I'm ready to. I have had enough of this life. This woman has a baby son. She sells shoes at Sears in a mall. She struggled with food and weight issues too, bulimic for years. Her husband is a recovering alcoholic. Her father is in denial about alcoholism. Yet she writes me things like, I really want to tell you about my husband's relapse. It's the kind of morbid, funny humor you might like. And I've been in treatment and everything. It's all really laughable. Isn't that remarkable, Mom? How can people still do that after so much pain? I think part of us becomes addicted to the dread, the drama, the disrespect. We crave it, we need it, we search for it in others and in ourselves. But there's a switch that you have to learn how to turn off, a discomfort switch. At least I know I'm no good. At least I know they're going to hate me. At least things are not going to work out. That switch has to be turned off. Sometimes we need to just find an actual switch in the house and turn it off. Any switch. Just find one. Turn it off and say, I'm worth it, 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 I'm worth it. I just want to make a point here. I'm worth it, 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 I'm worth it. We may have to say it a few thousand times before we start to believe it. I'm worth it. Mom, I'm worth it. And so were you. Love, Worth It, Louie. Life sucks without bread. Hey, Mom. Did you know Minnesota has the world's largest candy store? I thought I might get a chance to go there on this trip home, but it doesn't look like it. I've never been there, but I'm proud that Minnesota's largest candy store in Jordan, just south of Chaska, is supposedly the world's largest candy store. Mom, we also have the largest shopping mall in the country, the Mall of America. It opened in Bloomington 2 years after you died. It gets the same number of visitors every year as Disneyland, Disney World, Yellowstone, Yosemite combined. Ah! You would have been a regular, huh? I remember buying candy as a kid. I got money from you or Dad and went to the corner store by school and bought silver dollars, 2 for a penny. Red licorice in the shape of a $50 piece. Hard and delicious. I'd cram them into my mouth, systematically feed them in as if my mouth were a vending machine slot. And even when I got it full, I'd keep at it and usually jam the slot. And I would just keep chewing and chewing, slowly chewing. I remember my jaw would be so sore because I had to finish the candy before I got home or to school. Maybe I even drooled some in my lust to eat and finish. I've forgotten a lot of things from my childhood, but I remember that exact feeling. Is that food addiction? Probably. After all, I am a food addict. You know what's amazing? Even as I write this, I really can feel it in my jaw. The insatiable need for candy or really any food, that feeling that I shouldn't have. That feeling, oh my God, I have to have this. I will even steal money out of my dad's pants, dig for pennies so I can get the candy. That was my first drug of choice, candy. There was a secret involved. There was shame involved. I was trying to hide it from others. What was going on with me, Mom? What exactly happened to me? Why was I somehow able to take that terrible drawback and cultivate it into a successful career as a comedian? Because that's what I did. I turned it all around. I turned it on its head. I used it against myself so that other people couldn't use it against me. I took charge of it, of the knowledge. I could dole out however much I wanted. I was the controller over myself. Wow, that's a little heartbreaking. At meals, I had to be careful about how much food I put on my plate because Dad was watching, and he might yell at me for how much I took. Lard ass was his go-to insult. But you gotta have enough mashed potatoes so you can make an indentation deep enough for the gravy to pool. And you need the corn. And the pot roast, Mom, which you had been cooking for 300 or 400 hours. Wouldn't it be rude not to have seconds? When there are people in Africa and China way poorer than us who could never afford such a meal. Oh, and you have to take some more of that incredible, delicious gravy, which is meant for the pot roast anyway, so it wouldn't be right to just have pot roast without gravy. At Thanksgiving, you'd make 700 pounds of sweet potatoes, and then you'd ask periodically, "Did you have some sweet potatoes?" Of course I had, but whenever you asked that, how could I not take another helping? Especially when you said, "They're hot, there's more in the oven, there's some in the garage." The last part I made up. And the hot buns, and the iceberg lettuce, which doubled as the healthy Anderson salad. And there was always dessert. And we had our own deep fryer. When we first got the deep fryer, I remember that we cut up every potato that we could find to make French fries. You have to. Then we got so sophisticated, we made potato chips, all by hand. We didn't have any kind of slicer. We were the slicers and dicers. Then we took chicken to fry up, but we never really knew what we were doing with chicken. Or at least I didn't. We wanted to fry up anything. Onion rings, of course, and a whole can of white lard you use so often. Mom, I thought about throwing a potholder into the fryer just to see if it would crisp. Well, we all have our own drug, mine is food. It was for you too, Mom, though maybe not quite as much. The few photographs I've seen of you as a child show a plump little girl, and only 2 of the 11 Anderson kids are or were what you could actually call thin. The other 9 are or were anywhere from slightly overweight to obese to morbidly obese, like Mary and me. Tommy gets up there too, though he was fat in a different way, big-boned, bigger skeleton than mine. Built more like Dad. I'm built more like you, Mom, with a smaller skeleton. My fat all pools in the gut and thighs. In one way, food is a tougher drug to deal with than actual drugs. In some ways, not in other ways. For a lot of people, it's still hard to believe that food is a drug. But just like other drugs, it affects us emotionally and physiologically. When I bite into a Carl's Jr. $6 burger, I have a physiological reaction to it, which then alters me emotionally. Maybe the high isn't as big as the high from cocaine, but it certainly changes how I feel. I'm okay now. I'm okay. I'm okay now. The other night I had some bread. Now, Mom, I'm trying not to eat bread these days, so that's got to be something of a surprise to you, but the restaurant had gluten-free bread, and I knew I could have that. Gluten-free bread has no wheat, and it's the wheat that really affects me. So I took some lean turkey, put it on gluten-free bread, bit into it, and I was like, oh, I get it. It's not just gluten-free, but taste-free too. Oh, so disappointing. The only way to eat gluten-free bread is to toast it, butter it real good, and put jam on it until you've eliminated the whole point of the gluten freedom. And here's why, in some ways, food's the hardest addiction. Food addicts can't completely avoid their weaknesses. We need food to live. Yes, I should eat healthy, organic, fresh, non-processed food. But I'm still always skirting disaster. You don't tell a crackhead they can go to the crack den, just don't have any crack. When I drive past McDonald's, am I supposed to pretend I don't see the golden arches? Pretend it's just a yellow statue of butt cheeks and move on? And how much steamed broccoli can one man eat? Jeez Louise! Steamed broccoli! Yeah, can I get the tasteless steamed broccoli, please? Sometimes it feels like the only thing I'm allowed to eat is steam. Eventually, I would like some cheddar cheese on my steam. I try to eat healthier, Mom, but I came from an unhealthy family, and I still feel as if healthy food has a way to go. How much are organic bananas? $2.99 a pound? And the non-organic bananas? They're free. Oh, give me the free bananas and some organic stickers, please. I have trouble with some of the other labeling, too, like free range. What does it mean? It means that instead of being cooped up before we kill them, the chickens get to run free before we kill them. But you know the cooped-up chickens are trying to warn the free-range chickens, sticking their heads up against the wire, calling out, "You're living a lie, Betty!" Actually, it's not food that's my drug, it's bread. Life really sucks without bread. It does. Growing up Anderson, it felt like if there's no bread, there's no meal. Here today, I was having a great day, Mom. I took care of myself, I exercised, I ate healthy, and then I went to meet some friends at a restaurant, and they brought us a loaf of really, really good Italian bread with an incredible crust. Oh, if I were put on a desert island, I would just want a giant baguette and a keg of butter. That sounds great, actually. I bet you think so too, Mom. Remember how I used to joke about how my mom ate every piece of butter in the Midwest? Well, I had a dream the other night that I had died and I was taken to the funeral home and embalmed with butter. When they went to put me in the casket, it was a giant baguette. They slid me in, cut a hole in the top, and a breadstick was holding the top of the casket open. People walking by me, paying their respects and saying, "God, he smells good." One person even grabbed a hunk of the baguette casket as they walked out. The only problem is they left my shoes on. If you're going to slide me into a baguette casket, remove my shoes, please. Life sucks without bread. Warmly with butter, Louie. Louie Anderson is dead. Hey, Mom. When we finish filming season 1 of Baskets, I'm sure I'll feel a little let down. Hopefully we'll get renewed for a second season, but either way, I'm grateful for the experience. I try to appreciate every moment. You never know when you won't be able to anymore. I was Dad once, for a few hours. About 6 years ago, some jokers decided to pull a hoax that I had died. Not just me, but Britney Spears, Jeff Goldblum, Harrison Ford, George Clooney, Miley Cyrus, Natalie Portman, Ellen DeGeneres. We'd all died. The idea was to spread the news on the internet. What's the internet, Mom? Okay, it's basically the world now, the place where we spend most of our waking hours, even though it's not really real. Or it is real, but most of us don't know where it is. It's a place where you can do lots of things, including things you didn't even particularly want to do, and learn odd things like that you're dead when you're not. It's just like an actual world, Mom. Hard to explain. I can't remember the cause of my death, but allegedly Jeff fell from a 60-foot cliff while filming a movie in New Zealand. Harrison allegedly drowned in a capsized yacht in the Riviera, and George allegedly died in a private plane crash in Colorado. So I was dead, we were dead, to at least a bunch of strangers, until we started piping up that we weren't. I don't know how many people have to believe it's a hoax for it to be considered a success, but for a while, if you Googled Louie Anderson, maybe the 4th entry came up, Louie Anderson is dead. What's Google, Mom? You know when you couldn't remember some actor's name or the name of the shopping center with the Red Owl grocery store in it, and you'd call your friend Monty because she always knew all that stuff, or you could remember only the names of 2 of the ships that Columbus sailed, the Nina and the Pinta, but not the 3rd. Well, imagine that there's a place that you can type in your question, and you don't even have to type them in a question form, just a few key words, and then suddenly, before you even can get your eyeglasses on, it's telling you that it was Robert Mitchum, Phelan Shopping Center, and Santa Maria. That's what Google is, 1,000 Monties out there and more, millions of them. Google is the person in the neighborhood with all the information, like Monty, but also the nosiest person, kind of like Darlene. You remember Darlene, Mom, 3 doors down, always had her nose out the window. Because Google is not only answering your questions, but then it's getting inside your head to figure out what you might think of next before you think of it. Were you asking about sparkly shoes? Well, the next time you go to your computer, you'll see an ad to buy sparkly shoes. So it's sort of like Monty times 1,000,000 plus Darlene, if Darlene were Big Brother. Anyway, when the hoax about my death turned out to be just a hoax, a lot of people on Twitter tweeted me, "Louie, I thought you were dead." And I would reply, "Hold on, let me check." I guess I can't be that mad at the hoaxers because I got a rare gift. The chance to experience what it's like to have people think you're dead, then realize, no, you're not. And then enjoy this outpouring of genuine feeling and relief with people calling or writing to say, "Oh, Louie, I'm so happy you're still alive." Me too. I like being dead for a while. Kind of like Tom and Huck standing in the back of the church, listening to their own eulogies, and the whole town weeping for them. This is Twitter, Mom. Imagine you're in a class, and you write a note that says, "I like your new shoes," and you pass it to a friend, Ruthie, and Ruthie writes something on the note, but instead of passing it back to you, she passes it to someone else. And then it goes around the room and finally gets back to you, and your note not only says, "Thank you" from Ruthie, But it also has a lot of comments from classmates saying they love her shoes. Some say that they hate her shoes, and also some mean comments about you from classmates you really don't know that well. And while the comments are all signed, some of them have names that are clearly made up, like I'm an idiot, or Robinson Crusoe III, or so hungry. Mom, here's the thing about the internet. Google, Twitter, and a lot of other inventions that weren't around when you were, they're all versions of things that existed, only we added electricity to them, which in some ways made them better, in other ways ruined them. One nice thing about coming back to life is a lot of people got back in touch with me. Louie Anderson is not dead. I want to be with you, Mom. I really do. Just not yet. Still kicking. Louie. P.S. I'll write to you about the day you died for real. Just not yet, Mom. No Family Feud. Hey, Mom, if I didn't have you as a model, I wouldn't have had success playing the matriarch of a dysfunctional but ultimately loving TV family. I've been thinking about that and how art imitates life, and how my real family has influenced not only who I am, but my professional success too. I mean, I do lots of material about my family. My TV cartoon Life with Louie was our family, barely disguised. I worked on another TV show, a sitcom, The Johnsons Are Home, also based on our family. Then there's Family Feud, the incredible popular game show that has family in the very title and turned out to be this weird, joyous thread throughout my life. Do you remember our watching Family Feud when I was still living at home? With you, Dad, Tommy was still there too. And Tommy and I sat on the couch, or I sat on the arm of the couch, and maybe Tommy wasn't there, but upstairs in the bedroom, looking through my record albums. Anyway, Dad was there in his chair, and you were in the kitchen. And like every American family, we tried to guess the number one answer. And you would come out of the kitchen and occasionally throw your 2 cents in. Dad would complain about Richard Dawson slobbering all over the women when he kissed them, and I think Dad might have been a little jealous, really. About 25 years later, producers of Family Feud were looking for a new host. They wanted me to do a pilot, but I wouldn't. I knew if I shot a pilot afterward, they could say, no. And if they really wanted me, they'd put up the money to attract me, and they'd hire me for the job or not. So we didn't shoot a pilot, but the producers asked me if I would go to London to host some episodes of Family Fortune, the British version of Family Feud. I went, and the contestants were American servicemen and servicewomen stationed over there, and the producers thought I was terrible. I probably was. Oh well. But when I was back doing shows in Vegas, the producers asked if I would host an episode, taping it with audience members on stage as a sales tool to show the show to station managers across the country. It so happened that we were having an Anderson family reunion in Vegas right around that time. And we could be the guests on both sides. So we did. I played host with both sides of my family, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews. And it was so much fun. And because I was so relaxed, the tape of that episode landed me the job as the new host, though that wasn't even the point. Some of the people who care about me wondered why I would take the job. They said it would hurt my career. I said, well, let's see, my comedy's all about family. I did a cartoon about my family. Why wouldn't I do Family Feud? I'm glad I listened to myself. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't do this or that. I don't think it hurt my career. I think it helped it. I learned a great deal doing it, and those were 3 of the most fun years of my life, from 1999 through 2001. I wish you could have seen it, Mom. I hope you did. You would have been calling the answers out at the TV, with your second youngest child just on the other side of the screen to tell you and everyone else what the survey said. I love game shows, and they're part of America. I like to think we invented them, but I have no idea if we did. We shot 5 shows a day and filmed on 36 days, so in a little more than a month's worth of shooting, We completed 180 shows, a year's worth. Each show runs twice, of course. First we did it at CBS, the same studio where they filmed The Price is Right, and then moved to NBC where they filmed Tonight Show. How great is that? The ratings for the show reversed their downward trend. They doubled, in fact. Then, somewhere along the way, I got really full of myself. I wish I would have worked harder at that point in my career and been nicer. The show's success made me think it would just go and go and go. But that's not how life happens, I learned. I acted like a big shot. People kept telling me how great I was. And guess what? I believed them. I sometimes acted rude and mean, like a prima donna. I could be difficult. I hurt people. I regret that. I hurt myself, too. I tripped on myself, Mom. I didn't even see it. And so life and success didn't just go and go and go. It was go and go and gone. After the third season, they replaced me. I was devastated. I didn't know what to do. Because I wasn't good with my money, I had to relocate from L.A. to Las Vegas. Eventually, I landed a great gig with Adam Steck and Spy Entertainment at the Excalibur, and Las Vegas saved me. I worked a regular show in Vegas for more than a decade. I learned a lot from that painful period in my life. Do we learn much from the painless periods? Wondering, Louie. That's somebody's baby. Hey, Mom. This past Thursday night I was coming out of a charity event in Hollywood. As I reached the corner where the car was waiting for me, I noticed a big plastic cup perched in front of a yellow blanket. The kind of blanket we grew up with, fuzzy with silk trim, the type we had on our beds, built forts with, spread out on our lawns on the 4th of July to watch fireworks. Anyway, it took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. At first, it was just a blanket on a sidewalk, but wait, no, it was twisted in such a way that it looked almost like a partial chalk outline of a murder scene, with a pair of footed white tube socks peeking out from one end. Damn. There's a person under there, motionless. I halted in my tracks and stared at the image, sorrow washing over me. I wanted to see if the person under there was okay, but immediately I thought, what a silly question. He was nowhere close to okay. I dropped some money in the cup and moved on, thinking, that's somebody's son. That's somebody's brother. That's somebody's dad. That's somebody's old friend. Once upon a time, that was somebody's baby. I was shaken, but kept moving, and because I'm a so-called celebrity, and I have means, and I got lucky, soon I was seated in the private comfort of a SUV, speeding safely into the night. I stared absently at my bag of leftovers, tasty free-range chicken and lots of it, and thought, damn, why didn't I leave the food for my fellow man under the blanket? Then I thought, well, maybe he's a vegan. I snickered to myself and thought, that's a good bit, a homeless person who's vegetarian or vegan. But really, I was just trying to cover up my sorrow. I snickered a little more. Now I'm thinking of Snickers. It's not the first bit I've thought up or done about homeless people. Once I did a joke about a guy passing me on the street and I'm eating, and he says, I haven't eaten in 5 days, and I say, well, you're not getting this. Then I say to the audience, I didn't say it, but I thought it. I did another joke about how I once went 3 hours without eating, but that was because of a bad waiter. Jokes are one way to keep sorrow at bay, because, let's be honest, there's no chance the sorrow won't return. Oh, it'll be back, don't worry. Like the line by Bogey at the end of Casablanca. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. Sometimes the sorrow doesn't even wait till tomorrow to return. I really should try and do something to help the homeless, Mom. Because it would help an individual, it'd help my sorrow, and it's also something you would do. Of course, it's no rare thing to see a homeless person in America. We all see them all the time. Or at least, they're there all the time. I'm not sure most of us see them after a while. And getting to the point of being homeless can really, truly happen to anyone. All of us are sad and confused at so many points in our lives. So many of us have addictions and weaknesses, usually more than one. How do people not have a major addiction or weakness in this world? How is that possible? It doesn't take much to lose your way. It's surprisingly easy. The stories are always harrowing and unbelievable, then all of a sudden believable. Yeah, I suppose I could see that happening. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Yeah, I could see that happening to someone I love. Yeah, I could see that happening to me. It happened to me. A week ago, I passed a strip mall and saw a man outside a 7-Eleven and thought maybe he was going through the garbage bin, but I wasn't sure. It was twilight and hard to see. Isn't twilight the most heartbreaking time to see a homeless person and think about the night that's beginning for them? Isn't twilight the most heartbreaking time to see anything? So at first, I couldn't see if he was recycling or looking for food, and maybe he was mumbling to himself. And then he crossed himself, and I realized his mumbling was him saying the Lord's Prayer. He was about to eat, and he was gathering up the pieces that would make up a godly meal all around him on the top of the trash bin. Some people don't have easy lives. They just don't. I angled into the parking spot near him. I got out of the car and walked over and gave him some cash. There's another bit about the homeless I used to do, about how when we give money to the homeless, we base it partly on how we think they'll spend it. Wow, I do a lot of humor about homelessness. I guess it makes sense. If you grow up in the projects and your father is often jobless, and the lights and TV often get shut off because the electricity bill didn't get paid. But who am I? Who is anyone to get judgmental when giving a homeless person money? Because he or she, might buy drugs or liquor with it. Yeah, went my old joke. I didn't think he was going to use the money to open a 401k. Or another joke, maybe he'll buy crack with it because that way, for a few minutes, at least he won't think he's homeless. A lot of us are conditional with our giving. We shouldn't be. Either give or don't give, right, Mom? Who are we to judge? Listen, I'm going to give you this $20 bill, but this is how I want you to allocate it. Screw you. I remember how we'd get our welfare support in the form of vouchers, not cash. So if we had to buy clothes, we'd pay with vouchers. It was really belittling. Probably not intentionally, but belittling nonetheless. As if they'd given my parents cash. Hey, you never know what we might have done with it. That $50 a month could really lead to something dangerous. We might have started a business on the side. Not quite in twilight, Louie. If there are cheeseheads in Bucharest, blame me. Hey, Mom. Hello, Louie. How are you? I'm writing to ask if you could help me with writing my bachelor's paper because I chose a topic, Thematic Variation in Life with Louie by Louie Anderson. I would like to ask you if you could tell me some useful details about the cartoon that no one else knows, and some interesting aspects about you, because there's not much information on the internet. Your biggest fan, Claudia from Poland. Mom, many Americans know who I am. More older ones than younger ones, and lots of Midwesterners, and especially Minnesotans, know. But want to guess where I'm really popular? Eastern Europe. That's because my animated TV series, Life with Louie, which first ran in America in the 90s, somehow became one of the most popular shows in Poland, Romania, and Turkey. So there's a mini generation of people there who grew up watching it, liking it, and identifying with our family's life. The Andersons, can you believe it? I based the show on my childhood experience, though I made some changes. I moved the setting from Minnesota to Wisconsin, which meant the family were all big Green Bay Packers fans, not Minnesota Vikings fans. And while the dad was a war vet like Dad, and his nickname was Andy, like Dad, and he was gruff, he was nowhere near as angry and mean as Dad. I definitely tamed things down. That's TV for you. Lots of details in the show are very similar. The title character, Louie Anderson, is chubby, funny, and sweet like me most of the time. Louie has a kid brother, Tommy, and I gave them 4 older brothers and 4 older sisters, so that's close to accurate. And the mom is Ora Anderson, kind, loving, sweet-natured. Her character was voiced by Edie McClurg, a talented actress and comedian with the perfect Midwestern accent, who played the school secretary in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Recently, while I was performing at a club, Edie was in the audience, and I pointed her out, and the audience went crazy. Mom, she's a cross between you and Mary, with beautiful red hair, a sweet smiling face, and a voice that makes you want to eat pie. She could have fit right into our family. Anyway, Life with Louie ran for 3 seasons and won a couple of Emmy Awards for Outstanding Performer in an Animated Series. But what I'm most proud of is it won the Humanitas Prize for Children's Animation each and every year it ran. The prize is given to stories that affirm the dignity of the human person, probe the meaning of life, and enlighten the use of human freedom. Okay, is that what I'm really most proud of? Or is it Life with Louie branded SpaghettiOs in the shape of various characters from the show? Talk about making it, Mom. I'd carefully eat each of the other characters and push yours to one side, waiting to eat those all together. Now I have hundreds of thousands of Facebook fans from Central and Eastern Europe. I know, what Facebook? Remember the bulletin board at the laundromat? Where people posted stuff like, Dryer 6 doesn't work. Someone should clean the bathroom. Judy's pregnant. Watch All in the Family this Monday. Who has an apartment for rent? Anyone want a cat? Facebook is like that, except with more judgment. My Life with Louie fans often post pictures of themselves in Packers jerseys or hats waving Packers banners. And I always think, wow, there's nowhere they'd be wearing a cheese hat in Romania except for me. My life, my childhood, the goofy, crazy Andersons at 1122 Hazelwood, Apartment A. We caused that. I hope some of the other stuff I was trying to say with Life with Louie also got through. Hi, Louie. I grew up watching the Life with Louie series. Just love the way your mother raised you and treated you the right way in the toughest situations. Let me mention some of the stories I remember even now about her as I've seen them in the series, even though it's been almost 20 years since the series aired in Romania. The story about her becoming the baseball coach for your team. Mother's Day when she got sick and you took care of her. When she won the award for cooking at the fair. When she was against you working over the summer at the golf club and you got more money than the family had in a month. When you got the first stand-up in your dining room after meeting the great Kazoo. When you went camping with the classmates and she sent you extra underwear and cookies. When she got herself a job selling perfume and makeup for money when your father got fired. When her mother died and you searched for a specific place that Grandma went because you forgot to thank her for all the winter blouses. The most emotional episode ever. When she prepared Thanksgiving dinner for all your family and relatives. Your father had a fight with her brother. I hope that story had a happy ending. I don't know if all these stories are true, but I just love your mother for her mind, her soul, her beauty in every way. Best regards, Mirella Maria from Romania. Anyway, sorry fictionalized Wisconsinite Andersons, but go Vikings! Animatedly, Louie. Who, me? Hey, Mom. To be or not to be, that is not the question. No, the question is, could you please get off your butt and pick up the remote control I dropped and slip it back into my hand? Thank you. Okay, that's not the question either. No, the question is, who? Who's going to save me? Isn't that the question we all ask ourselves, silently all the time, whether we're religious or not? Who? Everything else is minor by comparison. What's for dinner? Where's the nearest gas station? When's my favorite TV show on? Nah, it's who will save me in life and who will comfort me, and isn't it true that there isn't one person, or actually there is, because it's really just me that has to decide that I'm enough and that I can take care of myself and that I can comfort myself. And that's why this morning, when I was at the coffee house and I got my coffee, light of course, because you and I put so much milk in our coffee it's almost albino, I did not get the cookies, which came in 6 evil choices: peanut butter, chocolate chunk, peanut chunky, snickerdoodle, pumpkin chocolate chunky cheese, and plain old sugar. Are they trying to kill me? I was the one being confronted. It was up to me to save myself, no one else. I got out of there by the skin of my teeth. Who is what it's all about. You gonna eat that, Louie? Who, me? Other people come in and out of your life, but the real truth is that we have to find peace in ourselves when we look into the mirror. We have to come to the idea that that's enough, that we're enough, and we can survive, that we can be fearless, that we can go forward, that we can find our way, even when sometimes there doesn't seem to be a way to find. In the end, the how doesn't matter that much, does it? If it works, it works. The where doesn't matter either, though it's fun to wonder about. Will it happen as I lie in bed in my home, while traveling in another country, while sitting in a chair, while I'm at the state fair? The what we know. So it's really who and when, and the who is us, a new version of us. So it's really one question, but a different one from the start. When will we be saved? Now? Later? Never? Today is as good a time as any. Saving myself, Louie. I am Christine. Hey, Mom. Playing Christine baskets has helped me appreciate you in new ways, like the restraint and the optimism and the stress and the care you expressed and endured every day of our lives, every day of your marriage, every day of your life as mom of so many children. Christine is so aware of her faults and also of her strengths, and you were like that too. I want to think that I'm like that, but maybe that's for others to say, not me. Jonathan Kreisel, our brilliant director, said about Christine, "You feel for her and the family she was dealt." Is that how you felt, Mom, I wonder? It sounds as if that could be true of you, though you probably would have never put it that way. When the show finally airs, I think people are going to love the character. I hope they'll relate to her because they will see in her their own mom or other moms they've been around. Mothers are artists in their way, wouldn't you say? They're like symphony conductors of entire lives. They're painters and sculptors. And not only is it really hard to shape clay into something really good, but that piece of clay is changing dramatically all the time, even if you never touch it. A painting won't get painted if you just leave the canvas alone, but a child will still develop into something even if you neglect it. Each mom and dad have to adapt to what they're trying to make, hoping to make. And mom and dad also have to let the child turn into the creation he or she wants to be. Oh, and then lots of moms and dads have to do this with 2 or 3 separate creations simultaneously, or in the case of you, Orizella Anderson, with 11 creations. How is that not way more impressive than anything a great painter does? Picasso schmacasso. 11 masterpieces, Mom. That's what you made. You made them with love, care, and kindness. You gave them everything you had. You squeezed every ounce of paint out of the paint tube. Used every bristle on the brush to make our lives more beautiful, more visual. You gave us depth, you gave us color, you gave us foreshadowing and texture. And Mom, sometimes I think you didn't leave enough paint in the tube to complete the masterpiece that was you. Jonathan also said of Christine, movies and TV aren't usually about these type of women. Someone who's gained a lot of weight and had a family and it didn't turn out that great. That's another reason that people are going to fall in love with the character, I think. She's so real. She looks like so many people we all know. She's built like so many people we all know. And if people don't know a bunch of middle-aged or older women and moms who look like Christine and who are built like Christine, those people really need to look in the mirror and figure out what choices they've made in their lives to deprive themselves of that. They should head downtown to any city anywhere in America right now and just sit on a bench, open their eyes. They won't have to wait more than 10 minutes before Christine walks by. Probably more like 2 minutes. Here's Jonathan again. There's so much annoying shit that people have to do just to get through their day. It's a struggle. You have to think, do I have my medicine? Do I have my stuff? People get excited about their cell phone plans, too. They get excited about getting a deal. And Christine is that kind of person. She gets excited about deals. She's got a garage full of stuff. Maybe it's an American thing. Mom, you love the deal. The 88-cent store, the 99-cent store, 2 for 1s. Look at these, Louie, 2 for 1, 3 for 1. It didn't matter if it was crap. You loved anything that was marked down. Don't we all? If you'd have found something that used to be $700 and now it's a quarter, even though we didn't want it or need it, you would have been in heaven. But you are. Never mind. I love Christine. Maybe she's quintessentially American. I love that she can say, I'm in between sizes right now. Mom, the show has amazing writers, but if I'm being completely honest, since I'm the one playing Christine and dressed up as her, every now and then, on set, often in the middle of shooting a scene, I'll tell Jonathan or the writers what I think Christine should say and how I think she should react, and they let me, because they know it's right. Jonathan and the writers don't mind. Their ideas are there in every scene. So as long as we keep the basic content intact, it's fine. I just want to put a little bit more of Orizella Prouty, Orizella Anderson, Louie P. Anderson, and maybe even a little Louis W. Anderson in there too, along with a helping of Mary, Rhea, Sheila, Shanna, and Lisa Anderson. You know what I wonder? When I think of you as I play Christine, which age and stage of you am I channeling? Is it you as an older woman, nearing the end of your life? You when I was just a little boy? You when I was a young man? You as I think you were before I was born? Are those yous very different? I think I'm playing you as a whole, Mom, and think what an advantage I have. Not only am I 62, but you were 77 when you died, so that's 139 years of experience. Could I possibly have added that right? Yes, I did. 139 years to draw on. I think people will respond to Christine because she represents a kind of reverse cool. She's so obviously her own person, doing things on her terms, whether it's bargain shopping at Costco, or baking, or house cleaning, or trying to clean up some mess her sons keep making. I've given Christine an energy, a feistiness that I hope viewers will respond to. She's trying to take control of things. After all the heartache she's suffered, and at this point in her life, how can she possibly have energy to do that? How is she not too exhausted by the very thought of that? How? Because that's you. That's what you were like. That's how your humanity, your empathy were big enough to form the sixth great lake. The best thing about Christine's character, Mom, she gets to twirl. And I don't mean twirl her hair, and I don't mean dance. I mean she gets to be alive. The show premieres in late January. I have a bunch of Baskets Media coming up. I'll write soon. You live in me and with me every day. Louie. My First Lady. Hey, Mom, it's me again. I'm not ready to discuss the day you left this crazy world. I don't know if I ever will be. But I want to talk to you about the time I took you to the White House in 1986 to meet President Reagan and the First Lady. I still think about the experience now and then because it was a joyous event for me as an entertainer and a low point for me as a son. We were there as part of an all-star salute commemorating the reopening of Ford's Theater, where John Wilkes Booth shot and killed President Lincoln. That part of the festivities was bittersweet, too. The renovation was beautiful. But in the museum, in the downstairs of the theater, there were all sorts of artifacts of the tragedy, including the actual bloody sheets, more than a century old, from Abraham Lincoln's dying body. The entertainment was Lance Burton, Victor Borga, Joel Grey, Freddie Roman, Jacqueline Smith, Tommy Tune, and me. It was going to be a TV special, taped, not live. We all performed for the President and First Lady, then went to the White House to meet them. Ron and Nancy. Christine Baskets is a huge Ronald Reagan fan. Not bad for a kid from the St. Paul Projects, right? Mom, I'm writing this letter about a very specific occasion that happened 3 decades ago. Because I was not a very good son that night. I was mean to you. Yes, mean. Yes, me. I thought what you were wearing wasn't up to the White House standards. But my opinion was a bunch of crap. It wasn't true. Want to know the sad thing? The dress you wore was just like one that Christine wears. A sundress, in fact, a quite beautiful one. It was absolutely up to standards. I was being a jerk. Why, I don't know. I still think about my mean-spirited, childish behavior that night. Why would I be cruel? Because someone was cruel to me? And when someone is cruel to you, the cruelty has to go somewhere. If the cruelty happens to you when you're a child, a developing person, the cruelty gets in there, does all kinds of damage, like a ricocheting bullet, keeps ricocheting around in there, and if you don't deal with it, if it isn't addressed and resolved, if you can't figure out why the cruel person is being that way to you, it'll cause you lingering resentments that just keep ricocheting. So, Mom, that resentment came from someplace deep inside me, and I'm sorry that it got out, because you didn't deserve that ricochet hurting you. I wish I had a less disappointing explanation for my actions, but even with an explanation, I still wondered why I would ever hurt you, the sweetest person I'd ever known, the best mother ever. I can't undo how I acted then. I can only say I'm so sorry for being cruel to you, for the stupidity and carelessness of it. To this day, it breaks my heart because I'm sure it broke yours. The best thing is, I know deep in my heart that you forgave me. If you could forgive Dad, then you could do it with me for that. Mom, I had the bullet removed, finally. The resentment of Dad, the resentment is gone. And I know I've done some kind things for you. I know that because Jimmy told me when you were a young mother, before I was born, you'd say things like, someday I'm going to go to Europe, and I'm going to have this, and I'm going to do that. And he would say, it's never going to happen, Ma. Though he told me that he felt really bad afterwards, that he had dismissed your dreams like that. And with each kid added, the chances of you doing even one of those things got smaller and smaller, then tiny, then it looked like they disappeared altogether. And then, in the late 80s, I took you to England, and we had lunch in Paris. I bought you a nice car, I took you to the White House, and at least some of those experiences and possessions you had always wished for happened. I'm glad I could do that. Still, please accept my sincere apology for my senseless behavior. Mom, you were, and always will be, my First Lady. You're regretful, careless, and occasionally even cruel 10th child, Louie. Thank you, brother. Hey, Tommy. Thanks for helping Shanna and for all you do for me and everyone in our family. What you did for Mom, Billy, and Sheila, thanks for thinking about me. I can't wait to see you when I'm back in town for New Year's Eve, and also when you visit me again. Life is short and we should cherish each other all the time. And, like you, be willing to help. Miss you, love you, Truth Ranger, a.k.a. my brother Thomas Todd Anderson. Love, Brother Louie. Truth Ranger. Hey, Mom, I've been texting a lot with Tommy since we live far apart. I love texting because it's a great way to send a really quick message to someone, which they usually see pretty quickly, if not immediately. It doesn't take the time of a phone call, and it doesn't demand the other person be available when you send the message. It has an intimacy. I love that Tommy and I can communicate in this way, especially since I'm in Las Vegas or Los Angeles or traveling, and he's in Newport, Minnesota, just a few miles down the Mississippi from where we grew up in East St. Paul, and it's too rare that we get a chance to be in the same place together. But we try. I loved and love all my brothers and sisters, but Tommy and I are 2 years apart. He's been my best buddy, the sibling I'm closest to, the baby of the family, number 11 of 11. He and I are 2 peas in a pod, as Laurel and Hardy used to say. You know all this, Mom. He's funny and he loves to tinker and he's impatient and he rolls his own cigarettes and he's a hoarder, like us, and so generous and really smart and such a good friend, and he's bipolar and a little paranoid. And I used to tiny talk with him when I was mad at him because he was the only sibling who was younger than I was and who I could sort of bully. And later, I made that part of one of my routines. He will always be my baby brother. I've given him at least 200 tiny bottles of shampoo that I've taken from hotel rooms. He was so sweet and good to move back to the Twin Cities to help with our sisters. The last couple of years, Tommy's been signing most of his texts to me with Truth Ranger. He came up with the idea for a children's show called Truth Rangers, which would encourage kids to always tell the truth. There'd be some adventure, and the outcome would be a lesson about truth or lying or just life. He always puts the phrase in quotation marks, though he's used it so often at this point he could just drop them. Nobody's going to sue. He'll text me anything. That's what texting does for you, Mom. Anything and everything seems worth sharing. A few examples from Tommy to me. Stay away from the dollar store. You won't be able to stop yourself. Haha. My neighbor Kelly knocked over the computer monitor / TV, which was held up by a gallon of enamel paint. Have to perform brain surgery on myself. Just need one more mirror. Truth Ranger. I think it's the little things, at least as much as the big things, maybe even more than the big things, that remind me to be present and grateful. I love having a younger brother. Love, lucky older brother Louie, a.k.a. Truth Ranger's sidekick. New Year's Eve, minus the booze. Hey, Mom. Tonight's New Year's Eve 2015, almost 2016. And for each of the last 25 years, I've hosted a special kind of New Year's Eve bash. Now we do it at the Ames Center in Burnsville. Before that, it was at Northrop Auditorium on the University of Minnesota campus. So what makes it special? Starting the year after you died, I decided to begin each new year honoring you. How? By having no alcohol served at the venue where I perform. Because we grew up with a father who always drank and who made us live in fear of his drunken behavior. And of all of us, you had to deal with it most of all. So I wanted one night. In fact, the night most associated with alcohol consumption, when people who don't want liquor in their lives could go someplace have a great celebration, and not worry about drinking or being around people who are drunk. The Minnesotans and tourists who come seem to really love it. My goal tonight, like every time I perform, but especially tonight, is to make people feel as if they are going to pee from laughing so hard. There you go. Let it go. I don't want a dry pair of pants in the house on a dry but really, really cold, good Minnesota night. The truth is, I wish we could have gotten away from Dad, the raging alcoholic. I wish we were strong enough. I wish you were strong enough. Can I say that? Is that another way of calling you weak? I don't mean that. And what would we have done anyway? Live year-round on welfare? Obviously, you had something you needed to complete with Dad, something you felt you just couldn't give up. What was it, though? For one reason or another, you thought that, in the end, we were better off with him than without. I'll never really know. I understand that you had all these kids, and you must have told yourself, well, at least I know what I have with him. Maybe you told yourself there are worse men out there, and that maybe you would have ended up with that man. Or no one. I understand that it would have been a very hard road to leave him. If you had actually considered it, there weren't shelters then, places to hide out, or to go for support, to leave kids for a while, as much as there are today. Though there should be more of those today, and better support and services. I understand how hard it is, because once you're on a well-worn path, it's easier to keep treading on it. I put easier in quotation marks because it's a lie, Mom, it isn't easier. But the path you're staying on, that we stayed on, we knew for certain it had monsters on it. We had seen them. We would see them again. They were always just about to jump out. And if alcoholism changed as it did with Dad, and no longer ignited into violence, well, it morphed into something else later, a simmering, contemptuous meanness that was often far worse than an outburst, because with an outburst, at least, you knew it would be over quickly, and you'd get a reprieve from the pain. That's a lie, too. To this day, Mom, I still think about the drunken abuse Dad doled out to you, hitting you, calling you a whore. There's a helplessness we all felt. Maybe you stayed with him because you loved him, and you knew that if you really worked hard or prayed enough or loved him enough, that he'd be able to turn it around. I'll stick it out, and I'll do the best I can, keep moving forward, and maybe something good will come around the corner. You were the most optimistic person, or the most stubborn, or the most determined. Maybe all three. You won in the end, 'cause he quit drinking. But he really never changed. And then he got sick, and physical health, or the lack of it, is the great equalizer. And when a loved one gets sick, everything else takes a back seat. It looks meaningless by comparison. Then it's just about survival. But why not emotional and psychological sickness? Why don't they stop us from what we're doing, so we can address that? Must it always be cancer before we press the pause button? I know, more questions than can ever be answered, but I had to ask. People talk about how drugs ruin lives, and they do. I'm not downplaying how terrible drugs can be, but marijuana is legal now, at least medical marijuana in some states. I'm all for it. It makes more sense to legalize weed than alcohol. Let's legalize marijuana in all states, and not just for medical purposes. Because we all need something and it helps us get through the pain. I get why people drink, but weed is a lot better. Then again, fans used to come up to me after the shows, wanting me to smoke pot with them, and I told them, do I look like I need another reason to be hungry? The fallout from alcohol use is far worse than from marijuana use. I don't have statistics, I just know that alcoholism still affects my life. And Dad's been gone almost 40 years. I know that when you grow up in an alcoholic family, it's kind of like an atom bomb, or a hydrogen bomb, or any of those bombs, where no one gets out unscathed. You're affected at the time and as time goes on. Its effects seep into your life, affecting everything you do, from the friends you attract, to the risks you take or don't take, to the whole life you try to lead. And how about drunk driving? You hardly, if ever, hear about someone smoking pot and then going out and recklessly killing someone because they fell asleep at the wheel because they veered into the other lane. You know what a four-way stop in Minnesota looks like with stoned Midwestern polite drivers? No one'll go. You go. No, you go. He won't go. Please go. Go. I'm not kidding. Now go. I know there are lots of drugs that if people were under the influence, it would be absolutely terrible for them to drive. But we know what drunk drivers do so often, not just severely damaging or ending the life of the drinker, but destroying other people's lives, strangers' lives. A disease like alcoholism permeates everything. It's like the poisonous chemical, DDT, that was used to treat crops all over the country and the world, that then caused people to have all kinds of different lymphomas and cancers. Oh, sorry about the digression, Mom. Back to New Year's Eve. I chose it because it's the one night of the year that Dad could justify his drinking. And what a bunch of bullshit that is, justifying becoming a mean, violent prick. The one night that people have permission to beat their wives or husbands or abuse their kids, an alcoholic's dream. Do drug addicts have a night like that? Halloween, maybe. I don't know. As you know, Mom, my all-time #1 addiction is food. It's my drug, and a brutal one. What cartel brought Krispy Kreme donuts into the country? Food addiction is an epidemic in America because we produce so much processed, fast food, horrible bad food, but also delicious healthy food. We have the best and the worst. I'm not sure when my food addiction started, Mom, but you must have known, right? That bread and butter combination is what really did me in, Mom, and led to so many other fattening foods, or foods in fattening portions. Yes, bread and butter were probably my gateway drug. It's so freaking cold in Minnesota, Mom. I love coming back here for this show, and all the other times I've come back during the year to see family and to perform. It's not terrible tonight, but sometimes it'll be like 14 below or 36 below with the wind chill or something insane like that. I need to make sure I have my whole tundra outfit when I get here. I get so bundled up that if I fell over, I'd never be able to get up on myself. When I'm bundled up like that, and I smile, you can only see my eyes and my signature gap between my teeth. I think another reason I do this special evening, so I don't have to go outside from one celebration to another, alcohol or no alcohol. I'm just glad for the past 2.5 decades I've hosted people on New Year's Eve so they could laugh their asses off. Laughter is the addiction everybody should have. Something that gives us great joy without any harm. Well, except peeing your pants. It's my favorite addiction. Happy New Year. You're hungry for laughs, son? Louie. If you're suffering out there from domestic violence or substance abuse, please refer to the PDF that came with this program for more information. (2016) Yes, man. Hey, Mom. I had a gig over Valentine's Day at the Horseshoe Bay Resort near Austin, Texas. Working with Martha Kelly, one of the co-stars of Baskets. She plays Martha Brooks. She's a great comedian, and it was the first time that we were working together like this. The first time I worked anywhere since Baskets began airing, which is exciting. The place is interesting. I don't know if I should call it a rich people's resort, but it certainly isn't a poor people's resort. Kind of like a Poconos of Texas. Or back home, Minnesotans with more money than we have would say, we're going to the lakes. A place where you have to save up a little to get away. At Horseshoe, it looked like the well-to-do and the not-so-well-to-do came together for a wonderful weekend of golf, fun in the sun, and some entertainment. Maybe it was richer than I first thought. As we drove by the big houses with big sheds, I asked the driver why the sheds are so big, and he said they were private airplane hangars connected to the house. Imagine being rich enough to have your own airplane hangar next to your house. Or one of the multiple houses, probably. Wow, Mom, I gotta work harder and make some more money. I need a hangar. Later, I had a really nice dinner with Roger's family and Nettie, who came up from Houston and Austin. Anne loves seeing everybody. Then Martha and I met backstage, prepping for the show. Even though Martha was opening for me, and I was the headliner, I wanted to introduce her, something I learned from Joan Rivers, who was wonderful and generous that way. So, while we were there behind the curtain, and we could hear everyone in the banquet hall eating and talking over dessert, I took the microphone and said, "Welcome, everybody, and Happy Valentine's Day." We heard some cheers and some applause. "I'm really excited to have this next comedian open for me tonight. I work with her on a little show called Baskets." As soon as I said that, we heard more people applauding and cheering. It was the first time I realized that people were actually watching the TV show. Oh, so exciting. We had a great show, a ton of fun. Martha was fantastic, and we each went to bed, and I got up the next morning to head home. This week I'm doing a conversation on something called Reddit. I'll explain it later. But I said yes because I've been saying yes a lot this year. In fact, when I got the role in Baskets, I made 2 promises to myself. 1, don't complain. 2, always say yes. I've been able to stick to them so far. I'm proud of myself for that. Yes, complaint-free, Louie. Podcasts and home. Hey, Mom. Well, I just finished a Reddit AMA, which stands for Ask Me Anything. It was an interview with a lot of strangers where different people asked me questions and I answered them on my computer, and everyone can read the exchange on their computer screen or on their phone. Yes, Mom, on their phone, but not like the ones we used when we were growing up. Even though everyone's in their own home or office or maybe even on the bus or at the beach. It was fun, and people were really engaged. What an interactive world it's become, Mom. In fact, I'm not even writing this letter. I'm talking into the microphone that's on my phone. Yes, Mom, on my phone. Just talking into my phone, which doubles as a recording device, and a camera, and a calendar, and a calculator, and a photo album, and a jukebox, and a place to shop, and a place to make reservations, and a place to play card games and other games, and a small TV set, and lots more. And can you believe it? After I talk these words into my phone, it also transcribes what I say into written words. For the most part, it gets the words right, but technology is not perfect, and now and then it misses. Like, when I said the word words in the last sentence, it spelled it out warts. Maybe I didn't pronounce it clearly enough. A small price to pay for convenience. Once I said acknowledgement, but what was typed was egg-knowledge-ment. Ha ha. You had so much egg knowledge, Mom. You made them great. Scrambled, sunny side up, soft-boiled, hard-boiled, poached. You always loved poached. I think you enjoyed the challenge of making the perfect poached egg. Anyway, it's a technology I appreciate, and I can talk a lot faster than I can type. In a couple of days, I fly back to Minnesota to host a big shindig thrown by the Bloomington Convention and Visitor Bureau. This great evening where they give out awards to all those wonderful people who work in Bloomington's service industry, the best of the area's hotel staffs. So they have Bellman of the Year, Maid of the Year, Concierge of the Year, and Front Desk Person of the Year. I'm sure I'll really enjoy hosting it. I think every day should start with an award, an acknowledgement, maybe even acknowledgement. You know, you get applause when you come downstairs in the morning, just like an actor or a singer or comedian comes out on stage, or a great athlete comes out onto the field, or the court, or the ice. I think everybody should be treated wonderfully and applauded to recognize what they do and that they make people happy and make their lives easier. We need more of people, all people, not just the stars and the louder people being treated special. Earlier today, I did the Marc Maron podcast. A podcast is a crazy thing, Mom. You'd really love it. It's kind of an offshoot of a radio show that's a CB radio plus a ham radio, like where people used to talk to each other and other people with CBs and ham radios could listen, especially truckers and people who are good with electronics or who lived in the middle of nowhere and craved human contact. Only now you don't have to drive trucks or live in the Sandwich Islands to listen. Ham radio, Sandwich Islands, okay, I'm hungry. Anyway, you can wake up or go to sleep or exercise to people talking about cooking, murders, baseball, politics, arthritis, or how they became a comedian. Mark is a very talented comic and a friend I worked with at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles in the 80s when he and I were starting out. He was one of the first guys to understand how podcasts could really be used, and he devoted his to interviewing fellow comedians. And then his podcast got so popular that he even interviewed President Barack Obama, our first black president. Yes, Mom, it didn't take as long for it to happen as everyone thought. Mom, I was thinking that I would do a podcast where it's me, Louie, planning to host a key figure from my life growing up. Say a third-grade teacher or a dentist or a childhood friend in every installment of the show. The promised guest doesn't show up for a lame reason. And guess who shows up? Dad. And then Dad is the guest every week. And that would be really funny because then I could do both voices and include yours, Mom. So you, Dad, and me would be doing a podcast every week. It would be so much fun. Mom, the day after the awards event in Bloomington, I'm having lunch with Tommy, Lisa, Jimmy, and whatever other Andersons want to show up whenever I'm in the Twin Cities. Then I head off to Florida for a couple days of relaxation before I do a week at the Off the Hook Comedy Club in Naples, Florida, which I really love. I wish you were here to have lunch with us, Mom. We all do. Love, Louie. That was your baby, Mom. Hey, Mom. I have not written in many days. It's been too tough. Last Saturday, I landed in Minneapolis, went right to the DoubleTree Hotel in Bloomington, and it was already 5:15. I had to go on at 8:30, but I was exhausted. I snuck in a 15-minute, not really a nap, but I lay there very still and silent and recited some prayers and a mantra and took some deep breaths. My friend Jason Schomer, a talented comedian, came by the room and we laughed and had a good time. And I talked about an idea for an animated series that I wanted him to take part in. We talked about life and all things that come with being a comic. I said how I love being so busy and traveling and doing things that make people happy. I got to the Bloomington Diamond Service Awards event around 7. The crowd was ready to honor some truly deserving people. The award winners were lovely, and I got to do a fun stand-up set. People seemed to really like it. Afterward, in my room, I ate some room service, relaxed, and in my prayers that night I thanked God for all the people and all the good things in my life. Sweet dreams, that's what I thought. But you never know, Mom. The next day, a car picked me up and headed to Newport to pick up Tommy. Remember Newport, Mom? The old dump was there. It must have been on Native American land because I remember Dad negotiating with the Midwakanton Sioux, who lived near there so he could take junk out of the dump. People discard stuff there, and he always found things he could fix or use or make better. It was embarrassing and interesting at the same time. Dad taught me about the value of things without saying a word or knowing he was teaching me. So many things that seem broken or useless can actually be fixed. That's easy if it's mechanical or electronic or a piece of furniture. It's a lot harder when it's a person or a family. Anyway, I picked Tommy up. He did not look good. I almost said something, but thought, well, maybe he didn't sleep much, or maybe he just had a bad night. I did ask if he was okay, and he said he was fine. But Tommy, the Truth Ranger, was never one to tell the truth about how he was feeling. So I got into the habit long ago of not asking, which was wrong. I should have pushed. We went to Applebee's, not my first choice, but the rest of the group, including Jimmy and his new love Leela, and David Anderson and his new wife Melkar, was happy because everybody can find something they want there. And you can get 2 entrees plus 1 appetizer for $20, which is one of Tommy's favorite things. He got the shrimp and the pasta, I think. He looked like he was really enjoying himself, and we all were, though Lisa couldn't make it because something came up with her. We had some good laughs and took some pictures and then hung out a long time, maybe 3 or 4 hours. I'm glad we did. I was leaving that evening for Florida, so we wrapped it up. I had to be at the airport for a 5:30 flight to Tampa, and I told the driver first to drop Tommy off at the house. We got there. Tommy said, "You want to come up, look at my neighbor's new 50-inch 4K TV? I was just too tired. I asked him again if he was okay. You know me, Mom. I always want to know how everybody else is doing. And he said, "Yeah, I'm good." We hugged, I told him I loved him, and he told me he loved me. I headed to the airport, got to my hotel in Florida about 9:30, and fell asleep by 10. The next morning I hung out with my great friend Abraham and other friends from down there. And somehow, I really don't know how, we all decided to watch the latest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. We muted our phones during the movie. Afterward, I forgot to look at my phone and didn't check it until I returned to the hotel lobby. That's when I saw all the calls I'd missed. I recognized some of them, a couple from Lisa, a call from Jimmy, a call from Shanna, and some I didn't recognize with Minnesota area codes. Mom, you know that terrible dread you feel when you see missed calls from people trying to get a hold of you? In your day, it would have been an upsettingly large number, a blinking red number of calls left on the answering machine. Dear God, it's overwhelming. Something happened to somebody. I felt like fainting, as I filled with sorrow and dread and all the different terrible things you can actually feel at once, but mostly dread. Oh no, 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 no. No calls from Tommy. Shit. Oh God, please, no. I called Lisa. She said, "It's Tommy." That was it, Mom. Tommy. Oh, Mom. I fell apart. I completely fell apart. It hurt me when Dad died. It destroyed me when you died, and when Kent and Rhea and Mary and Roger and Billy and Sheila died. And now my baby brother Tommy. My little brother Tommy. Oh, why didn't I take him to the hospital? I was wailing in the lobby of the hotel. Why would God do this? Oh, God. Thank God Abraham was with me. He said almost nothing. He understood. He knew Tommy. He loved Tommy. He knew what we meant to each other. I made it up to my hotel room somehow with Abraham's help. Inside, I writhed with pain, rolled from one side of the couch to the other, moved to the chair, moved to the corner, leaning against the wall, knowing I would find no comfort there either, or anywhere. We were supposed to be the last ones left, Louie and Tommy and Louie, to tell stories about all the others. He and I grieve together, grow old together. He was my #1 cheerleader, always rooting for me. He was proud of me. He loved being my little brother, the Truth Ranger. He was the guy who worked so hard to get off the streets. Tommy was my shadow, my other half in life. We were the last two in the family, the two afterthoughts, he and I almost more like grandchildren than children. And we suffered together the terror of Dad's rage, the abuse. We shared the same fear and the frightening cruelty from back then and throughout our childhood. We had a silent understanding between us. Nobody had heard from him that day. His body was found early afternoon. Lisa went to the apartment. He was on the edge of his bed, on his back, his arm over his chest like he had started to get up and then grabbed at his heart. Heart attack, probably. I should have taken him to the hospital. I should have gone up and seen the 4K TV. I was glad he had the 2 for $20 at Applebee's. It wasn't fair. It was life. I probably couldn't have stopped it. Mom, please tell me he's with you, and you are both okay. Your broken-hearted son, Louie. A moment I think I wish I hadn't missed, followed by one I'm so happy I didn't. Hey, Mom, while Tommy's body lay at the Cremation Society of Minnesota, waiting to be turned into ashes, I was in the car to Tampa Airport to head back to Minneapolis. Though even if I had been in Minneapolis, I'm not sure I could have handled it. At times in life, there are no words, no thoughts. There is only loss and sorrow heavier than anything you've lifted or deeper than anything you've ever experienced. The only word I can think of for how it felt to me, deafening. It was as if everything else was pushed out by the loss and sorrow, so that I couldn't hear or feel anything else. When the cremation was over, Justin, one of your grandsons, Jimmy's third son, called me like I asked him to. By this time I was sitting on the plane, about to pull away from the gate. The flight attendant asked me again to shut down my device, but I only pretended to obey, then continued the conversation. My seatmate, rather than giving me the evil eye, seemed sympathetic. She could hear that I was having a genuinely important conversation, which was making me very emotional. Justin told me that he'd been there throughout the process with Tommy's body, saying, "I'm right here with you, buddy. I'm right here with you," until it was ashes. I could barely hold it together. Even though I wasn't thinking about my seatmate and another part of my brain, I was so appreciative for her understanding. When the flight attendant passed our way again, she did not have an understanding expression. I had to hang up if I didn't want to be one of those people. I felt drained. I was so sad about Tommy. So sad that I wasn't there with him for the final moments, and so sorry that Justin had to be there alone with him. The plane began to taxi. I looked over at my seatmate. I could tell from her expression that she felt for me. "I wish I could get a sign," I said to her, barely above a whisper. I was crying in front of a stranger, and I didn't care. I just wish I could get a sign from God that everything is okay. Something. She nodded and faced the window. The plane turned onto the runway, and as it did, Mom, I swear to you, the biggest, brightest field of sunlight poured through the window, blinding me and my seatmate. She turned to me, her eyes wider than it looked like they should go. My eyes must have been just as wide. A tremendous peace washed over me. "Oh, Tommy." "Louie." Life is funny. Hey, Mom. Now that the first season of Baskets has aired, fans of the show and of Christine have been communicating with me, sharing their thoughts about what they see in her and the memories of their moms, too. It's beautiful. The show got picked up for a second season, which is great, but I received word the day after Tommy died, so I was in a fog. I'm still in a fog. I've lost so many siblings, Mom, too many. I can't believe it's 7 sisters and brothers I've lost. What an awful number for that description. It was 6, and now it's 7. You lost siblings too, Mom. Your sister Aunt Iona died years after you did. But you lost Perry, who I got my middle name from. And there was Viroka, your sister you never knew. How did she get that name? Another question I wish I had asked you. Viroka, who got pneumonia when she was a baby and died at 2 years old. Aunt Iona said she remembered Grandma Bertha sobbing and sobbing when the baby died. So many tears are shed, Mom. When Uncle Perry went to visit Aunt Iona and Uncle Ike in South Dakota, he had a dog, and Iona wouldn't let pets in the house. So Shanna, who was a little girl then and living with them, of course wanted to see the dog. And she walked outside the house with Uncle Perry to his car, where he had kept the dog. With the windows almost closed, she saw this little chihuahua in the car, and Shanna says the dog was crying. Not just whimpering, like dogs do, but looking up at Shanna and Uncle Perry and shedding actual tears, just like a human. She said, I never got over it. Love, Louie. Comedian, movie star, leader of the free world. Hey, Mom. I'm in the green room for Live with Kelly and Michael, preparing to talk baskets. I don't want to sound big-headed, but I always thought I could be a great actor. I dreamed I could win an Oscar someday, either for acting or directing. I dreamed I would be one of the very few performers to win an Oscar, a Tony, a Emmy, a Grammy. Well, I've won one of those so far, the Emmys for Life with Louie, though I've won some other awards too. A few years ago, I was on a TV show called Splash, which was a really great experience for me because I got to face my fear of heights by jumping into a swimming pool from a 10-meter diving board in front of lots of people live and millions more on TV. I couldn't turn back. Well, I could, but if I did, I'd have loads of shame and video evidence of it for eternity. Yes, it was quite a splash, Mom. I loved doing it. But besides giving me strength and some exposure to a younger audience, after I did my splash on Splash, the United States Diving Association gave me an award of sorts, making me an honorary member of the U.S. diving team. I guess when a 420-pound person jumps off a 10-meter diving board in front of a national TV audience, he should get something. The whole experience was a gift. I finally got a chance to climb that rope I never could in high school gym class. Not only climb, but climb to the top and leave my initials up there for all time. Where was I? Oh, right. Winning awards. Maybe I always thought too much of myself. Before I wanted to be a comedian, I wanted to be a politician, but only president, nothing short of that. Fortunately, I found stand-up comedy. You know, I wasn't much of a student. For a while after high school, I was employed by St. Joe's Home for Children in Minneapolis, working with kids from troubled homes, and the experience taught me a great deal, while at the same time it broke my heart, preparing me to be a better person someday. But I wanted to do comedy. I was lucky it came so naturally. I was able to make people laugh with just silence, which is a gift. Of course, you have to have lots of material, and I do, but if you can get people to laugh by just raising an eyebrow or barely twitching your mouth or being quiet. Jack Benny was the master. Anyway, I knew I had something because I would try to make people laugh and they would laugh. And then I would be serious and people would still laugh. I'm being serious, I would say, and then they would laugh even harder. You guys. Then I realized, all right, Louie, you came from a funny family, a funny, tragic, crazy family. When you're in a situation with an alcoholic parent or anyone who's crueler than usual, there's humor there, because you have to find humor there, or you'll go crazy, or you'll kill yourself. Dad's knocked out from drinking. Fake stab him in the chest. Yeah, you'll be in a ton of trouble if he wakes up while you're doing it, but it's funny to do this to somebody who's caused you so much pain, and especially do it in front of your kid brother and make him laugh. And anyway, there's almost no chance the drunk is waking up. Or kneel behind your dad. Or watch your brother kneel behind him, like you're fake pushing him down the basement stairs. Or lock the front door as your dad goes out to start the car in the freezing cold so he can't get back in. Cruelty begets cruelty. Do you have to be a cruel person to make such jokes? No. You do need to understand cruelty and possibly have actually experienced it so that you can find the humor in it. I really believe, Mom, that human beings have a cruel streak. You see it with chimpanzees. Sometimes chimps just randomly turn on each other or drive other chimps away, or beat up a chimp that looks beat-upable. I guess deep down, a lot of us are just bullies. Most of us handle it well. We've learned to repress that side. But when the opportunity arises for a weaker creature to be bullied, the less brave bullies in the group the less evolved, less mature ones who can't manage our natural bullying tendencies spring into action. Chimps, humans, same thing. Now and then in my act, I do jokes that touch on real darkness, but I have to be very careful or the crowd gets sad and concerned for me. So then I go broad instead, and jokes, say, about killing the whole family, or take the joke I came up with about hecklers. Once after a heckler said his piece and I dealt with him, I said to the audience, wouldn't it be something if one night I came out and did my routine and I killed a heckler? It would change comedy. Next week, I do my show, and the guy starts in with me with, Louie, you suck, and then the guy next to him leans over and whispers, he killed a heckler last week. That would change things, wouldn't it? How did I turn into a comedian? Sometimes I like to think of myself as some sort of pod. The 10th child, the sadness and goofiness and fear and desire to make people smile and laugh, all brewing in me at some optimum chemical rate until it created me, Louie Anderson, stand-up comedian. So I went from dreaming about being president and helping people that way and making them like and love me for that to being a comedian and helping people that way and making them like and love me for that. It was a no-brainer because being funny was easy for me. Then I made either my greatest discovery or my biggest blunder. I created a fat character and started writing jokes about being fat. It made me very successful, but also put me in a corner, a place where it caused me great anxiety to lose weight. Because whenever I lost enough weight to notice, people would say to me the cruelest thing that they could possibly say, though they didn't realize it. Why would you want to get skinny? You won't be funny anymore. Oh, it really ticked me off. They thought I was funny because I was fat. Maybe that's all I am to some people, a fat comic. I just know that if I believed that, I'd be dead by now. I believe I'm a comic who happens to be fat. People don't like to see other people change. It's jarring. It's a threat to their own inability to change. Richard Pryor quit drinking and doing drugs, and suddenly people didn't think he was funny anymore. Richard was funny till the day he died. It's just that some of his fans didn't want him to exorcise the demons that for so many years had animated his comedy and intelligence, and their memory of him. They liked that Richard Pryor. Louie, where are the fat jokes we love? I assumed a character that is mostly sweetness and niceness, not the worst character in the world for me to play, Mom. But it didn't give people enough, and it didn't give me enough. You need some sides to go with your entree. You need horseradish on your roast beef. Who wants to see sweet and nice with no loose cannon at the end of it? The thing that made Archie Bunker so popular was that he could say the most horrible thing, but then he could also find redemption in himself. He could repent. He could be all of us. I never knew how to be all of us until I put that dress on as Christine Baskets. With Christine, I can be mean and nice, happy and sad. I can be everything in that character. I should have found that sort of character a lot earlier and stuck to my guns that I could play and be someone who's not just Mr. Nice Fat Guy. Mr. Fat Nice Guy? Are they two different people? But maybe, Mom, I wasn't ready for that next character until now. It's easy for me to blame the industry or the culture, but I have to take responsibility for my choices. No one twisted my arm to do comedy and pursue the opportunities that I did. Yes, it's hard to stick to your guns in show business, but you have to do just that before it gets too late. When you're a comedian or even an actor, at some point, you better know who you are. You better stick to who you really are and not try to sell anything else, because if you do, it'll backfire. You won't be considered anything. And if there happens to be videos and recordings of you performing in a way that's not really you, and there will be, you'll die every time you have to watch it. Is the message of this letter to thine own self be true? Not to knock Shakespeare, but it's more than that. To thine own self be everything you are, be everything that's true about you. The good thing, Mom, is that I may have saved the best for last, or let's say, my best for later. We served dessert at the end of the meal because if we ate it first, none of the rest of the food would ever get eaten. This Christine Baskett's character might be the beginning of a great new period for me. New kind of roles, who knows? I might even play a man next. Love, Louie. Make your date. Hey, Mom. Happy Mother's Day. Remember when you and I appeared on TV for that Mother's Day special on Twin Cities Live with the other Twin Cities personalities and their moms? You were so nervous, I could see it. But you held it together and turned out to be the star, no question. Very funny and very sassy. I was the butt of all your jokes, a lot of fat jokes, and I didn't mind one bit. Your timing was beautiful. Shanna was in the audience. She even cried. Anyway, today I did this Mother's Day event in Detroit, something I started doing a couple of Mother's Days ago. That's when my manager, Amos, asked me if I would perform at a benefit to help raise money for this program started by his sister Sonia, a maternal-fetal medicine doctor, an obstetrician specializing in high-risk pregnancies. It's called Make Your Date, or, as I like to call it, Baby Mama. When I heard what they did, of course I said yes, partly because Amos's family has kind of adopted me, partly because it's such a good cause, and partly because you had all those kids, Mom. Make Your Date helps pregnant teens and young women in Detroit who don't have the means to get car fare for their regular appointments at clinics or with OBGYNs. It helps moms with resources like health insurance, home visits, and prenatal care, and it provides them with a plan to help manage doctor's appointments and other steps important to a healthy pregnancy, birth, and baby. Make Your Date gives these young moms-to-be classes to learn more about their pregnancy and health. So far, the organization has helped more than 6,000 young women. When you're pregnant and poor, and maybe feel more stressed and crappy because the guy's not involved, it's way too easy for these girls and young women not to schedule regular checkups or miss them because they simply can't get off from work or school or they lack the money to go. They might think it's not that important to make the date for those appointments. By missing them and not finding out important things about the developing fetus and their own health, the young women increase the chance of a low birth weight delivery and deliver their babies preterm, which is the leading cause of infant mortality. Detroit has the nation's second highest infant mortality rate after Cleveland. So this great organization steps in to make these mothers-to-be more aware and able to get the help they need, and, most important, the support they lack. Support goes a long way in times of need. Remember how much we used to get when we were on welfare, Mom? $53 a month? It just about paid for rent in the projects. Mom, how could I not melt for an organization like Make Your Date? You were pregnant more than half your life, weren't you? Okay, not quite, but it must have seemed that way for a couple of decades there. That's one of the reasons I wanted to help. Plus, having 5 sisters of my own, all of whom gave birth, each year I do the benefit. I think of you and how important it was for you to get to those appointments. Yet how proud you were, even when you didn't have enough gas money, or bus money, or any money. Being poor is a drag. I remember we got help from the welfare and we weren't supposed to have a colored TV, so when the welfare lady came by to check on us, we had to hide the Magnavox. What a terrible situation being penalized for having things that Dad actually got at the dump and fixed himself. And if he made too much money at his job, we would lose all the benefits we received from aid to families with dependent children. Once you're poor, they really want to keep you poor. We should support people a lot more, Mom. Yeah, I know people take advantage of welfare and food stamps. I know people take advantage of the government, especially really rich people. As usual, though, those who misuse the system cause a problem for those folks who don't. There's a whole big group of poor people out there that are so thankful and grateful for the help they get. I think about how you and Dad were so resourceful at cutting corners, cutting coupons, and even cutting our hair. Mom, that terrible bowl cut. Remember those times when we just had enough money to pay either the gas or the electric bill, but not both? And you, of course, would pay the gas bill because we needed it for heating and cooking. So it was dark. You lit a lot of candles, including all the church candles you stole. And remember, Mom, how we somehow had a Hanukkah menorah? You're such a pack rat like me, which holds 9 candles. And even though your family goes all the way back to the Mayflower and Dad's family is Scandinavian Lutheran, you use the menorah to help light the house? That was a mitzvah, Ma. You're always resourceful, Mom, which poor people have to be so much more than those people who aren't poor. Your kindness saved us, Mom, literally. We were poor and there were so many of us. But because you were sweet and thoughtful and so beloved by your friends, they helped us get through. Every few weeks after Monty's husband left for work, we would go over to her place by the ham brewery, and she would open up a big freezer, and she would take out those big roasts and give them to you for all of us. Monty had as big a heart as you. There's pride and then there's survival. You always knew what mattered. I remember Halloween for the candy, but also for how all of us kids from the poorer families would go either as ghosts or bums because everyone at least had a sheet, and hopefully it was clean. Anyway, Mom, helping with Make Your Date is about the best thing I can think to do on Mother's Day, and it helps all of those young women, and especially those babies, and one of those babies might one day save us all. That's what I always think. Who is going to save us? Is it going to be just one person, a bunch of people? I'm counting on it. I mean, I know we all have to save ourselves, but you get it. Someone to save us from all the other big scary stuff out there. I hope somebody comes along and says the right thing that sparks us to start getting along better and to start feeling more inclusive toward one another and to start being less divisive. We really need people to start reaching out, from church pew to church pew, neighbor to neighbor. Make us realize that we all are in the same boat and it's sinking, and no one seems to care, and the people who aren't helping are the ones who aren't in the boat, or they think that they aren't, but they really are, right alongside with the rest of us, and they're going down with all of us unless we all take a hard look at who we are and what we are doing. I try to take a hard look, but I also know I can be selfish at times. I need to work even more at being a nicer person, a more giving person. Make Your Date might just save lives. Healthier babies will be born in the world. Pretty fantastic. You saved our lives, Mom. I don't think you looked at it like that, but you did. I have so many more questions for you, Mom, like, did you give birth to any babies at home? I remember that you said when Kent was a baby there was no crib, so he slept in the top drawer of the dresser. They're selling that concept again with baby boxes, Mom. What goes around comes around. I guess because so many of the old ideas were actually pretty smart. History matters. It matters if we're going to make the best of things in our own individual lives, in America, in the world. What are we doing to our world? God, I sound like a preacher or a blowhard. Mom, you always like to call people blowhards when they were being, well, blowhards. Sorry about that. But I know you're proud of me for doing what I did today. I hope I wasn't too hard of a birth, Louie. Sweet Lisa. Hey, Louie. Mom was a very strong woman. She came from a well-to-do family, and then she married Dad. She loved him so much. They had nothing, but she didn't care. That's love. She figured out how to get by. Her love and kindness melted your heart. Everyone loved her sweetness. She was always fun. Mom, I miss your love and the sweet morning call up the stairs. Lisa, Louie, time to get up for school. She was never mean. I think about how great she was, even though Dad made life hell for her. She was so strong. She was the best cook in the world when we had food to eat. She made the best fried chicken in a cast-iron skillet, and the best angel food cake. Oh, I can't forget the best over-easy eggs ever. Yummy. Also, the Coke and tuna special sandwich with Mom. We'd go to Woolworth's, and we'd have a chocolate Coke and a tuna sandwich. Oh, it was such a special Mom time. And she was always right. She would tell us, don't do something or this will happen. And she was always right. I think she had psychic abilities. Remember when Mom started wearing pantsuits? We had to show her how to walk in them. She was adorable. How she held her legs tight together. If you saw it, it was so funny. She was a doll. Because of her, I'm a better person. I saw her struggle so much with Dad's drinking. I knew I would never be like him. Don't get me wrong, I love Dad. I just didn't like his drinking. I love Christine in Baskets. That is Mom. She would love the show. She always wore dresses and loved to wear earrings and brooches. You're a doll doing Mommy. Love, Lisa. Big Shot. Hey, Mom. Everyone wants to be a big shot in their family. I don't care who you are. When the main driving force in your career and your life is to become a success, a big shot, you're really doing it so you can be a big shot in your family, with your brothers and sisters, with your mom and dad, with your friends, and your girlfriend and boyfriend, who you grew up with, or maybe ignored you. You want to be a big shot in your neighborhood, your community. Of course you do. You devote all your energy to becoming a big shot so that when you get back to town, back to the family home, back to your brothers and sisters, back to the family reunion, people say as you pass, he did well. He's a big shot. The most important thing about being a big shot is not to act like one. Because then you're not a big shot. You're a little shit. Your son, Louie. Stranger Things. Hey, Mom. Recently, I started waking up to the sight of moths and hummingbirds, big fat hummingbirds the size of parakeets, flitting around my bedside lamp even though it wasn't on. Or spiders running up the wall really fast and disappearing. They never run toward me, always up and away, and they look back at me while they're running as if they've been found out. It's as if they are spying on me, checking on me. It's happened numerous times. They're not dreams. I don't know what they are. It's been 3 months since Tommy passed, and I've been wondering more and more about things like that. Now we've lost Kent and Rhea, Mary and Roger, Sheila and Billy, and now Tommy. 7 of the 11 of us. 7-Eleven, the convenience store. This is not convenient. 7-Eleven at the craps table. Whenever you go by it at the casino, you hear, "Come on, 7, come on, 7. I'd rather have 11 than 7. Oh, Mom, that sounds so sad. I can never play craps again. Just the 4 of us left now. Jimmy, Shanna, Lisa, and me. Numbers 5, 6, 9, and 10. That's our order. The final 4. The we dodged a bullet so far 4. Anyway, I feel as if the moths and spiders and hummingbirds are there to send me love, because that's what I feel from them, love, these big moths and plump hummingbirds. The birds are almost close enough to touch, and yesterday, as I watched one of them, I said out loud, "This is not a hallucination. This is real." And right then the hummingbird darted behind the lamp, and then darted back out and looked at me, and then darted back, and then I put my hand out, and it came a little closer, and I reached out and it flew to the window and it disappeared. Where'd it go? Where do the spiders disappear to when they get high enough up the wall? Or the moths? Have they come to make contact? When the spiders and hummingbirds leave, it's usually through the wall or into some abyss, not out the window. Were they ever here? Were they hallucinations? Mom, are they communications from you and Tommy and Kent and Rhea and Mary and Roger and Sheila and Billy and even Dad? Actually, I wouldn't mind hearing from him either. Maybe he's a spider. It's not the first time something like this happened. A month after Tommy died, I entered the bathroom of my hotel, turned on the light, and suddenly there were colors I'd never seen before, moving around the bathroom. I felt like something was trying to work itself out, and my mind immediately went to the thought of Tommy, and also Sheila and Rhea and Billy, those four, none of the others. I have no idea why. "Who's there?" I said out loud. I wasn't scared. I felt as if I could reach out to them, but it also felt as if I couldn't get all the way there. I couldn't reach them, but I could witness what was going on, and in a way participated in what was going on, and be comforted by them in their trying to work out whatever they were trying to work out. Maybe they were as sad about their having left as I was about their leaving. It happened the next night, too. Same thing, only this time I didn't worry about what had happened. I lay down and fell asleep, deeply, with love. Number 10, number 5, number 6, and number 9. Stand up, people. Hey, Mom. I'm in Washington, D.C., where earlier today we taped a tribute to Joan Rivers at the Kennedy Center. Melissa, Joan's daughter, called a couple of months ago asking me to participate. Given what Joan meant to me, of course I said yes, and thinking about the sudden passing of someone I so admired as a comedian and as a person got me thinking of all the comedians who aren't around anymore, many of whom left suddenly or too early. Robin Williams, Sam Kinison, Phil Hartman, Chris Farley, Bill Hicks, John Belushi, Mitch Hedberg, Gilda Radner, Andy Kaufman, Patrice O'Neill, John Candy, Madeline Kahn, Bernie Mac. The list is too damn long, Mom. Not everyone is lucky enough to hang around like Bob Hope or George Burns, who both died at 100. I think of the comedians who are gone and who were so influential to my career. Henny Youngman, king of the one-liners and terrible violin playing, really liked me and gave me encouragement early on that I desperately needed. When he hosted the first annual comedy competition in St. Louis, and I was disappointed to take third place, he handed me my trophy, a plastic banana, and whispered to me, "You were the best, you should have won." You can imagine how that feels to a young comedian. Later on, he hired me to write for him. When Rodney Dangerfield came to town to play the Carlton Celebrity Room, all the young aspiring Twin Cities comics were so excited to see him. I had read in an article that he liked scotch, so I bought a bottle of Glenlivet and balloons and presented them to him. He never forgot the gesture. Then there's Joan. I first met her in Minneapolis in the very early 1980s, just before I moved to Los Angeles. She saw my act and loved it. "You're a natural," she said. From then on, we stayed in touch. She told people about me, opened doors, and after I moved west and got on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson and tasted some more success, and Joan got her own talk show, I was the first comedian she asked to be on it. Lots of potential guests said no because they heard Johnny was furious with her for starting her own show and competing with him. The word spread that if you did Joan's show, you would be blacklisted from Johnny's. I said yes to Joan anyway, and I'm glad I did. She was doing something monumental, a woman getting her own talk show. She'd been good to me, and I liked and admired her. And also I did it because she picked me first. Growing up, I was almost always the last kid picked for any team. Joan was known as the hardest-working comedian in the business. She was a different kind of comedian from me. I told stories with jokes in them, more of the mold of Jonathan Winters, with some easy Jack Benny and Bob Hope pacing thrown in there, too. But I felt I could learn much from watching how seriously she took what she did. And she had to do it even harder and better than that because of the misogyny in show business and comedy, especially back then. At that time, a woman was never considered equal in stand-up, no matter how funny. More than any other female comic, more than Phyllis Diller, Lily Tomlin, or Toady Fields, Joan made it possible for the success of so many of today's great female comedians who regularly pack huge theaters or play Vegas or have cable comedy specials. Yet, even today, if you read Twitter and other social media, it's incredible how brutally critics and anonymous commenters almost always men, go after female comics. They do it in a way they never do it with male comics. I was genuinely moved that I was asked to sit in and host Joan's show after her husband Edgar's tragic suicide. I saw Joan when she was 76 years old on her knees crawling around on stage at the Venetian doing a bit, and I remember thinking, I don't know if I could do that at her age. I don't know if I could do it at my age. Here she was, 20 years older than me, on all fours, and I'm just trying to fit my fat butt into a seat. I always felt that Joan absolutely lived for the audience. I mean, that's true of all of us comedians, but it seemed to burn even brighter in her. At the tribute, Gilbert Gottfried was there, Dick Cavett, Bob Saget, and many others. We all told favorite Joan jokes. I recited Joan's line that Elizabeth Taylor was so fat, a ship broke a bottle over her. I think Joan's legacy in the comedy world is profound, as a trailblazer for women and just an incredibly funny person. I appreciate the greats, the history, and what came before. One of my biggest regrets is declining an invitation years ago to be on a Bob Hope special. What the hell was I thinking? He was such a big influence on my joke-telling, especially that timing of his. And now it's too late. As he would say, Louie, I want to tell you should have done it, kid. They're all gone, Mom. Not that I expect the old guard would be around forever. But we all get nostalgic, and it makes me think of how I fell in love with comedy and comedians to begin with. I remember watching The Tonight Show with Dad. I was such a big fan of Jack Benny's. I love the comedy of Jonathan Winters and Richard Pryor, and the late, great Jackie Vernon, who was sort of a sad sack, which is what my characters teeter on often. I used to do mostly one-liners, just fat jokes, so it was a fat character, very deliberate and efficient in the delivery, like Hope. You know, I developed my skills at Mickey Finn's in Minneapolis, a tiny locals bar on 3rd and Central. If you blinked, you'd walk right by it. That's where I grew up with other young comics like Jeff Turbino, Alex Cole, Jeff Cesario, Scott Hansen, Joel Hodgson, Liz Winstead, Bill Bauer. It was an exciting comedy and performance scene in Minneapolis, a city with more theater seats per capita than anywhere but New York City. That's what they say. I don't know if anyone has ever proved it. Very sophisticated audiences, Mom, just like you. Who knew that you and Dad would pick a city to live in after Kansas City that actually was pretty ideal for comedy? Would I have ended up doing comedy if I had grown up in South Dakota? Twin Cities audiences give you a fair shot. Though, if they don't think you're funny, they won't laugh. Jimmy Walker was also a great supporter of me. He got Mitzi Shore, the owner of the Comedy Store in L.A., to watch my set in 1982. And then I got my big shot on The Tonight Show in 1984, and Johnny had me back a whole bunch of times over the next year. Eventually I got a great agent who represented, among others, Bob Hope, Marlena Dietrich, and Johnny Mathis. And he started getting me gigs. I got more notice. I opened for lots of huge music acts. Chuck Berry. My first words to him were, "Hey, Chuck." He quickly corrected me with Mr. Berry. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and the Commodores, the Pointer Sisters, Smokey Robinson, Natalie Cole, Glenn Campbell, and Ray Charles. That was mostly in Las Vegas, and I was doing well. When I ran into Joan around this time, I remember her saying, "Isn't the money good?" I was about to reply, "Oh, money doesn't really mean anything," but that would have been a lie. There are things that come with being a comedian that I hadn't thought about much, or like very much. That is, besides the occasional task of having to follow on stage a young Robin Williams, or an Eddie Murphy, or a young Sam Kinison, there's also the choice of a path to take when you become successful. One path might be more lucrative, one more honest, though for some performers, they might be one and the same path. I don't know. But those performers are willing to say, "I don't care if you like me or not." This is what I want to talk about. Those are my comedy heroes, the ones who care more about being respected than liked. I was a poor fat kid who wanted to be liked, no matter what, and I wanted to have enough money not to worry about it. The money was good. The money did matter. In the end, there's nothing more satisfying than when somebody comes up to me and tells me that something I said resonated with them. Some joke or routine from 20 years ago made them laugh so hard they nearly peed. Or actually peed, which is better. Or even made them want to do stand-up. When I hear that, I smile. I'm glad I worked hard on that joke, or that bit, or that set. Of course, comedy is a tough life, and let's face it, Mom, we're a pretty screwed-up bunch of people. Comics are sad sacks and volcanoes and damaged goods. A TV producer once said to me, "I didn't realize until I was working with so many comedians the level of self-loathing. Does any group hate themselves more?" Let me check and get back to you on that. I joked, but I think she's right. Comedians are complicated people. Mom, I don't hate myself. At least nowhere near the degree I used to. Still, I think it's a mean stew. You know how when you burn a stew or soup, even if it's edible, you can always still taste the part that's burned, that bitter taste? That's us. That part that never leaves. There's a helpless, debilitating place. So we need to make people laugh so we can get all the love we can, and maybe enough laughs and love will cleanse us, like a good body cleanse, even a juice cleanse. Who knows, though? Some people question the whole life that goes into it and whether it's worth it. After I got some national attention, the mother of an up-and-coming Minnesota stand-up comedian wrote me a letter begging me to call her very funny, very talented son and convince him not to become a comic. What was I supposed to do, call him and say, "Don't follow your passion"? Call the mom and say, "Well, it's not the worst job in the world"? I did neither. You have to figure it out for yourself. Love, Louie. Nominee. Hey, Mom. People have been talking for the last 5 or 6 months about how I'm going to win an Emmy for Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy because of my portrayal of Christine Baskets. It's nice to hear, but hold on, folks. We're getting way ahead of things. Anyway, this morning was when they announced the nominees, but I couldn't find it. Not on TV nor on the internet. I went to the Television Academy website and didn't find it there either, so I started to doubt myself until I got a ton of calls and texts and emails from my friend Abraham, my manager Amos, my publicist Glenn and Eve Schwartz. I don't know if it was inside information or they just figured out how to track it down when I didn't. Maybe I was just too nervous. But there it was, finally, on the Emmy site. I got one of the 7 nominations for Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy. Yes! Yes. It feels wonderful, I can't lie. I read my name over and over in slow motion. My competition I know well from the comedy world, or from their great TV work. Andre Brower from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Ty Burrell from Modern Family, Tony Hale and Matt Walsh from Veep, Keegan-Michael Key from Key and Peele, and of course Titus Burgess from The Incredible Kimmy Schmidt, or Unstoppable Kimmy Schmidt, or The Irrepressible Kimmy Schmidt. You'd like them all, Mom, but you'd love Titus because he sings, he's sweet, and he has a way about him. Now I just have to wait 2 months until the night of the Emmys, September 18th, which means that everyone will hopefully be saying congratulations for the next 2 months, which is way better than saying you got robbed. So that part's great. And, if I'm being honest, which why wouldn't I be with you, Mom, I love that I worked really hard on the part of Christine. I think I'm making people feel differently with the character. I hope they laugh, but I know they're also feeling lots of things because I am, too. If they weren't, and I wasn't, then why bother doing the show? With Christine Baskets, I put myself in your position as a mother. I put myself in your position as a wife. I put myself in a position of a woman who's been through a lot, seen a lot, who feels everything, and who tries to right all the wrongs in her life and everyone else's lives too, who tries to take care of her children. All the things you did, Mom. And I keep one thing in mind during all the tough moments for this character in the show. Every time I have a turn where I must decide, should I be mad or happy or sad, I think of you. I keep in mind your incredible humanity, your depth. I'm telling you, Mom, you're really something. People think that I'm suddenly a great actor, but I'm just playing you. I believe that I have a lot of your qualities, but I can't say that I am the sole creator and author of this character. I would say it's you and me, and we're in it together, and all my sisters and brothers, and so many other people, even Dad. You have added the most by a long shot. Your wonderful outlook on things, no matter how down and out you were, the ability to find a silver lining no matter how dark. I'm happy to play you, Mom, because I'm playing someone who is real, loving, and caring. You're always just a nuance away, Mom. Louie. You gave away a child or two. Hey, Mom. Guess what I got in the mail today from Aunt Shirley? Some brooches that belong to Aunt Iona, and maybe you, I don't even know. I'm going to pick out the best one and wear it to the Emmys next week. Iona had good taste like you did. It runs in the family. You were so good to your sister Iona. I always had some questions about that, Mom, which I wish I would have asked about in a deeper way when I could have. After you gave birth to Shanna, child number 6, exactly a year to the day after child number 5, Jimmy, was born, you must have felt overwhelmed. Kent, Rhea, Mary, Roger, Jimmy, just 1 year old, and now 1 more mouth to feed, more diapers to change, Dad drinking more, growing angrier, becoming more unreliable as a provider, and Iona had a tubal pregnancy years before and couldn't have children. Let's face it, Mom, you were the champ of having children. When Shanna was 6 months old, you gave her to your sister so that she would have a daughter. I know Aunt Iona and Uncle Ike already had an adopted son, Bradley. Shanna went to live with them in South Dakota and really wasn't our sister anymore. She was and she wasn't. But you know the family photograph from around 1947, where Shanna's about 4 years old, and they came to visit, and all the Anderson kids are lined up against the brick wall, everyone but Lisa, me, and Tommy, who didn't exist yet, and little Shanna all the way in the end, crying. It looks like she's wondering, who are all these strangers? Mom, how were you able to do that? Was it your idea to give Shanna away? Was it Dad's? There's so many parts of the story that I still don't get. Okay, I do and I don't. I know that Iona and Ike were well off, and we were poor. I don't doubt that you thought you were giving Shanna a better life and making it a little easier on you and Dad and us. Who doesn't occasionally think of magical ways to make life easier, especially parenting? Then again, you did have another 5 children after that. Did you ever consider asking for Shanna back, like she was more of a rental? I know that Mary had been shipped out to live with them years before, but then came back because Bradley and she were fighting terribly. I probably should have said that Bradley was fighting with her because Mary was unhappy to come back to live with us because she liked her situation there, except for the fighting part. How many kids of yours do you think Aunt Iona needed to feel complete? When you and Dad sent Shanna to live with them, was she just the unlucky one because 5 kids were tough but 6 were too many? Or was she the lucky one? Did it have to be a girl? I know Shanna would visit during the summers and even spend a couple of years with us when she was going to school in Minnesota, but she considered Aunt Iona her mommy and Uncle Ike her daddy. Did that ever bother you? Did you ever regret it? Even a little? Shanna told me that when she lived with Iona and Ike, she had it good. She had everything. She had darling clothes and homemade pinafores from Grandma Bertha, and the trim of her bedspread and pillowcases was crocheted, and she had all the school supplies she needed, which the rest of the Anderson family didn't, and she had a privileged life compared to us, compared to a lot of people. She got to fly in Uncle Ike's very own plane, a Piper Comanche, from South Dakota to the Midwest cities he visited for his business, which was pinball machines and jukeboxes. Sometimes she got sicker than a dog flying in an airplane with him piloting, and Uncle Ike brought those bright blue Dairy Queen cartons to keep in the cockpit in case Shanna threw up. but she still had an adventure unlike anything we poor Andersons had back in the projects of East St. Paul. Which is another part of the story, maybe even the most important part. I don't really understand, Mom. Shanna always stayed in Anderson, even though she was raised by Ike and Iona Pearson, which nobody ever spells right, even if you tell them it has all the vowels but the U, and sometimes Y. She stayed in Anderson because you and Dad didn't let Iona and Ike adopt her, though they wanted to. You four grown-ups went for a drive once, and they asked you if they could adopt Shanna, who was very young at the time, and Dad wouldn't have it. And you went along with the decision. I'm not even wondering now about what it's like to give away one of your kids like that. I'm not judging. Who am I to say what it was like to be in your position exactly then, with a raging drunk for a husband and a partner who was often out of work and with so many children? But here's the thing. Dad didn't like Uncle Ike. It might have been that Dad was a little jealous because Uncle Ike was so successful and rich, or because Dad was a veteran and Uncle Ike hadn't served, and Dad was so patriotic that he thought less of Uncle Ike because of it, or because Dad himself was given up for adoption and never recovered from it. But here's really the thing, Mom. Dad would pick on Shanna when she came to visit in Minnesota, because she was living with Ike and Iona, as if Shanna had made the decision at the age of 6 months to go do that. Not letting them adopt Shanna really affected her. She got written out of Ike's will. Technically, he left her $1, for reasons she still doesn't know. Because she got divorced and they disapproved of that? Because they thought she spent too much money? And she had no way to contest it because she was an Anderson, not a Pearson. And maybe Dad was right not to like Uncle Ike after all. The very last time Shanna got beaten by her abusive husband, her arm all black and blue from getting kicked, Uncle Ike never said a word to Shanna about it. Never a "that's too bad" or "I'm sorry." Never said shit. And Aunt Iona would only say about Shanna's abusive husband, "He's a very hard worker, and he makes a good living, and you have a new house." And all that old stupid stuff that people believed in those days. It just seems strange to give your child away to another couple, then have serious reservations about them. Or if you don't have serious reservations, then not to let them adopt and make everything easier. Just another piece of evidence. What is that, Mom, like 80 trillion? That people are just incredibly complicated? So, yeah, Shanna enjoyed privilege when she was growing up, but got shortchanged later. Her mom, Aunt Iona, Shanna called Aunt Iona Mommy, and you, Mother, left all sorts of glassware and antiques and labeled them with Shanna's name. Shanna told me that after Iona died, Bradley and Aunt Shirley had an estate auction and sold all that stuff without telling Shanna. And then, when Bradley died in his obituary, it said that he was adopted, and Shanna felt bad for him, because it was the first time she could recall seeing that in an obituary, and she realized how much it must have weighed on him not to know who his biological parents were. Maybe being adopted by a good family and knowing who your birth parents are is the best of both worlds. Weird. Anyway, Mom, Shanna's back in South Dakota after a long time in Minnesota. She left South Dakota years ago because her ex-husband was stalking her. But he died in 1996, at the age of 58, when he went out on a record call to pull a van out of a ditch, and it was 30 below wind chill, and he just keeled over. A heart attack, probably. It looked like he had broken 3 chains trying to get the van out of the ditch. And probably he got worked up, and probably got really mad, and probably he had drunk the night before. And when he drank, it was to get drunk. Anyway, with him gone, Shanna felt that she could return home. The home she called home rather than the first one she came from. She adores her grandkids. A lot changes, Mom, from the time we're babies until the time we're grown-ups. And eras change, but some things don't change. It's got to be emotionally complicated no matter when it happens or why to give away a child or two, even if you still have a huge house full of them, even if you're doing it to help your sister who can't have them, even if you think you're giving at least one of your children a better life and doing the whole thing out of love. Seems a little too eeny, meeny, miny, Mom. Or is it just simple, knowing that your sister once said, I always wished I could have kids, and my sister had all the kids. Since you passed, we've all missed you terribly, but I have heard Shanna get emotional and say, I miss her, because I really didn't get to spend much time with her growing up. Maybe that's another kind of missing. I don't know. Wondering about the differences between Mom, Mommy, and Mother, Louie. Midwesterners. Hey, Mom, how much do we Andersons keep bottled up that other families would have let out? How much do Minnesotans and Midwesterners keep in, thanks to our famous emotional reserve, the nice way to put it, or repression, not so nice? There's a whole group of jokes called Ole and Lena jokes. You remember them, Mom, right? Ole and Lena, either Swedes or Norwegians transplanted to America, specifically the upper Midwest. I find them so Midwestern, capturing something very true of that sort of American. Stoic, strong, and accepting. Here's one. Ole and Lena had been married 50 years, and suddenly Ole died. Lena went to the office of the local newspaper to put in an obituary. She wrote something down on a piece of paper, handed it to the editor. It read, Ole's dead. The editor said, you know you get 5 free words. Lena held out her hand, the editor gave her back the piece of paper, and Lena wrote something more on it, then handed the paper back to the editor. It read, Ole's dead, vote for sale. If I only had 5 words for your obituary, Mom, they would be, Mom's gone, my heart's broken. Louie. "70% disabled, pending 100%. Hey, Mom, remember more than a year ago when I did a meet and greet at the VA hospital in North Las Vegas? After that silent comedy performance I wrote you about, I sat and spoke with many of the vets and took a lot of pictures with them. They're each amazing and inspiring, beautiful and wounded in their own way. Why wouldn't they be wounded? We ask them to do things we're not willing to do ourselves. It's not a video game that they're going into, where you can get killed over and over and over and come back fresh and new. The vast majority of those I met were young men. Boys, really, who served in Iraq or Afghanistan, but there were also some older vets who had served in Vietnam. They're all locals, which is why they're at the VA hospital, why anyone is usually at their particular VA hospital. Not that I have to tell you, Mom, about veterans. In the end, I sat longest with one young man, Tim, an Army tank sergeant, who got blown up and whose stomach and leg were all messed up. When you looked at him, you couldn't see his wounds, but you could feel his pain. We bonded. Tim said they weren't doing anything for him there. His eyes were pleading. I didn't know how I could help, but I told him I would make some calls. I had met someone high up in the USO. I could try Wounded Warriors. I met Tim's mom, too. She told me that Tim had lots of surgeries, with lots more to come. Her smile was the smile of a sad person. Over the next several months, Tim and I developed a friendship by text. I made calls to the VA, the USO, and Wounded Warriors trying to help address the neglect Tim was complaining about. He was concerned he would be discharged from the hospital's medical unit prematurely before they had a solid plan of care and action for his physical pain, and that he would be moved too quickly to the inpatient psychiatric unit for the mental health treatment he knew he needed. Sometimes he apologized to me for texting so much, but he wrote that he felt out of options. He hoped I would be part of his team on his journey to recovery. I told him I wanted that too. When I could, I distracted him with talk of new comedy material I was developing. He told me that he was so excited to see it when it was ready. I think he appreciated hearing about the nuts and bolts of what I was up to professionally. Once he wrote that he'd been handcuffed and removed from his room because He had refused to go to the psych ward until his pain was managed correctly. Fortunately, another doctor intervened and said Tim should be returned to his room. I don't know why he wasn't getting the proper medical attention. For starters, he needed surgeries on his knee and foot. He got frustrated because a round of CT scans and x-rays had come back normal, yet he knew how much physical pain he was in. Still, they gave him a clear to go. Mom, how many of us have pain that doesn't show up on a scan or an x-ray? How many of us have been cleared to go when we weren't ready? And where, ultimately, was Tim cleared to go? Back home? Back into the world? Back to a different pain bed to lie in? Only doctors and nurses who themselves have served should be taking care of our veterans, I think. Because how can a civilian know what Tim and other vets are feeling? My trauma is sometimes a stubbed toe. I don't mean to sound silly, but I haven't had my stomach blown up or my legs blown off. I don't have a face full of shrapnel. We should be very careful about what we ask people to do for us, especially our veterans, because they aren't just our veterans. They're our neighbors, our friends. They're somebody's brother, sister, father, mother, son, daughter, husband, wife. They're somebody's baby. On top of all of his other difficulties, Tim was having trouble with his disability claim due to financial hardship. A social worker was trying to help him expedite the claim, but Tim grew frustrated and angry enough to want to file a lawsuit against the VA hospital for malpractice and mistreatment. I feel like my country is failing me and I don't know what to do to get the help I need, he texted me. At one point, when I thanked him for his sacrifice and courage, he wrote, I can't speak for others, but at least for me, that's why I served and sacrificed so much. For the people of the United States, for you, your family. It makes me feel humble that you and others recognize the sacrifice and want to give back and help us when we are in our darkest days struggling to live. I continue to share small personal things with him now and then, like when I was coming down with a cold. I thought normalizing things day to day was good. Throughout Tim's odyssey, his will was incredible. I'm getting physically and mentally tougher each day that this shit doesn't kill me, he texted me. I see a pain psychologist as well as my PTSD doc 2 or 3 times a month. I'm now in a pain clinic, and as of this week, got my nerve-blocking injections for my organ damage. Back, knee, and foot. I'm praying that they just amputate it and let me recover with a prosthetic foot. It doesn't work from all the nerve damage, and it's just so painful. He signed the text with his serial number and then 70% disabled, pending 100%. Even when things were gray, his communication exuded optimism and he showed concern for others. Down 3 organs and my whole left leg is done for. Other injuries, but those are the worst. I'm alive and kicking, brother. They can't keep me down forever. Hope your cold is going away. Or, I'm still waiting patiently for my disability to finalize. My mother wanted me to tell you, she said hi. I'm sorry for the loss of your brother, Louie. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Or, I surely need an attorney to take on the big guys. I'm going to make sure that what happened to me never happens to another veteran again. Mom, we try so hard to be strong, but our reserves are not endless, and sometimes it's easier to be strong for others than for ourselves. Sometimes exhaustion and misery can't just be sloughed off. You can't just sleep off the experience of war. After not hearing from Tim for several months, I received this text from his mom. Louie, this is Tim's mother, Renee. I am contacting you to let you know that Timothy lost his battle with all his pain. I want to thank you for helping him a year ago when he reached out to you for help. They gave us another year with him, and he got amazing mental help from all your help. He did not end his life from the mental part of everything. He simply just could not deal with the horrible pain he endured daily. I just want you to know that that visit made him feel like he was worth something and I will forever be thankful to you for that. Here's a picture of your visit with him that I put on the wall when we laid him to rest. His phone is getting shut off. If you ever feel like contacting me, here's my number. Also, a page was set up for him on Facebook. Hashtag Our Bravest Brother Tim, if you ever want to take a peek. Thank you again for giving me another precious year with Timothy. I will forever be thankful. That's all for now, Mom. Love, Louie. Penguin costume time. Hey, Mom. Today I got a final fitting for the tuxedo I'll wear at the Emmys on Sunday night. Beautiful tux, custom made. It fits great. Okay, a little perspective. When I tried it on a few days ago, the suit was a little too big in the shoulders, too loose in the legs, too big in the crotch and the butt. I just don't have enough junk in my trunk. But the incredibly talented costume designer Amanda Needham, the person who makes Christine baskets look beautiful week after week, did a phenomenal job. I love what she does. Then this evening I attended the Vanity Fair pre-Emmy party, Mom. It's the party that everyone wants to go to. They took a photo of me for the magazine. I met a lot of great celebrities, I won't name drop, who were all nice to me. Everyone seems to like the part I play, which means that they would really like you, Mom. I always give you credit. You're having a second life, and way more people could know about you Sunday night when hopefully I'll be walking up those stairs to accept our statuette. I'm going to bed. Sorry to write so brief, but I can't stay up as late as I used to. You like to go to bed early, but you were restless. I could hear you getting up at night and watching TV downstairs, usually the local news or The Tonight Show. I know you liked it mostly for background noise and the light it gives and the fake company it provides. So do I. When I was older and I would come home late, you would be up to say hi and give me that beautiful smile and ask me or Tommy if we were hungry. And of course we always said yes because you'd whip up your signature grilled cheese sandwich, which had way too much cheese and even more butter. Or maybe you'd make a sandwich from slices of pork roast that you had cooked earlier. Now when I get into bed, I follow some of your ritual. I like loose-fitting pajamas, a long-sleeve shirt. A lot of people seem to like sleeping in their underwear, but not me. What if an earthquake hits and you have to go outside? I wear socks to bed like you did because I get cold feet, the real kind of cold feet from the outside air or my own bad circulation. Not the kind that makes people doubt that what they're about to do is what they should do. I think Dad's feet were cold too. Hot temper, cold feet. And I always have a glass of ice water by the bed, just like you, with a napkin underneath or a coaster so you don't hurt the table. And in case of a heart attack, I keep an aspirin there that I can pop right in. Rosie O'Donnell says having an aspirin nearby once saved her life. Anyway, I gotta get my sleep, Ma. Sunday, I want to look as good as you did. Keep your fingers crossed for me, Mom. I mean for us. Louie. I don't have to smile like I'm happy for someone else. Hey, Mom, we did it! That's the first thing I said when I got up on stage at the Microsoft Theater after they announced Louie Anderson is the winner of the Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. Mom, we did it! Then I said a few more things after putting on my glasses. I have not always been a very good man, but I play one hell of a woman. This is for my mom, Orizella Anderson, who I stole every nuance, shameful look, cruel look, loving look, passive-aggressive line from. I really thank you, Mom. I said a bunch more things, thanking Dad and all my siblings alive and not, and all their spouses. That's a long list to get through, Mom, before that award show orchestra starts getting itchy to play you off stage. So there's a clear disadvantage from being from a family of 11 kids and thanking Zach and Louis C.K. and Jonathan Kreisel, and of course Abraham and Amos and lots of people on the show and the FX network and many others. It sounds corny to say that we share these awards with other people, and easy to say since I get to take the trophy home all by myself, unless I'm going to chop it into pieces. And of all the people who share it with me, you're the one who allowed Christine Baskets to happen. You gave me something no one else ever did or could. Life. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, with mashed potatoes and gravy, of course. Your son, Louie. Note to Thomas Wolfe. You never actually leave home. Hey, Mom. We started shooting the second season of Baskets, and on my way to the set early this morning, 5:30 a.m. call, which means in makeup and hair by then, and then start shooting an hour or so later, still dark outside, I heard the sound of a passing train, which made me think of home in St. Paul. Is it Minnesota I'm thinking of, or childhood? I remember how, when I walked a few blocks from the projects to a certain nearby street, was it Ames Avenue or Ames Street? I often heard that lonesome sound, a clear whistle with purpose, a haunting, beautiful sound. To hear it was to be reminded that someone was passing through your town headed somewhere interesting. If you were ambitious and adventurous and really wanted to get out of St. Paul, the train was probably moving slowly enough that you could jump on. Or most kids could. I was too fat. And why would I ever leave your breakfast, Mom? When I finally left St. Paul, it wasn't because I didn't like it, or even because it was, 600 below in the winter. I left it to find my future, my fame, my fortune. Whenever I hear that train sound, I get nostalgic. It's like one of those sounds that takes you out of yourself, like a lone dog barking, or children at recess in a schoolyard. Not long ago, I was back in St. Paul on Minnesota Public Radio, and they introduced me, as often happens, as Louie Anderson from Minneapolis. And I always correct them that I'm from St. Paul. But they'll forget, and later in the conversation, they'll refer to me as being from Minneapolis. St. Paul rarely gets any credit. St. Paul, the other city. True, not the greatest slogan. Either way, Mom, I have lots of fans from Minnesota, and I think they like me partly because I'm so proud and clear about where I come from. The parents of Joe Mauer, the homegrown star of the Twins, once came to see my show, and I was introduced to them afterwards. Go Twins! Then again, I have many Minnesota fans who, in typically direct fashion, tell me exactly how they feel. One man came up to me after the show, shook my hand, and told me he was from Bemidji and said, unsmiling, I don't really care for you, but my wife does. Mom, can we ever really go back home? After my appearance on NPR, I drove around the other city, St. Paul, the place where you and Dad landed, and I headed for our address, 1122 Hazelwood Street, a 4-bedroom apartment duplex in the Roosevelt Housing Projects. You said ours was one of the first families to ever move in there, as if it were some badge of honor. As I turned the corner off Maryland onto Hazelwood, there it was, same as ever, mostly. 4-bedroom apartments were available for some young family. Good luck. Mom, you know the woods in front, right? Where all the kids played and we had BB gun fights. And any new development that would destroy that play area mysteriously burned down the moment it looked like something might be finally happening. Still nothing there, Mom. Except memories, of course. Anyway, I looked at the buildings of downtown St. Paul. It's getting better. I can't say it's changed all that much. A few parts were a little dingy and run down. But that's every city. Remember how we were all taught that the James Younger gang, made up of outlaws Jesse James, Frank James, and Cole Younger, and others, used to hide out in St. Paul on the east side off Payne Avenue. The east side was always Italian. It's a wonderful town, St. Paul. A real city, a working men's city. But the streets do seem smaller than the streets of Minneapolis. Minneapolis is nicer and richer, but St. Paul has lots of nooks and crannies. And whenever there are nooks and crannies, there's room for people who don't fit in elsewhere. I see why it's the other city. But that's good. We need other cities and other places. Everyone needs a place to live. Everyone needs a chance. Because of the role in baskets that Arby's plays, Christine Baskets seriously considers buying one of the local Arby's to run as a family business with sons Chip and Dale. I've been talking to some of the nice people at Arby's about setting up a job training program for young people so they can get jobs there and make some extra money and have better lives. And the Arby's people seem interested. Mom, remember our Arby's, the first fast food drive-thru in our neighborhood? We love driving through and getting an Arby's Jr., a great sandwich. You can still get an Arby's Jr. special, you know. I remember driving with Dad on tax day down 7th Street to the post office, mailing our taxes back to the government at the very last minute because the post office would be open till 3 in the morning. I remember driving downtown with Dad, and if I really got lucky, or Tommy was in the car too and we got really lucky, we would stop at the Coney Island place for a hot dog with the works. Sauerkraut, raw onions, mustard, no ketchup. Maybe 2 if we were really, really, really lucky. And a Coke or a root beer. Hey, Mom, did you know that they once named a hot dog after me at a place called Pink's in Las Vegas? The original Pink's is in L.A., A Louie Anderson was a hot dog with mustard, onions, and sauerkraut. Doesn't that sound delicious? It does to me. Anyway, back to St. Paul. When Tommy and I were kids, we might go with Dad to the KC Hall, that's Knights of Columbus, to play bingo, even though Tommy and I were too young to be there. But no one ever said anything, and we played 3 cards for a dime, with no dabbers. Back then, our markers were lima beans. And Mom, when we got home and you found the beans in Dad's pockets, you threw them at him because he was gambling with what little money we had, even though it was just bingo. Remember Jerry's Chicken, where they came to the car to take your order? And I remember the shopkeeper I bought Red Hots from. I remember the welfare store where we got our clothes, and Ames Elementary School, where they lined up normal kids on one side and us project kids on the other. Seriously, who came up with that genius idea? Even then, more than a half-century ago, when the world was a different place and we're supposed to appreciate that people in previous eras behaved in different ways and we shouldn't automatically judge them as awful, didn't anyone stop and say, you know what? This seems like a pretty mean, stupid idea. No? No one? Geez. Louie. My TV family. Hey, Mom. I wanted to tell you about the people I work with. The Baskets crew and cast are extraordinary. So talented, so kind, and I'm beyond lucky to get to work with them. They're like a second family. I really love what I'm doing. Each day I feel like a kid going to his own birthday party. My dedicated assistant is Aida, a lovely woman who makes sure I always have what I need and get where I need. This morning she met me, as she often does, with a hot cup of coffee, lots of powdered creamers, and a side of well-done crispy bacon, which I usually share with hair and makeup. I got to work on time as I always do, though I love to remind people around me, who get there even earlier, look who's on time. In the trailer, they put on my makeup, my wig, and my lipstick. All along, Martha Kelly was in the next chair, getting her makeup and hair done, and she and I started running lines. We had a lot of dialogue in the first scene we were filming. Something in the makeup area smelled like potpourri, as if everyone's grandma had just walked into the trailer. Martha and I had to stop doing lines for a moment because the sound of the blow dryer drowned us out. But then we resumed. It was a cute scene. We were good together. The mix of Christine's oversized personality and Martha's slight one makes a good contrast. It was a very long day of shooting. I was in every scene and had very little downtime. I had one scene with an older actor who looks even older than I know he is. He reminded me of Dad when he was older, and also of Billy, though Billy was quieter, shyer. I tried to be as nurturing as I could with the actor, both as Christine and as Louie. It turned into an even more emotional scene for me because of who the actor made me think of. I was constantly on the verge of tears. God, I miss Billy. But this is what I love so much about Jonathan, the director. He doesn't care how long it takes to get us to where he wants us to go. Yet, he never yells about anything. He just says, yes, let's try another one. He's basically saying, when you stir the thing, stir it a little more like this maybe. A little more like that. Again, I got emotional because of the way he wanted me to stir it. He knows how to tug on an actor. He's not the only one I'm blessed to work with. Zach's a dream partner, a dream human being. He's genuinely interested in you and any person he's talking to. Me, I couldn't care less. I'm kidding. The crew is full of lovely and welcoming human beings. I try to get to know at least a little bit about all of them. Each of them has a story. Each of them has struggles, and such strength in dealing with those struggles to do great professional work. When I get to take a breather, and Zach and Martha do too, and the crew is setting up for the next shot, they have the second team stand in for each of us. Background actors with name tags on for the characters they're standing in for. Christine Baskets, Chip Baskets, Dale Baskets, Martha Brooks, and who look vaguely like those they're standing in for. Like I said, it all feels like a second family. Almost literally. When we're about to shoot a scene and somebody yells, "Quiet on the set!" and "Shh!" and everyone is doing their job and no one wants to mess anything up, it doesn't just feel like teamwork and a job well done, but something more. We're bound by love and kibitzing. What color underwear do you think I have on today? I ask a passing wardrobe person before my first costume change. She's wrong. It's striped. There's just so many people required to make a show, even a relatively modest cable show like ours. From the person who removes my wig at night, to the people who serve the great food all day, to the people who make sure Christine is wearing the right necklace, to the person who gives me the purse I need, to the person who brings me the chair so I can sit while I'm waiting for the scene to shoot. It's like a family, Mom. When it's going right, it's really going right. And when it's going bad, it's going bad. Jonathan is the dad and Sally Sealander, the first assistant director, is the mom. Together they provide structure and guidance. They make sure we all have one thing in mind, which is making something that means something to each of us. Zach's a huge star who could do anything he wants, but he chooses to make a show whose message is ultimately about love, compassion, humanity. We can always use more of that. Things don't always go in the order you expect. You film things out of sequence to save time and money. A crew member with a still camera will frequently pop into our break room to take pictures of us actors for continuity purposes, so that when we're filming at a different location a month from now, and Christine is supposed to have just gone from her house to Costco, I'm wearing the same dress and jewelry she was wearing a month before. And in my career, I can say that things haven't always gone in a straight line. Often you have to do one thing to find another. Sometimes you have to do a few things to find a thing that you're meant to be doing. Playing Christine is not just me doing an impression of Orizella. I'm trying to get the essence of her, which means getting at the essence of you, and also the essence of me. I also think it expands to the Anderson clan. I think your daughters, as they grew up, were and still are all doing some version of you. And I'm trying to understand the very best and worst of Christine. The heroic things she does, and then the weaker things. Like when she despairs enough, slips enough, that she retreats to her room to half lie on her bed, propped up on one elbow while eating gigantic spoonfuls of Cool Whip. I remember when Dad would be raging on you and you would retreat to the bedroom to watch TV. I'm just doing my best to play this woman as the realest person she is. The way she exhales with her whole body. Jimmy says Christine reminds him most of you when she's consoling her kids, when she's trying to cheer them up. But Shanna says Christine reminds her most of you when Christine is scolding or shaming her kids a bit. That one look she used to get when she didn't like something, you captured it, Louie, says Shanna. She says just seeing me dressed like a woman reminds her of you, period. Even if Christine never said a thing. I don't know how many people watch our beautiful little show, but who knows anymore how to measure a show's popularity with DVRing and streaming? Never mind, Mom. It's like VHS, but better. I feel as if those who do watch it love it. Winning the Emmy helped, and if I can get nominated again and maybe win again, and if Zach can get nominated, which he absolutely deserves, then that might buy us more time regardless of any ratings. I think our viewers love the show because they get the characters. Personally, I feel fortunate and relevant. Not that I felt irrelevant before this came along, but it's exhilarating to be part of such an original, strange hybrid of a show. It's an adult family comedy. It's slapstick drama. It's got a lot of Charlie Chaplin's melancholy, and hopefully a lot of his humor too. It's all in the family with more mental illness and work instability. It upsets people in a good way, a way that says we're part of the human race, and that most of our endeavors, even when we mean well, won't work out. It's about people who in real life would be thought of as dysfunctional or partly dysfunctional, yet who still do their very best to function once in a blue moon. And Christine gets to be the MC, master of chaos. My favorite line from Baskets might be, "I'm your mother." Do you know what that means? Does that mean anything to you? You mean something to me, Mom. Louie. Big and beautiful. Hey, Mom. Once I had an idea for a line of men's shirts with the stains already on them. A little mustard on the chest, some spittle around the collar, sweat stains. Life shirts, I was going to call them. I wasn't serious, but I really do want to do a line of clothes for QVC or Home Shopping Network called Big and Beautiful, or Big Essentials, or maybe Orazella, featuring clothes that Christine Baskets has worn on the show or could wear or dreams about wearing. I modeled the clothes as Christine. She's the spokesperson. You're the inspiration, Mom. What do you think? I bet the phones wouldn't stop ringing. I'm not saying that tens of millions of healthy-sized women are watching Baskets, but the same thing that our viewers respond to would be true for the people who've never even heard of our show. Some people come up to me and say, "I love you in buckets." I never correct them. After the pilot, when we got picked up for season 1, I went through the wardrobe and helped the costume people select clothes. My mom would wear this, my sisters would love that. I tried them all on. If it were something you or the girls would wear, I picked it out. Really colorful clothes, lots of prints and floral. Essentially, what a person who doesn't have a lot of money thinks is really fancy. Is that not a nice thing to say? I don't mean it that way. I see Christine as a real American, a big American woman, and that's how she dresses. I remember how soft your clothes were. I think your fashion sense was ahead of its time. You wore pantsuits. And I liked your appreciation when you had on the right thing. "I look so good in it," you'd sometimes said. Because you did, Mom. I slowly disappear when I go into the makeup and hair trailer. I'm not used to slowly disappearing, ever. When the makeup and the wig go on, I become Christine. And once I'm transformed, I see clothes as Christine would see them. The people who dress me, each one of them has an incredible eye, whether it's for the caftans or the Easter bonnet or the jewelry. And I become more sure and demanding, yes, demanding, of my fashion wants and needs. Give me some pockets. Wait, this is see-through. You'll see right through that. I appreciate a great find, just like you did. Don't you love a good bathrobe? Oh, how I love these pajamas. They're so Christine. I understand about women lending jewelry to each other, comparing outfits with other women on the show. Whoa, other women? I have to remember I'm not a woman. I mean, comparing outfits with women. Full stop. Sometimes I can get almost cranky about it. Once I was given some pajamas, big and comfy, and then somehow they got altered and suddenly they were too small, and then there was no waistband, and the crotch was not right. Do women talk like that? It shouldn't go straight like that. But I told myself I wasn't going to complain. I didn't want to be a diva. Christine Baskets as diva. Well, she has a little bit of that in her. and I think I have a little bit of it in me. I see my transformation into Christine and think of what the great Divine did, or what Jeffrey Tambor has done in Transparent. Mom, I'm just trying to make myself completely disappear and make you appear. More and more, I'm turning into Christine. I look in the mirror and I can't take my eyes off you, like the song says. And when I have seen clips of me, I see that I've completely disappeared in the part. Can I say this? I'm sort of mesmerized. I don't kid myself that I, Louie, am such a dreamboat, even though Ken on the show is clearly and believably attracted to Christine. I mean, in my wig, I look a bit like I'm with the Mormons, and I certainly perspire a lot in my makeup, but sometimes you can't take your eyes off her. I wanted the editors to splice together clips of Christine in slow-mo and wearing different outfits and busy at different activities, set to Can't Take My Eyes Off of You by Frankie Valli. I used to open for Frankie in Vegas. Such a great, sweet guy, and can he still sing? I thought I could convince him to do it for me. You know, a clip that would go viral. A different application of viral, Mom, but similar idea. Don't you think I should do a line of Christine's clothes? I truly think she's as legitimate a fashion icon as anyone out there. In the meantime, Mom, they have a great leopard jacket for me this season. Just call the number on the bottom of the screen. Operators are standing by. Oh, there goes another jacket. Dressing smartly, Louie. Older. Hey, Mom, I need a new knee. I tweaked it on the set today. Not too bad, but they gave me some ice for it. It happened in a scene with Zach where we're sitting across from each other at the dining room table. And after it was over, I just stood up wrong. I joked with the crew, Zach kicked me, and you guys all saw it, right? Fact is, lately when I walk, the knee bothers me a little bit. There are 21 steps leading up to the front door of my house in Vegas. A couple of years ago, after working on a show, I slipped on the floor by the elevators. Somebody from the restaurant spilled grease there. I sued them, they settled, but I need a new knee. The doctor told me this one's pretty much bone on bone, no cartilage, not even butter. Maybe the other one, too. It's not surprising because these knees were made for a smaller model. They did not plan for this. I need ones made of titanium. Though first I need to lose at least 50 pounds so that the rehab won't be so difficult. I need to avoid craft services. I've been pretty good about that, actually. I could say all the bad things about getting older. First, we just try to hide it, as if it's not really happening to us and to everyone every second of every day. When I was 58 years old, I like to say I just turned 58 years ago. Well, now I'm 63 years old, Mom. So I just turned 50 8 years ago, 5 years ago. I remember when you turned 50, Mom, and Tommy and I just stared at you. What? Dad was 51 when I was born. When you hit 50, time moves faster. It does. And every body part starts clicking. I try to focus on the good parts of aging. When you pass 50, you say things like, "This is the best bowl of soup I ever had in my life. Can I have a gallon of soup to take home?" Why am I talking about what it's like to hit 50 when I'm in my 60s? Denial. Then again, who wants to live forever? If you live to 1,000, you wouldn't be able to retire until you're like 700. When you're young, you do drugs that could kill you. When you get old, you just want drugs that'll keep you alive. Full circle, baby. Mom, I don't know which is the most important thing about age. What age you are, or how old you feel in relation to those around you. Do we feel old because we feel old, or because everyone around us suddenly looks so young that, God, do we feel old? I feel so lucky to be working at age 63 on a great TV show. I'm surrounded by 20-somethings and 30-somethings, and they still talk to me. Yay! Sometimes I feel as if we're just way too focused on younger people. I doubt that I would have ever argued that when I was one of them. I mean, There are millions and millions of people out there who are my age, who have money and who want to buy things. But most of the movies and TV shows are not made for them. It's trite to say, but at any age, we only want one thing ever. Just one. Human connection. And a decent cup of coffee. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't get what's really behind whatever else they're seeking. Money, power, sex, bigger boobs, a nice Gustav Stickley 1905 lunch table? Whatever. I think of an old lady who meant a lot to me when I was a young man. It was the first apartment building I lived in Los Angeles in North Hollywood. After moving there from Minneapolis, I knew I had to be in LA if I wanted a real shot at making it in comedy and show business. And I befriended a very old woman named Sylvia, who lived in the apartment next door to mine. I had just started to get a little bit of success, and I had my first appearance on The Tonight Show. Sylvia had early-stage Alzheimer's, and very often I would leave my apartment and go to the elevator or get off the elevator to return to my apartment, and Sylvia would hear me and open her door. "Who are you?" she would ask. "I'm Louie, your neighbor." "Well, where have you been?" "I was out working." "Working where?" "I'm in show business." "My husband was in show business." "The motion picture business." "Really? I bet he was terrific." "He was. Would you like to come in? And I can show you the scrapbooks. I have some hard candy." It was the old ribbon candy, remember, in the crinkly plastic that's twisted on both ends? Even though they were wrapped, they still stuck to the crystal glass bowl. They'd probably been there since the late 1700s. I should have resisted, but, being a food addict, I would always pry a piece or two free and think, geez, for 200 years old, these candies aren't that bad. Sylvia would sit beside me on the couch and then move a little forward and point to the door of the bathroom. Her live-in nurse often spent long stretches in there. Sylvia would whisper to me, "She's using all the hot water." Sylvia would never get around to showing me the scrapbook. Each encounter of ours was a repeat of this, often verbatim, and I loved it. I mean, of course I felt for her, but what was I feeling? Sorrow? She seemed happy, at peace, something that I and so many others have rarely known. Sylvia had yet to develop the constant look of fear worn by people who suffer from later-stage dementia and Alzheimer's, that scared rabbit look. Who am I? Who are you? Where am I? What are you doing here? And I never blew her off. I hugged her at the end of each visit. Did she remember those hugs, those visits? Did they mean something to her? She must have. They must have. When Sylvia died and her family came to dismantle the apartment, they knocked on my door to tell me how much my visits had meant to her and by extension to them. "Hey, Mom, I gotta go. One of the many 20-year-olds I work for now is anxious to have me go over my lines. Love, Louie." Full moon. "Hey, Mom, it's a full moon tonight, and I think my acting today is the best it's been, maybe ever." Everyone on the set felt it. Everyone was doing great work today, not just me, the other actors, the whole crew. It just felt aligned. And I'm wondering, could it be the full moon? I'm not the first person to think that's true, and I believe in that kind of stuff. Amazing energy permeating for some reason, and maybe the reason is right in front of us. Maybe it's the white circle 250,000 miles above us. I believe in karma, good and bad. Bad was when Dad comes to see me perform comedy for the first time ever at Mickey Finn's in Minneapolis, and the next morning has a stroke. This morning, still dark, I woke up in a really positive state. Normally, I would just have lain in bed summoning the energy, but I felt great, and I said my prayers, I got up, I shaved, and everything was in tune. Then, during the day of shooting, all these things that often happen, misplaced my bifocals and my phone charger and my headphones, they just weren't happening. Everything seemed clear, unified. Food tasted even better than usual. I didn't overeat. and we were all so productive. And it turned out that there was a full, beautiful white disk beaming down on us. Really, Louie? The moon? It's the moon that's causing all of this? Hey, Mom, have you ever heard the expression waxing gibbous? I just heard it. It means more than a half moon and less than a full moon, and it's waxing or moving toward a full moon. Why am I bringing this up now? Just because I was talking about the moon, and I think it's a funny expression. Waxing gibbous. A little loony and a little lunary, Louie. Life is a performance, old chum. Hey, Mom, 1122 Hazelwood was your theater, your children were your audience, and you were a great actress. The parts you played varied greatly, from a young wife and mother to an abused wife to a fearless hand protecting her brood, to confidant and great listener and advice giver and hope infuser to many who needed it so that they could go on in life. You played young, you played middle-aged, you played classy, proud older mother of a headstrong young comedian who thought he knew it all. But you never wavered in your love for that boy and his many, many siblings, and somehow you had an equal amount left over for the neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers. You could make anything or anyone seem interesting, even beautiful. I cherish the nuances I learned from you. You never left any of those who witnessed your life performance empty-handed or empty-hearted, and you always left your audiences with a very full stomach. Hold her up to the light, and you see me, and all of her children, and their children, and their children. In this way, she lives forever. Love, Louie. Seduce, exploit, abandon. Hey, Mom. I flew home from North Carolina where I'd performed several shows, which makes over 50 dates for this year, down from the previous years, but that's because I now have months where I'm filming baskets, plus a new game show. I love working, and honestly, it's not like work at all. I feel wonderfully blessed and so lucky to be able to make people laugh. It's the best feeling. You know that you could make people laugh, right? So I had one parent who can make me laugh and the other one who can make me cry. Dad could be funny, too. Anyway, when I landed at McCarran Airport, I got off the plane. I did what I usually do, stop first at the men's bathroom close to the gate, because we're still so far from baggage claim. I have my favorite stall where I can regroup and get it together before I trudge through the airport, one of the busiest in the world. But this time I got in the stall, closed the door, and I saw this sign. Get help. If you're a victim of human trafficking, call this number. 1-888-3737-888. TraffickingResourceCenter.org. Is there anything more inhumane than human trafficking? What kind of world is this? I recently watched a special on it, and lots of times these victims don't even know they're in it until it's too late. Sometimes families sell their children to traffickers because they're so poor and they need money. This is the end of the world for many of these victims. Or the guys who hang out in places like bus stations and malls where they see young girls and boys and they don't care how young, and they take them and sell them, and they don't give a thought to what they're a part of. The sadness and terror and brutality of it. It's beyond belief, yet it's happening to a sickening degree. Seduce, exploit, and abandon. That's the phrase my friend Jim Guitar uses to describe what our larger society does. It seduces us into doing things and buying things and consuming things and drinking things we really don't need or that are more bad for us than good. Then it exploits us by charging us more than we need to pay or can pay for these products and services. Let's be honest. We know we're spending a lot more on so many consumer goods and other things than is truly necessary because of status-seeking, peer pressure, fear, etc. Finally, when we're broke, and we lack the resources, looks, talent, youth, etc., society abandons us and moves on to a new round of suckers to be seduced and exploited. Capitalism at its finest, the Hollywood wheel. The phrase seduce, exploit, abandon applies perfectly to human trafficking, too. One of the saddest things about human trafficking is how many people must be involved to make it work. It can't just be one person. Usually it takes literally dozens of human beings to keep up the seduction and exploitation and abandonment of innocent young people to set up these elaborate situations where this can happen. What can we do to help, to make a difference, Mom? What should I do? Will it ever stop? We should start by being honest with ourselves that it exists. I'm glad they put that sign on the bathroom stall door. I hope it's on doors in airports and bus stations and malls all over the place, and hopefully some people will be saved because of the awareness. In fact, Mom, I think the sign should be replaced with a button that you can push. You don't even have to make a call, which may be risky. Put these buttons all over the place. You never know who'll see it or need it. I pray for all those people who are involved in trafficking, because to do it, you have to be really broken. For those to whom it's being done, I feel so sorry and sad. We should put more money into this effort, because when we succeed, we are purely and simply saving lives, one by one. To the people who are doing it, stop! Shaking my head in disbelief and sadness, Louie. Please refer to the PDF that came with this program for more information. (2017) Jesus Calling. Hey, Mom, I need some faith to get through. A psychic in Minnesota once told me I was Fatty Arbuckle reincarnated. Apparently, Fatty came back through me so that I could right the wrong done to him. Now, I don't know if that's just a psychic taking advantage of a physically big, fat guy just starting out in show business, a clever thing to say to build up the susceptible young guy's ego. Okay, yeah, probably. After all, I gave her money for the reading. But somehow the general notion resonated with me. I've always been open to ideas, new ideas. Isn't it good to be open to new beliefs? Is it good to be open to the idea of reincarnation? That life is everlasting? It's a much better thought than that everything just goes black and we're done for. I gotta believe that. I've seen things and felt things, and I want to believe that there are people from my life that have passed on from this world into the next. I want to believe in God. I want Him to show up and make everything better. I want so much to have faith, but when such bad things happen out there, it's really hard to keep the faith going. When people say that life started only 2,000 years ago, we have rich scientific evidence to refute that. What I mostly get out of all this is that it's good to have faith. You're fortunate if you have it, because faith helps people get through the day. If faith is what it takes to help people get through the day, as long as they're not harming anyone or forcing it on anyone, it really is no one's business. Your belief is your belief. Whether you believe as a Muslim, a Jew, a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Christian, or anything else. Everyone should believe what they want. I just don't think we should encroach our beliefs onto others or judge others because their beliefs aren't ours. I think you and I are on the same page with this stuff, Mom. We wanted and want to believe in a life after this one, but only you know for sure. I'd love for you to break into a phone call and go, "Louie, it's your mom." And then I would completely blow off whoever I was talking to, and I would talk to you forever and see how it's going up there or over there or wherever you are. And I'd ask, is there anything I should be watching out for? Every time I return home in mid-January, I leave Vegas from the end of December through the middle of January, when the crowds are mostly underwhelming. I come back to lots of piled-up mail, bills, junk mail, and some interesting things. Anyway, there's this one package that I opened, and it was from Gail, a very sweet, devoted fan of mine from the South, who in the past has sent me some letters and cards. Enclosed was a book titled Jesus Calling by Sarah Young, a devotional that has a passage for every day of the year starting on January 1st. Gail had inscribed the book, "Louie, may you live the one exceptional life only you were born to live. Love, Gail." It was January 16th when I opened the package, but I started reading from the first page. And, Mom, it's a book I find comfort in. I found myself reading the same passage for each particular day several times a day, because each time I read it, I find something new. For instance, here's the very first passage for January 1st. Come to me with a teachable spirit, eager to be changed. A close walk with me is a life of continual newness. Do not cling to old ways as you step into the new year. Instead, seek my face with an open mind, knowing that your journey with me involves being transformed by the renewing of your mind. As you focus your thoughts on me, be aware that I am fully attentive to you. I see you with a steady eye, because my attention span is infinite. I know and understand completely. My thoughts embrace you in everlasting love. I also know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Give yourself fully to this adventure of increasing attentiveness to my presence. Romans 12:2, Jeremiah 29:11. The author of this book dedicates it to her mother, who demonstrated her appreciation of my writing in poignant ways. She kept my manuscript beside her bed so she could read it every morning. Once, while away from her home, she even asked me to fax her the readings day by day. After she died from cancer, I found portions of my writings that she had hand-copied into a journal. There's a sense in which she has written, through me, this book. Sound like anyone you know, Mom? We didn't do much religious stuff growing up. Dad would pray when he was mad, "Oh, Jesus, oh, Lord," or when he was trying to get back in your good graces because he had been such a a-hole after drinking. But we really never practiced any religion. I went to confirmation class at a Lutheran church on Saturdays only because my friend Tony Johnson did, so I tagged along. I got a lot out of it, though, and some of it must have stuck with me. Is that why I've been reading this book every day? As I said, I get comfort from it, and I want to believe that you're up there. You're with God. You're with someone. You're with my brothers and sisters. You're with Dad, and he's turned out to be the nicer guy that he could have become. Maybe we don't go up there as the individuals we were. Maybe we're just souls who are comforted and waiting for re-entry. I don't know. Mom, do you believe in reincarnation? That's kind of a dumb question to be asking you, but I want to ask it anyway. Hey, Mom, let me share the first line of Jesus calling for January 4th, the day you died. I want you to learn a new habit. Try saying, "I trust you, Jesus," in response to whatever happens to you. If there is time, think about who I am in all my power and glory. Ponder also the depth and breadth of my love for you. Do you feel how soothing this can be to me, down here? It helps give me faith, and I need faith to get through. Love, Louie. What are we waiting for? Hey, Mom. You know how I wrote that the only real questions are who and sometimes when? I take that back. The big one is really why. Why do we wait so long to take care of ourselves? Why did I wait until I was 63 years old to really start working on my weight? Why? I don't know the answer. I know I've thought about it 1,000,000 times before, but why am I only now starting to take it seriously? Why did Roger wait so long to quit smoking? He knew he was sick, and that the smoking had contributed to making him sick, but he didn't seem to care. Why don't Andersons seem to care? Some people take good care of themselves. They learn it from their moms and dads. Do I have some sort of weird default setting where even if I wanted to take care of myself, I would default to not caring? I can't seem to take care of myself, and now it puzzles me and really bothers me. I know it's deep-seated because if I could change it easily, of course I would. But I know I have to work very hard at it, and it has to be very concentrated for me to get anywhere with it. I know I shouldn't eat a sloppy Joe. Just look at it. Look at all the grease. As I start to reach for the bun and ladle the meat on and close the bun on it, I'm thinking, why am I eating this? Like I have no control over my hand or my brain. Must have Sloppy Joe. Like I'm a zombie. Why is it when I'm trying to lose weight, if I weigh myself, it suddenly becomes much harder? Recently, I was doing a good job on it, eating better and not weighing myself and losing some weight. Then I weighed myself. Bad move. Even though I proved I had done a pretty good job up till then, I was like, damn. And like that, it all got harder. Big mistake. After you died, Mom, I got fatter. Then Rhea died, and I got fatter. Mary died, and I got fatter. Billy, Kent, and Roger, the same thing. Then Sheila, which was a giant blow. Then Tommy, the caboose. I was thrown off the train when Tommy died. The train flew off the tracks. It's so hard to change, even when that change is so good. I really wish I could change my inability to change. Anyway, Mom, I was just wondering if you knew why that is. At some point, you have to park your past and put yellow caution tape around it so you don't keep going back to it. Because there's nothing like lounging around in your past and all that self-pity. Love, Louie. I miss them all. Hey, Mom. I miss my brothers and sisters to different degrees, and sometimes that makes me feel bad. But it shouldn't, because I was around them to different degrees. Some of them I was hardly around at all. But I love them all, and I miss them all. Kent, your firstborn, terrified me a little, but I liked him a lot, and I really miss his phone calls. He'd call and say, "What's going on?" Then he'd lecture me a little, because his role in the family was to get people to straighten out, even if he couldn't always straighten himself out. Sometimes he picked locks and cracked safes, and he got caught doing that a couple of times, but he got away with a lot more than he got caught. He was like a second father. He would always start a conversation. "You know what you should do, Louie?" I know I rolled my eyes at it, but he gave good advice. When something wasn't going right in the family, I called Kent. We had lots of laughs. I wish I could have helped him more. I really miss him. Just for the record, Kent turned his life around, and he used to lecture police departments on crime. I love playing cribbage with Big Raj, hearing his voice, his jokes, his complaints. He complained just like Dad. That guy's a son of a bitch. He's a crooked bastard. I miss that about Raj. He was his own man. He didn't care what you thought of him. And I respect that. I wonder if it was smoking that killed him, or the fumes from resurfacing the lanes in the bowling alleys. Once I went on the job with him, and I could hardly breathe. The only one who could beat Raj at cribbage was his wife, Nettie. He was easily the funniest person in the family. I miss Mary, that smiling face that was so much like mine. We're probably the most alike in the family, both overweight, easy smile, similar temperament, good laugh. She was very funny, she was very kind, and I'd like to consider myself kind. A big, beautiful, red-headed girl who loved butter as much as you and I did, Mom. When she worked at Porky's Drive-In on University Avenue, I wonder if she got razzed a lot, because of the name of the place. She married and moved to Texas, and it got more difficult to connect. I could have tried harder, though. I wish I could have gotten her on a list for a new liver. She was such a good mom. She did the best she could. I say that a lot in life. She did the best she could. He did the best he could. But what else can you say? If people could do better, they would, right? Her son Eugene sent me some of her jewelry, and every time I wear it on baskets, I get to honor her. And Rhea, God, I loved her. She said that when I showed up, Mom would get mad at her because when she came home late, she sometimes went into the room where I slept and pinched me awake so I would play with her. She used to dress me up like a little girl. I'm so glad I went to Connecticut after high school to stay with her for a while. She was so funny, like Roger, and so smart she would get 4 or 5 newspapers every day and read them all. We'd get New York hard rolls and drink coffee. I think I learned about coffee light from her. She knew the history of the family. If she liked you, she'd really go to bat for you. So many of my sisters moved away once they got married. And maybe the men wanted them to move, or maybe they did. So many of them chose men like the one you chose, Mom. Rhea was a great mom, too. Very protective. She didn't have an easy life. Once, when I was making a family reunion video, I asked Rhea if she could say one thing to Dad. After a pause, she said, "I wish I would have been a better daughter." I love Rhea's kids. I love my other nieces and nephews. One of hers lives in Nevada, Kathy, so that makes things easier. That's something I'm proud of. I've made an effort at being a good uncle. Sheila was a stubborn girl. I really loved her. She was skinny and she suffered like we all do from depression, though hers seemed more severe than some of the others. Sometimes she left me long voicemails. When she got sick, I felt she didn't want to be around anymore. She wouldn't quit smoking. I always wanted to scoop her up in my arms and hold her, and I would, and she'd say, "Stop it, leave me alone," but she secretly liked it. When her daughter was growing up, Sheila left notes in Tabitha's lunch, "Have a great day," smiley faces, that sort of thing. She would tell her, "Life is good. You'll figure it out." She loved her daughter and adored her grandson and took good care of him. She also loved her other grandchildren, but she had a hard time loving herself, as we all do. A lot of my older brothers and sisters didn't have easy lives because Dad was even harder on them. When it comes to siblings, as much as you love them, you can only do so much. If they're not going to take care of themselves, you can't force them to. When Sheila would disappear and I'd find her, I'd ask, "Are you smoking?" She'd say, "Yes." At least she didn't bother to lie. I love them all, Mom. I miss them all. I wish I would have done more for each and every one of them. Say hello to them for me, if they're there with you. Love, Louie, their kid brother. Fat Camp. Hey, Mom, I checked into a health academy. Okay, let's call it what it is, Fat Camp, that had been recommended to me by a friend who had dropped 100 pounds and looked great. You know, Mom, I've been through a lot with my weight, and more stuff since you passed. I'm trying to eat healthier, exercise more, see doctors who can help. Follow a healthy path. Losing weight would make it a lot easier to get through the TV shoots, because some of those 16-hour days are incredibly physically taxing. I'd like to give my legs a little bit of a breather. I considered the sleeve operation, where they cut your stomach in half, but decided against it because I could never get that back again, and I wanted another chance to do this thing on my own. I acknowledged long ago that I'm a food addict, and I realized that I, and those like me, eat for comfort that can never come from food. It's all about familiarity. Christine Baskets does it too. I think Christine Baskets has a better body image than Louie Anderson does. Not that hers is great, just better than mine. Not the highest bar in the world. Anyways, I checked into this health clinic spa for a couple of weeks. I always think I'm dying, so this was as good a time as any. And from what my friend Eddie told me about the place, and the results he got and what I read, it intrigued me. When I got there, I walked around the beautiful grounds. Big lizards running on their hind legs. Had I signed up for Jurassic Park? Were the geckos on the same diet we would all be? It was incredibly hot, so hot my sweat had sweat. August might not have been the best month for this. There was orientation, then a meet and greet circle where everyone said why they were there. Then they told us not to eat anything because the next morning we would have our blood work done. I didn't do as much research on the place as I probably should have, because I soon realized it was a raw vegan place. Yikes. But what the hell, I'd give it a try. The next morning we had to get our blood taken at 7 a.m. I would have preferred to have them take it several hours later because I am not an early morning person. I think people need more sleep than they think. I know I do. I'm no believer in that less sleep is okay theory. So at 7 they weighed me. I was so fat, more than 400 pounds, and so tired. Then they took my blood. I was so nervous about what they'd find. Which of my several overflow 100 pounds were the problem? When you're that overweight, it means you're sick on some level. Also, it means you eat too much and don't exercise enough. After the 7 a.m. blood work came the 8 a.m. breakfast. There was a schedule for everything, lots of vegetables. We got fruit on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. That's it. Fortunately, it was Friday. I had buckwheat, which tastes sort of like grape nuts, only not as good. Then some fruit, plus the squirrel stuff you can eat whenever you want. No salt, of course. I think it might be easier to get through a life as a raw vegan than as a no-salter. At least the ocean wasn't far. There was no sugar, of course, no fat. You couldn't even warm up your food. During my time there, no hot food was allowed except for some hot soup. Some people could have hot oatmeal in the morning, but almost none of us were part of that privileged class. Actually, it wasn't oatmeal, it was like gruel. It was paper mache, I think. They told us basically everything is bad for you. Not that I disagree. Probably everything is bad for you, at least the way Americans eat. So maybe lots and lots of rules and regulations are exactly what we all need. What I need. The intentions of the people who worked there and ran the place were admirable. They really want their guests to get healthy. They're also suspicious of the medical world and the use of drugs for everyone and chemicals and additives and everything. They believe in focusing on the way we live and what we do, not just what we eat. After breakfast, I spent the next couple of hours obsessing about what I was going to have for lunch. My blood tests were actually not too bad. My cholesterol could be a little better. My hemoglobin count put me in the pre-diabetes range. But all in all, I wasn't terrible. They recommended I drink 20 cups of water a day, as well as 3 small cups of some green ginger liquid twice a day and a couple of ounces of liquid blue-green algae. You can't eat meat, of course. Soon enough, I was eyeing the geckos skittering around the spa grounds. I mean, for some reason, my room came with a toaster oven, yet we couldn't have hot food. So did every single thing have to be eaten raw? If I could catch me one of those lizards and cook it up, oh well, who was I kidding? On my squirrel diet, I was too weak to catch a gecko. But I did save 15% on my car insurance with Geico. Mom, why do you think it's so hard for me and all of us Andersons to take care of ourselves? Were we missing a certain gene? I don't know what's wrong with us. I don't know why we couldn't do things in moderation, then just, stop. Stop overeating, stop all the addictions. Addictions really are a disease. After a week of fat camp, I was indoctrinated to the belief that all food is poisoning us. All food? Okay, not all food, but I'm trying to be dramatic here. Anything that wasn't living, really. If it was cooked, you were cooked. I did learn about some healthy foods that we should eat more of. Do you know how many nutrients are in sprouts? I had no idea. According to the people there, sprouts are at least 40 times more nutritious than almost anything you can eat. Having a salad? Add sprouts. And then there are 100 different kinds. And they said that one kind of bean sprout, a mung bean, is the only plant, the only food ever shown to be effective at halting certain cancers. No, can that be true? I need to do research. Why hadn't I heard of this before? Then again, I just learned how to make text bigger on my iPhone. Now you tell me, after I buy a giant magnifying glass. They didn't just talk about eating sprouts and all the things you can do with sprouts, but also about growing sprouts. I got so freaking sick of sprouts. I learned about lots of healthy foods. Don't forget the sprouts, though. A lot about taking care of myself. The greatest thing about the spot gave me a chance to really rethink what I was doing with my life and how I was living. It's true that it's probably much easier to follow strict rules in a very controlled environment because I didn't have to think about the choices I was bombarded with every day, hour, minute, second, the way I do in the real world. Not everyone has the money to try this, In fact, no one does. Still, the spa was a very supportive environment with lots of things to do. Everyone there was geared to making me feel better, a very positive combination of body, mind, and spirit. McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Cold Stone, and Krispy Kreme. That's my Mount Rushmore, I used to joke. Very early in my stand-up career, I did a bit about going to fat camp and competing in the Fat Olympics competition there. The pole vault, I drove that sucker right into the ground. In gymnastics, I did a good thing. I straightened out those uneven parallel bars. I did a third joke, which nowadays might be considered a little inappropriate. The broad jump, I killed her. Then I capped off the routine with, after the competition, I snuck into the woods to meet the dealer who sold me Snickers. I was always the fattest boy in class. I felt so sad for the one girl who was even fatter. When you feel empathy in that situation, that's when you know you're a people pleaser. Later, I was the fattest kid everywhere. I was the fattest person everywhere. That's no joke. I added a week to my stay at the fat camp for a total of 3 weeks. I wasn't ready to return to the real world. The clinic spa was expensive. I knew I could have done a lot better there than I did. In the first 2 weeks, I lost 15 pounds, but probably could have lost 40. It was a good experience, but I didn't take proper advantage. I didn't go to all the programs and the meetings, the therapy, the body manipulation, and more. I didn't exercise as much as I should have. I was lazy some days. I skated through. The spa attracts people from all over, and so many nice ones, and they're all there for the same reason. To get thinner, to get healthier, to save their life. In the third and final week, I really tried to buckle down, which helped me lose some more weight. I heard about residents who had made great improvements in their triglyceride numbers, who went off their blood pressure medicine, who felt in better balance physically and psychologically. But the big question for me remained, how would I keep it going after I left? Then no one was there to run these programs and keep me from being exposed to less healthy food? Does McDonald's simply disappear? Do Sprouts automatically get sprinkled on every bite of food? Where's my blue-green algae? I thought about developing a sitcom about a place like the Fat Camp Spa, with characters from the worlds of both the staff and the guests. I like the coming together and clashing of these two groups, normal real life, and this fantasy world of perfect health and energy that we all say we want but hate doing the work to get there. Still, even just a few weeks at such a place changes the way you think about almost everything. Not only about eating, but how you treat yourself as a person, how people look at you, how you let them look at you, whether you accept that or push back against it. What parts of your childhood and upbringing you carry with you, often damaging baggage wherever you go and whatever you do, a great reminder that we are ultimately in control of so much of our lives. And just because we forget it or ignore it or overlook it or put it at the bottom of our to-do list, never to rise to the top, doesn't make it any less so. On graduation day, one of the guests, a French woman, stood and said simply, in heavily accented English, "This place is so special." Then stopped talking and began singing, without accompaniment, La Vie en Rose. I don't have to tell you how many dry eyes were in the house, Mom. Love, your son, the hungry, hungry hippo Louie. My world. Hey, Mom. I work a lot. Did you know that about me? Did I seem that driven when I was younger? I don't know if you would call me a workaholic, but I have a very heavy touring schedule. Over the last 2 years, I did close to 200 shows of stand-up. For the last 2 years, I've been one of the main actors on Baskets. I just became a regular guest panelist on a syndicated TV game show. Funny you should ask. I'm shooting a new comedy special in November. I guess you could call me ambitious, though I'd really like to figure out a way to do all my work lying down. The game show I'm on almost accomplishes that. I call it Hollywood Squares and Chairs because my fellow comedian panelists and I just sit in our chairs and deliver funny lines cooked up for us by talented funny writers. And they pay me to do this. I have at least 5 books I want to write after Hey Mom, if this actually becomes a book. Trust me, Mom, when I say that this one here would be the most important one to me. And I don't plan on rushing the others because I know how important it is to let good ideas sit. I already wrote 3 books, including Dear Dad. I guess I'm not the only one trying to make sense of growing up with a volatile alcoholic parent, because not only was the book a bestseller, but, as I wrote to you earlier, I got so many letters from readers. Maybe my desire to create comes from Grandpa Alfred Anderson, Dad's dad, the inventor, who had more than 50 patents to his name, including the clamp clothespin, a railway switch, a version of a stove hood, a mechanism for opening and closing doors, a deep fryer. Oh, hopefully I don't take after him completely, since he squandered his money so badly on drunken trips with Grandma Ingeborg, and they neglected their family until it was ruined. Can I tell you about my biggest idea, Mom? Much bigger than the others. I call it My World. It's a website to change the world. I know, I sound full of myself, but I really think it can save the world. So you would think I'd be working harder on it, right? Remember, I may be ambitious, but I also just want to lie down. Anyway, the idea first came to me in a dream. I think the reason it came to me like that was because once, not in a dream, I overheard someone say, websites are living, breathing animals. They feel like they're alive when you go to them. And that idea hit me deeply, and it probably squirmed right into my subconscious. Okay, the idea. You wake up in the morning, and before you do anything, fine, you can have some coffee or juice, maybe a cinnamon roll or a banana. You log on to a site called My World, or whatever name close to that is available. A world comes up, an image of the earth, a globe that has your name at the top, and you can rotate it. As you turn it, you see problem flags, things you would like to see changed, remedied, improved, eliminated, really big problems and issues like climate change, human trafficking, access to clean water, hunger, genocide, destruction of the rainforest, mental health care, care for the wounded soldiers, etc., etc. You see images or videos showing the problem, and situated right where it's most a problem. So you can see a faucet dripping with just a few drops of water in sub-Saharan Africa, and you see the rainforest being cut away in the Amazon. You also see all the wonderful things in the world you want to see more of, or be a part of, or create. Exotic travel, gorgeous settings, beautification projects, etc. Now, to make sure that you don't get overwhelmed by trying to save the whole world and fix every problem, you see only those issues that you selected to be involved with. And whenever you log in, other people can see your profile and know which problems you care most about, just like you can see everyone else's. Yes, it's a little like Facebook. Remember Facebook, Mom? And you and the people who care about the same problems and issues can join in helping to solve them. Thousands of people, hopefully millions, which makes you feel like you're shrinking the world just a little bit. Because let's face it, this is a big project. It's hard to fix or improve even one of these problems. And part of the reason is because it all feels way too big. So why bother? Maybe by looking at the world in this way, it would change how you woke up in the morning and how millions of others felt when they woke up. I also want to get charities and corporations involved, as well as the 1,000 most influential people in the world, some of whom I realize, because of their wealth and power and agendas, are not exactly what you would call the good guys. But we have to get as many people involved as possible if we're going to make a real dent in these problems. It's about inclusion. It's about looking at things in a more manageable way. I have to go lay down now. Does everyone dream about saving the world? Being a catcher in the rye? I have another idea for an animated series called Louie Saves the World, where Louie, a comedian, goes to the big city to do stand-up, but it's really just a ruse because his mission is to save someone, do something. My world. Think about how good you would feel if you woke up and dealt with even one of the issues plaguing the world every day, especially when it's an issue that matters to you. We all have something that matters to us. My world is a new way to look at the world. It's a canvas we're all trying to paint together. It's a living, breathing animal, but we're not just content on keeping it living and breathing. We want it flourishing. I have other ideas, Mom, but that's enough for now. I'm going to finish this letter and have a healthy snack, then save the world. Entrepreneurially yours, Louie. Family Peace. Hey, Mom. The Family Feud producers called and asked me to participate in an episode of the show with our family as contestants, with Steve Harvey hosting. Of course, I said we would do it. Me, Jimmy, his son James, Nettie, and Valerie. And we were all absolutely terrible. We got crushed by the other team. I was particularly bad. I was under the weather the night we taped, and I thought I let everyone down. But after the show, Nettie came up to me. "Louie, this is a dream come true," she said. "I'll never forget it. I've always wanted to do this." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. "After all, I'd been the host for 3 years. "Oh, I didn't want to say anything," she said. What a sweet woman. No wonder Brother Raj loved her so much. And that moment with Nettie, Mom, made me very happy, and also a little sad. Her dream had come true, and I helped to make that happen. But it also made me realize how often people don't express their dreams, whatever they may be, however small or big. We should probably say what our dreams are every day. Speak them out loud in the presence of others. Or they could get buried or forgotten. Why would people need to probe you with questions to find out what you're dreaming? That shouldn't be. We should be transparent about our dreams to others and ourselves. Never assume that people, even those you're close to, and who love you and who you love, will just volunteer their most important aspirations and thoughts. Is that why I'm asking you so many questions, Mom? Because I fear that you lived your life without fulfilling some of your dreams? Most of your dreams? Love, Louie. Hat Day. Hey, Mom. Last year I started this thing on Instagram called Hat Day Sunday. Instagram, Mom, remember the slideshows we used to watch of relatives' vacations? Same thing, except now you watch it in private and don't have to fake emotions about the photos. And it's not just pictures of vacations, but things like salads and rustic doorknobs. I just love doing Hat Day Sunday, and lots of people out there seem to like it. Every Sunday I post a picture of either me or someone I know wearing a hat. Everybody should have a day where they wear a hat. Hats are wonderful things. Hats don't get enough credit. They transform you from one person to another, one profession to another. You get to be someone else. Hats give you cover if it's raining or snowing. If it's windy, they had a case of bad hair day or bedhead. Mom, did we use the expression bedhead? Hats are underrated. When you wear your favorite sports team's cap, sometimes you're saying a lot, but sometimes not. Because hats don't have to mean anything either. They're just fun. Look at my Instagram, @LouieAnderson, and you can see all the Sunday hats. Or even better, put on your best or most favorite hat and send me the picture. Who am I talking to, Mom? You don't have an Instagram account. Besides great hat pictures, I continue to get a great response from Christine's admirers who share with me their stories about their moms. Hey, Louie. Baskets and your character Christine came into my life at a time when I desperately needed laughter. I was pregnant and also been diagnosed with breast cancer. It was a scary time, and the doctors kept stressing to me that I needed to really try to keep my anxiety down for mine and the baby's sake. So I watched a lot of Baskets, LOL. I probably watched each episode a dozen times. I'm happy to say I'm cancer-free now with a healthy 16-month-old little boy. But I wanted to thank you for getting me through a very tough time in my life. My mom's story. She very much reminded me of Christine. I lost her to breast cancer when she was 47, and I was 21. She was a very conservative Christian lady and didn't listen to much music outside the Christian artists, but she loved the song Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio. I can still picture her dancing and rapping along with the song. Such a random thing, but it's still one of my favorite memories of her. Rebecca Bennett. Hey, Louie. My favorite memory of my mother took place in the 1970s. We lived in a rural town. We had fruit trees, grapevines, an enormous vegetable garden, and horses. It sounded idyllic, but it really wasn't. I had very good parents, but my father was very controlling. He had been an abused child, and it manifested itself in him wanting to have mastery over his environment. He picked out my mother's outfits each day, took her income, gave her no allowance or access to the checkbook, and kept her from getting a driver's license. He had the neighborhood kids so spooked they all would get quiet near our house so they would not upset him. My father provided well. My mother, thanks to him, looked like Jacqueline Onassis, but if she needed eggs or milk, she had to ask for them. My flamboyant and demonstrative uncle sent me 2 kites among other goodies for my birthday one year, but no kite string. So the kites were mounted in my bedroom wall for a long time. We lived in a rural area and really could not walk to a store, and we did not dare ask my father for kite string. So my mother, and I'm tearing up as I type this, tied every piece of yarn and string we had in the house and made perhaps a 20-foot kite string perfect for a small paper kite. And we went outside, and by God, we tried to fly this little yellow kite. My father died in 2001. I forgave him. He could not help himself. I can say I love him. My mother lives with me now. She is my friend, and I love her. Regards, Johnny Mitchney. Hey, Louie. Fellow Minnesotan here with my mom's story, one of many. I was about 4 years old, and my mother had 3 daughters, 4 and under. I was born in 1960, my sister in 1961, my little sister in 1963. I remember clearly not being happy when my little sister showed up. It was like my mom had no time for me, and I hated this little screaming thing that was taking up all my mom's attention. So I acted out a lot. I was a brat. I would make scenes in the grocery store, you name it. I'm sure I made a stressful time in her life even more stressful. We lived in Elgin, Illinois. It was a beautiful summer day when my mom took me for a car ride. I think she dropped my sisters off at my grandmother's, but I don't remember that part. We drove to a huge red brick building with lots of children in uniforms playing in the front yard. She pulled me out of the car and said, "This is where children that do not have parents go." She quickly got into the car and drove off. She had driven around the block, which I didn't know at that time. I remember a clear, sunny day. I remember the children. I remember the building. I remember the tree-lined street. I remember crying so hard tears of snot ran into my mouth. I remember feeling so horrible for how I had been treating my mother. She may have left me there for a minute or 2, but it seemed like a lifetime. She drove up. I hopped into the car. I don't remember the drive home, but I remember the relief in seeing her pull up to pick me up. My dad to this day can't talk about it without getting red in the face, but it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. I had no idea there were children without parents. It's not that I became the perfect kid. I still got in trouble. But it changed me and made me, even at 4, appreciate all that I have. I tell her often how thankful I am that she did that. I found an old postcard on eBay of the orphanage, which I keep on my refrigerator. Thank you, Mama. A big fan, Becky Meverden. Doing what we shouldn't, not doing what we should. Hey, Mom. Why are people so careless with something so precious for a potential return of something so silly? It takes a split second to smash into the back of a car while texting. Talking on the phone isn't much better, except the talker usually doesn't look at the screen. A split second? For what? You can't take it back. Yeah, maybe the texter driver texts perfectly 99,999 times, with no typos or mangled bodies or mischosen emojis, or future charges of vehicular homicide. But next time, the very next time, there could be death. That's all it takes, just once. I tell Lyft drivers, if you look at your phone one more time, I'm asking for another driver. And when they put it down, it doesn't make me happy. No, it makes me angry, because they just prove that they can put it down. They just don't. Ever. This habit, this addiction, this itch we all think we have to scratch, it's none of that. They can put it down while they're driving. They can put it down most of the time. We all can. Stop it. We can. Stop kidding around. We can, but we don't. Why do we believe that the laws of physics and the impact of a metal box moving at 70 miles an hour on flesh and bone will somehow halt like a game of freeze tag? Because we want to respond to a non-urgent message with another non-urgent message? Then there's that other problem, thinking that time stops. Switching lanes, I know. I'll get to it. I'll do it. It won't be that long. I just have to put some time aside. I'm going to write that book. I'm going to visit that person. I'm going to figure that out. We all say these things. And then we wake up one day and say, wait, what was I going to do? I'm just rambling, Mom. What other subject should I go on about? The college football playoff system? Olives with pits? There's a lot out there that's just painful to witness. So I'm cranky, wanting things to be better, people to do better, like you wanted, but I'm not sure they'll get better or can get better. No, that's not right. They can. But will they? Will I? Can I take each day, Mom, and stay on the straight and narrow? Stay on the path that's healthy? Where I'm not acting hangry? Isn't hangry a great word, Mom? Hungry plus angry equals hangry. I love some of the new words we have today, Mom. Like spam. Remember we used to eat spam? Not the kind that clogs up my computer. The kind you used to fry up in a pan. Selfie, snail mail, staycation. I prefer laycation myself. That's where you go from one place where you were lying down to another place to lie down, and so on. Was I complaining before? Should I stop? Wasn't that one of the promises I made to myself? No matter what we try to do, if we're not careful, we always end up back in the trough. Back at the Dairy Queen, back at the soft serve, back at the Slurpee, back at the nacho bar. Is this about me or everyone? Big question, Mom. I should just stick to the basics. Keep it simple. Parents should love their children. Children should enjoy being young. When you hit 40, you should climb something, anything, because soon you might not be able to. The things that taste best are always the worst for your health, and should be eaten in moderation except in times of extreme anxiety. And women should be in charge of everything. Honestly, Mom, I feel that way. If women were completely in charge, or way more in charge than they currently are, first hunger and homelessness and human trafficking would be eliminated. I bet drug-related crimes would go way down too. I just feel that. Clean water for one and all. Everyone would have clean clothes, clean underwear, 3 squares a day. Every toilet seat would be put back down. Everybody would have to go to bed by 9 o'clock. Looking at myself, too. Louie. Big underwear. Hey, Mom. One day I was pulling clothes out of my dryer and folding my underwear, and I said out loud, "Damn, these are gigantic." And a comedy bit was born. They were absolutely gigantic, and even though I was alone in my house, I imagined all this happening in a neighborhood laundromat and me yelling, "Are these mine?" At some point later, I was going through a storage space and came across 5 or 6 boxes of underwear. a small city of underwear, because I remember when I was growing up I had just 1 or 2 pairs, and I so appreciated that you did the laundry every day, Mom, maybe every couple days at the most, so that we would always have clean underwear. And here I have these boxes and boxes of underwear unused and forgotten. I actually tried to give the underwear away, only I found out you can't. Goodwill said they wouldn't take it. It's unsanitary, the Goodwill guy told me on the phone. It's not dirty underwear, I said. It's not used underwear. It's new. Sorry, he said. Too bad, I thought. Think of all the Louie-sized homeless people out there that could be using this underwear. I decided to make artwork out of it. I decided to make a routine out of it. I decided I would do a bit about it at the Comedy Store when I was in L.A. I decided to title my next TV special, Big Underwear. Thanks for always keeping me and Tommy and the rest of us in clean underwear, Mom, when we were too poor to have boxes and boxes of it. You're a great mom, Mom. Louie. When it rains, it pours. Hey, Mom. Loss is always just around the corner. It's part of every life, lying in wait for all of us. I've had this theory for most of my adult life. I wrote about it in Dear Dad, that all we deal with in life is loss. We just keep losing. The comfort of the womb, access to our mother's breasts, the luxury to mess our pants. We lose family members, friends, teachers, neighbors, our hair, our teeth, our speed, our flexibility, our youth. We lose them, don't get them back, and don't know how to deal with these losses because we haven't been taught how. We won't admit it, most of us anyways, how much it hurts. In many ways, often more subconscious than conscious. We spend all of our lives trying to alleviate the feeling of loss, often grasping tightly to the things that we should let go of. We should all hug each other tighter because of the presence of loss, because loss is there to remind us to live every minute fully and enjoy it, like it's the last dark chocolate buttercream caramel, or dark chocolate truffle, or milk chocolate pecan English walnut cluster in the box of Russell Stover's candy, just to name a few. Because I had to say something upbeat when talking about loss. The world is full of sorrow right now, but maybe always. Probably. No, definitely always. I live with sorrow every day because I see it everywhere. Last night I had a job performing for a company that transports individuals and families from one side of the globe to the other. They take you and all your stuff all the way down to your toothbrush, from St. Paul, Minnesota to Dubai, or from Paris, Texas to Paris, France, or vice versa, or as I like to say, verse versa, or from Boston to Austin, or Nebraska to Alaska, or Malta to Yalta. Sorry, I can't help myself. Afterward, I had a meet and greet and took about 100 photos with people. What autographs were a generation ago, Mom? That's what these celebrity photos are now. Did I just call myself a celebrity? Ugh. Did you ever get any autographs, Mom? Did you get one from Dad the first night you saw him play trumpet with Hoagie Carmichael's band and fell in love with him? I know you and your mom and your dad listened to the radio as Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic, and we were all watching the moon landing on TV together. So anyway, after the show for the movie company, I was riding high, carrying my leftovers and walking to the car that they sent for me. I remember how much you enjoyed it when they sent a car for us when I was filling in for Joan Rivers because her husband, Edgar, had committed suicide. Joan was feeling sorrow then, and maybe forever after that, because suicide is a brutal thing. You just don't know what to do, who to be mad at. When someone commits suicide, here's the question I always have. Who do they want to kill? I know Dad's sister killed herself because of the murder at their house years earlier, which ultimately caused Dad such agony, and his agony caused you and all your children such agony. Do you think it's smart for me not to have kids, Mom? Sorrow is like plastic in the environment. It takes years for it to dissipate. Spell check wants to say disappear or dissolve instead of dissipate. But I'm not going to let it, Mom. I'm not going to let spell check win. Sorrow is like a sparrow. Out of nowhere, it can land right in front of you. Though luckily, it can also be gone in an instant. On this beautiful Chicago evening, I was feeling no sorrow. I had a great show, people laughing and cheering me on, uplifting comments during the photo taking from, "I'm a longtime fan," to "I loved Life with Louie," to "I love your stuff about your parents. I love your mom character on baskets." At the Waldorf Astoria, Chicago, I went up to my room, had some dinner, and decided I needed a shower to relax. In hotels, I always ask for a handicapped bathroom because the showers are better to walk into. Bigger, less slippery, and the older you get, the more you need the railing. Plus, there's a chair that folds out from the wall that you can sit on. I turned the water on and just let it run over me. I was really enjoying my shower. There's something about a really nice hot shower that brings you anywhere you want to go. It gives you a chance to wipe away some of what's racing through your mind after a show. An entertainer's quick path to meditation. I got the show, I got the laughs, I got the check, I got to meet lots of wonderful people. I knew I was a lucky guy. Then a creak and a crash. Before I knew it, I had pulled the chair out of the wall and was lying on the shower floor. I rolled over, half laughing, half crying. The water continued to run over me. I was very afraid I might not be able to get up. Here I was, an entry on Comedy Central's list of 100 greatest stand-ups of all time, 420 pounds, and I couldn't even stand up. I was lying on the shower floor, the entire seat pulled out of the shower wall. My first instinct was to blame someone, but who? There must have been a warning on the chair, but I couldn't see one. What was the top weight the chair was good for? 300, 350, 450? As the numbers climbed in my head, I realized in that moment what I had thought I'd realized so many, many times before. I have to do something about this. I felt a range of emotions: embarrassment, shame, fear, rage, self-loathing, but really sorrow. How did this happen? How do you get like this? This was definitely my next journey, I thought, while lying there, water pounding on my body. This time I'll complete it. Sometimes you just know when you're going to do a good job, cutting the lawn, washing the car, cleaning the fridge, writing a book report. You just know. It was time. I felt it. Humiliation and desperation are powerful motivators. A lot of people are going to say to me, "You look really good, but aren't you worried you won't be funny?" When I hear that, my answer will be very simple. No, I'm not worried at all, I'll say. I got up off the floor. I don't even remember how, though I believe I reached for a towel and grabbed the handle of the shower and somehow got my footing. As much as anything, I willed myself up. And when I stood, I took a good long look at myself in the mirror. I said goodbye to that body. I said hello to my new life. I walked into the bedroom, picked up the bag of M&Ms that I'd taken from the minibar and tossed on the bed, waiting to be devoured, and returned them to the minibar. No more M&Ms for me. I told myself I was going to try and live on really healthy food, lots of laughs, love, gratitude, and humility. I'm going to do whatever I have to do, Mom. Love, Soaking Wet Louie. Twelve-step. Hey, Mom, I'm back in a 12-step program. I rejoined last week, on April 15th, after a friend said to me, "Hey, Louie, are you going to just freaking kill yourself? Because if you're going to just freaking kill yourself, I don't really want to be around to watch. And if you don't give a damn about you, I'm not going to give a damn about you." I woke up. It's not the first wake-up call I've had in my life. And I think we all have a lot more wake-up calls than we recognize or are willing to acknowledge. But my friend's words were pretty harsh and totally on the money. You hate it when people say things to you like what he said to me, especially if it's a person who cares about you, but it stuck. I have to look at where I am. I want to be around for a while. I want to be the best Louie I can be. I'm exercising more. I do stuff for my chest, my back, both arms, both legs, both stomachs, 3 or 4 times a week, 3 or 4 sets for each body part. For a while, I've had a lifetime membership to Anytime Fitness because I did some commercials for them, and when I'm in there, sometimes I work with a trainer. When I'm on the road, I have this wee gym equipment, this little thing that you pull. I lay it out on the counter of my hotel room and pretend I'm going to use it. Sometimes I keep the door open with it. Sometimes I actually use it. This time, I hope I keep my commitment to the program. I really, really want to. I'm not going to lie, it's going to get bumpy. Like now, when I'm at a hotel and there's a stocked minibar and I want to eat all the food in front of me. Let's see, there's a giant bag of potato chips, gummy bears, peanuts, those damn M&Ms, cashews, 3 different types of cookies. And that's just what I can see from across the room. That's just the stuff speaking to me. I really am noticing it now. They would be easy pickings, these goodies, and not one of them can do me any good. Not one of them can help me. Maybe the cashews, but they're probably processed in some way. So I have to make that choice. If I wasn't on the program and in the right space, my mind would bring me back to these all night long. Yeah, I could rationalize having the healthiest item, the cashews, but that's not in my program. Is this room service? Can I get some carrots and some celery and a side of disappointment? Mom, I hope this is some kind of turning point, and I need to share it with you. I mostly wanted you to know that I'm eating healthier, trying to avoid fast food and processed food, and trying to manage what I consume. I build in snacks and make them healthy snacks like an apple. I'm in a better state of mind, though I know it's a day-to-day thing. I honestly don't feel threatened by the hotel candies and cookies, though I might just ask them to remove it all tomorrow, for safety's sake. Love, Louie. Fellowship. Hey, Mom. I'm on my way home from a meeting of my fellowship group, where all of us have one problem in common: food. For me and you, Mom, it was food. For Dad, it was drinking. I like bread way more than I like booze. Yet both are made from grains, and both can kill. Are grains killing all of us? Are they the most acceptable drug of choice for us Americans? It's the grain drain. I remember when Dad went to an AA meeting, and the hopeful feeling as I considered, is it really possible that I could have a nicer, more understanding, loving father? Some of us also went to an Al-Anon meeting, not Dad though, for the loved ones of alcoholics, because when someone is an alcoholic, everyone around is affected. I mean, infected. I love that Al-Anon meeting in particular, and I think you liked it, Mom. It made me feel like I wasn't the only one with a drunk for a father. Dad went to the grand total of 1 AA meeting. I don't need any fricking help to quit drinking, he said. I don't know that he used the word fricking. To his credit, though he never went to another meeting, he quit drinking. He never drank again after that. Problem was, he totally white-knuckled it. To Dad's discredit, his behavior didn't change much. Yeah, he wasn't as mean, especially to you, Mom, but he discovered new kinds of mean, new kinds of cruel. He was arbitrary about tasks we kids had to perform. There was no way he would be satisfied with the result, no matter how good and painstaking. If you cut the grass up and back, he'd say he wanted it cut in circles. Make him a sandwich, and guaranteed you put the meat and the cheese in the wrong order. One day he liked mustard, the next day he didn't. And all of his demands accompanied by, "What are you, fricking moron?" I don't know that he used the word fricking. We never went to another Al-Anon meeting, even though I liked the first one. That was more than 45 years ago, those initial meetings. I'm glad I'm going to these fellowship meetings now. I go at least once a week. It makes me feel less alone. I'm living a healthier life. I'm healing a giant part of me. Just sorry it took so many years to really take care of myself. But better late than never, right, Mom? What failed with Dad maybe won't fail with me. Your healthier and happier son, Louie. It's your faults, Mom. Hey, Mom. You're the loveliest person I ever knew, and I was so fortunate that it was you I had for a mother. But it wouldn't be right if I didn't point out at least a couple of your faults. Okay with you, Mom? You enabled a lot of Dad's behavior. Yes, I understand what a difficult situation you were put in, with 11 kids and being poor, and the times being what they were. But you were an enabler. When Dad quit drinking at 69, you said, "I told you he'd quit." I was speechless when I heard that. I didn't say anything to you at the time. I was 17 years old, and I remember I just walked into my room and sat on my bed and said to myself, or maybe I even mumbled it out loud, "Oh my God, she thinks she got him to quit drinking at 69. You sometimes said to me and the other kids, "It'll get better," about Dad and our situation, and you knew it was a lie. But you told yourself it was true. You told us it was, and we could see through it. I understand that Dad lived in denial much of the time, like when he got diagnosed with prostate cancer and refused to get it treated, and simply never confronted his innermost fears, at least in a constructive way that would have benefited his family and him. I tried to go a very different route, but I'm not sure you weren't more like him than me. We were poorer than you wanted to admit, Mom, and sometimes it seemed like you only wanted to talk about the kids who were doing well. You had a vain streak, not that it bothered me very much, and I've incorporated it into Christine's character. And I think vanity is sometimes over-criticized, because it's really a cry for dignity and respect, maybe because self-respect is lacking. But you did have your vain moments. Don't we all? Louie, how old do you think I look? I'd always guessed under because I knew, Mom, that that's what you were fishing for. I started doing it myself, asking people to guess how old I looked, but quit when somebody got it right. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the vainest of them all? Maybe both of us, Mom. Yeah, everyone's at least a little vain, and if they're not, I don't trust them. More than once, Mom, you actually said, "Be a good child, Louie. Don't cause problems, don't act up. We don't want your father to start drinking." If you'll pardon my French, Mom, what bullshit. One part of you that I've thoroughly incorporated into Christine's passive-aggressiveness. No one does it with more genius than a middle American middle-aged woman. That way of sliding something in that's really pure competitiveness and often vindictiveness, and a kind of showing off, but it's supposed to look nothing like it. Is anything more passive-aggressive and middle American than the expression, "Well, isn't that something?" In my act, I used to say that Midwesterners will cut you with a razor and then say, "Oh, my word, let me get my first aid kit. I don't know what got into me." My theory? It's so cold, we stay in the house too long. And then you lived by a code that's always left me puzzled, maybe enough to make me want to write a whole book to figure it out, while also celebrating how much I love you. That code? Everyone should tell the truth as long as it doesn't hurt people's feelings. Is that even possible, Mom? I used to blame you, Mom. Why did you put us through this horrible time with our father? Why wouldn't you protect us? Why wouldn't you call the National Guard, the militia, the police? I used to blame you. Why didn't you do that, Mom? What were you thinking? What kind of mother would do that to her children? But that was a younger Louie, less empathetic Louie, a less life-experienced Louie, a Louie who had experienced less loss, less disappointment, less success. Once I started looking at myself, I understood. It came into greater focus just how hard it must have been for you. I bet you agonized over it all, internalized it enough to cause 11 ulcers in one stomach. I wonder if the sleeve operation helps you get rid of ulcers. You took the blows for us. You stood in front of the firing squad every day for us. I hope you won't be angry for me pointing out a few flaws. We all have them. Most of us way more than you. It only makes you more human and lovable, really. With apologies, Louie. Writers need deadlines. Hey, reader. I started writing these simple letters to my mom, and then I sent them to a few friends, and they seemed to really enjoy them and said I should write a book of them, which you'll remember I was sort of thinking about, but not with great seriousness. So I said okay, because okay didn't mean I had to do it. Okay is about as non-committal as you can get. We'll see is the king of non-committal, but okay is close. Then I sent a few letters to a few publishers, and each of them I met with wanted the book, which was a good feeling and a bad feeling, because it meant that they liked it, and it also meant that I had to finish it. And if you commit to writing 65,000 words, then you've got to write all 65,000 words down. And get this, they've got to be in the right order and make sense. So I went from being anxious if anybody would even want to read these letters to anxious about producing them and finishing them. And even more anxious as the days went by, because I now have to have this book done by November 1st, and it's already October. I have my phone on mute a lot these days. Anyway, if I didn't have a deadline, I probably wouldn't finish it. So, fortunately, I have one. I think deadlines are started by moms and dads. They're soft deadlines, maybe more from moms. Clean your room, honey, because I don't want to keep walking by here and seeing this mess. And not so soft ones, maybe more from dads. You're not leaving the house until you finish mowing the lawn. How am I going to mow the lawn if I can't leave the house? There are office deadlines. I'd like to have this report done by Friday, Louie. I'm sure you would, and I'd like to have an ice cream sundae, but there's no ice cream, and it's not Sunday. That's good, Louie. Just get me the report by Friday. And there's show business deadlines. We have to finish shooting this scene by 4:30, drop dead latest. Why? That's when the sun starts setting. But the scene takes place in the basement. It's just a basement. There's no house there. We need deadlines. I'm glad I have a deadline to finish the book. I have a question for you, the listener. Not my mom, but you. When are you going to contact, surprise, or hug the people you love? That's my deadline for everyone. Just like I should have been a lot nicer, more loving to my mom, and I should have done more for her. And then she was gone. Here's my deadline for whoever's out there. Call your mom. Call your dad. Call your sister. Call your brother. Call your son. Call your daughter. Make plans for dinner with them. Go to lunch with them. It could be breakfast if that's your preference. Give them some of the time they've given you. Sometimes even give them the time they haven't given you. Don't be one of those people who starts weeping with regret every time they hear Harry Chapin's Cats in the Cradle or Fiddler on the Roof's Sunrise, Sunset. I mean, if you're over 40, you'll weep anyway. But don't be one of those people who weep so hard that everyone within 50 yards starts getting uncomfortable. You won't regret taking the time now rather than later. It's impossible to regret that. But if you don't do it now when you can, you will regret it later when you can't. Trust me on that. One more thing I know for sure. Only a very small group of people are truly taking in what I just said. I hope you are in that group. I was once one of those not in the group, and I didn't listen until I was absolutely forced to. And in some ways it was too late. I can't discuss this with you anymore. Got to get back to work. 65,000 words is a lot of words. But thanks for letting me spill about 700 more of them right here. Love you, whoever you are. Sirius Lewis on Deadline. This book is not about you, Dad, except when it is. Hey, Mom. Today I got to see the 10 scripts for Season 3 of Baskets, and there's a scene in Episode 3 taken exactly from our life. Last year I told this story to Jonathan, the director, and the Season 3 writers, and they decided it was perfect to incorporate. Instead of happening to me, which it did, now it happens to young Christine Baskets in a flashback. So, remember the time when Dad got so drunk? I know, which time, right? Then insisted on driving back through the snow with Tommy and me in the car, and I pleaded with him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen. And then, as he was nodding off, he accidentally floored the gas, and the car shot through the wooded area in front of our house, where we used to pick raspberries in the summer and slide down the snow in the winter. And now branches were being hacked off as the car plowed through the snowy woods until we crashed into a tree. And Dad just snored through it all. And I had to go get help from home before Dad and Tommy froze. I got out of the car and scampered up the hill, but it was very icy and I slid down. I tried again and I slid down, and the third time I went up and I knew I was going to slide down, and I just went with it. Whee! And almost forgot that Dad had just driven us into a tree and almost killed Tommy and me. Yeah, that time. Anyway, there's a scene like that now in the show where young Christine is pleading with her alcoholic father not to drive. But he does, because that's what drunks do. And she's in the car with him, and they plow into the hospital. And she has to take charge to get help. Fact and fiction. My own explanations of my childhood. What's fact and what's fiction? Dad was a veteran. That's fact. Doesn't matter whose point of view. It's fact. World War I bugler. But how much that fact affected his behavior and how much he still controlled, that's no fact anymore. Or maybe there's more than one set of facts. No, forget that, Mom. I don't want to put it that way. Sounds too much like fake news. Mom, I won't even bother explaining that to you this time around. Dad was funny, but I don't think I can call that a fact because it was almost always mean funny, which is not everybody's cup of tea. Louie, you got a point there. Too bad it's at the top of your head. Or, I think you're really a great person, so far. Funny, yes, but mean funny. And when he maintained sobriety for the last decade of his life, it's a fact that he didn't take another drink. Okay, that's technically not true. There was this one time in the casino when he was so sick with cancer, and he was playing the dime slot machine, and they came around offering free drinks, and he ordered a cold beer, and I kept my mouth shut, though I was upset. But is it a fact that we were better off this way? From whose perspective? In many ways, he was just as cruel, only in a different way. He was innovating new ways to be an a-hole. As kids, Dad and his sister were taken away from their parents after a murder occurred in their home during a party, with the parents nowhere to be found. Dad and Olga were put up in front of the local church. That's the root of the phrase, put up for adoption. They were chosen by separate families and split up forever. Dad's new family basically wanted an unpaid farmhand. They made him live in the attic. In some important ways, he was a better person than either of his reckless parents. But what do I do with these facts, or fictions? Do I forgive him? Yes, I forgive him. Do I think I understand him? In some ways, yes. In some ways, never. Is it better, Mom, that you didn't leave him, didn't divorce him, didn't get on with your life and our 11 lives? Only you can answer that. For years and years, I told myself that I understood why you didn't. It was the times, and we were poor, and there were just so many mouths to feed. And this is not a small thing. You still loved him. In a way, you always adored him. But I didn't get the nurturing or quality encouragement that a kid needs from a dad, that a son needs from his dad. I did get to be in his sunlight, though, and even sunlight that doesn't always shine bright is better than no sunlight at all. Would I be as funny as I am and successful as I am and be doing the thing that I absolutely love doing If I hadn't been exposed to him and the relentlessness of his cruelty to us? I doubt it. If he hadn't treated me like that, would I have searched so long and hard to find something to explain it all, or something to make me feel better? Maybe that's what makes the comedy. Your stick of butter, Mom, plus his gallon of vinegar. Should I cut him some slack simply because he was also the kind of guy who would get into a big fight with someone, then go buy groceries and leave them on the doorstep of someone else who was struggling worse than we were? I don't know, Mom. He was the good, the bad, and the ugly all rolled up into one. Maybe that's who all of us are, only in different measures. I know I can't get him out of my head either, and writing a book about him didn't change things completely, like I could put all that to rest. Just this week I met with the producers from the Strand Theater in San Francisco, and they offered me the chance to workshop Dear Dad and help me take it from the page to the stage. Crazily, I said yes. And I have this idea where at each performance we ask a few theatergoers to be part of the show by each reading one of the letters I wrote to him in that book. And in the lobby would be a display of the letters and all those photographs from Dad's life, and when he was a younger man, and a trumpet player in Hoagie Carmichael's band, and things seemed a little brighter for him, or maybe not, given what his childhood was like. And there'd be a trumpet player playing me off and on stage, and during crucial scenes, too. A trumpet blaring while I'm reading about being tortured by my father. If things go well, maybe that journey will end up taking me and Dad and you and the rest of our family to Broadway. I know this, Mom. When the book came out, I did a bunch of interviews promoting it, and one of the interviewers asked me, Louie, would you trade all that happened then and since for a normal childhood? And to that question, then and now, I always say, yes. Simple. I've already had the unhappy childhood. Why not give the happy one a go? Sorry, though I don't think I need to apologize. Louie. Reunion. Hey, Mom, I just returned from our Anderson family reunion. What a beautiful day. Jimmy and Janice set it up. We had it at Keller Park, and because it rained most of the day, it was a good thing we were under one of those pavilions. It was a great setup. Jimmy and Janice had it catered, and then everybody put in some money to help. Jimmy and Janice had this great way of putting all this together, and we had a great turnout. It always makes me happy to see everyone. We had a photographer come and take pictures, and then my friend took a video of the whole thing, so there's an archive of it. I love that. Mom, you and Dad spawned more than half of the nearly 100 in the family, though there were closer to 80 at the gathering. Starting with the next generation, by last count it was 27 nieces and nephews, 22 great-nieces and great-nephews, 10 great-great-nieces and great-great-nephews. It was so cool to see different versions of your face or Dad's face in so many of these young people. Oh, God, he looks just like Mom when he laughs. Or, wow, she has the same gait as Kent does. Oh, that's a spitting image of Sheila. He's got the same complexion as Dad. That sort of thing. And all of them, or anyway all but those who married into the family, carry the tradition of being good, bad, and indifferent Andersons, and always interesting Andersons, and maybe some of those who married in too. I sometimes say I'm 20% Norwegian, 80% butter, that we're from the Land O'Lakes tribe. But this is who I am, Mom. These are our people. You'd be really proud. Several of the kids are in college, and one of your descendants is starting medical school, and so many others have turned out to be quite something. The sky's the limit. Every generation seems to be getting healthier and better, and gatherings like these are really important so that we can all know each other, connect with each other, and love each other. It was truly a wonderful day, like I said. It rained for most of it, but the skies cleared up later, and Jimmy Sr. renewed his vows with his sweetheart Leela, whom he met in his 70s. Can you believe it, Mom? I was the best man. Jimmy's son David married them. He got ordained just so he could do that. A really lovely exclamation point to a lovely event. And I'm so glad to see Jimmy so happy, and Leela so happy. She's been good to the boys. You'd be thrilled by it all, Mom. Proud as punch, as a Minnesota icon Hubert Humphrey used to say. And, Mom, one of the babies in the family is named Orazella. You did it. You're still alive. So there's a baby with your name, and a son who plays you every Tuesday night on FX. Mom, are you having a partial family reunion? Tell everyone we miss them, and I hope Dad is straightened out, and everybody is happy and loving and caring up there. I want to believe there's lots of good things to come. There was lots of hugging and kissing at our reunion, Mom. Lots of love. Louie, just one of the many descendants of Ora Zella Anderson. Season 3. Hey, Mom, the cast and directors and writers all did a table read of Season 3 of Baskets at Zach's house. It was a wonderful experience. We had pizza brought in for the gang. I had lots of salad. A year ago, it would have bothered me not to have any pizza. I would have been thinking about it the whole time we were reading each of the 10 scripts. But it's okay now. Writing all these letters to you has made me realize something. Life is finite. Duh. Time is valuable. Ditto. And so am I. I'm valuable. I'm starting to treat myself as if I'm valuable. I don't get the potato chips. I go right for the celery, the carrots, the cucumbers, the cauliflower. Our favorite vegetable, Mom. Who doesn't love cauliflower? I'm in a different frame. I love vegetables once I get going with them. I don't graze. I don't get the sloppy Joe. I don't get the donut, Mom. I've lost count of how many hundreds, maybe thousands of donuts I've passed up from the Baskets craft service setup. Though for historical purposes, let me tell you, they had cronuts the other day. And I know you would love a cronut. A flaky donut that didn't exist when you were alive, but thanks to breakthroughs in pastry research, brought together the croissant and the donut to make the cronut. I'm figuring out a way to heal, to work the steps, as we say in the program. I reach out to others for help when I need it. I'm back in Los Angeles for the next 3 months. I heard from the producer that they made a wig for Season 3 that cost $9,000. Can you believe it? $9,000? And it's not like we're a big-budget show. Why so expensive? They hand-tie every single hair individually to the mesh shell that has thousands of tiny holes. Supposedly, it will look more like my hair than my hair does. I can't wait to see it. Christine is moving up in the world. I found this little apartment in Studio City in the Valley because I know we're going to be doing a lot of shooting in the Valley. You remember Studio City, Mom? I'm pretty sure you were there with me once. I should have taken you to a lot more places. I should have done a lot more nice things for you. I'm so sorry I wasn't a better son, but I'm trying not to play that song over and over. Love, Louie. The Sorrow Sparrow. Hey, Mom. Am I a sorrow sponge? I leave myself wide open. I was heading out of town for a gig in Chicago, and I saw this young woman at the airport gate who weighed well over 300 pounds. She was short, too, and all I wanted to do was wrap my arms around her. Just wanted to hold her because I knew how much pain she was probably in. She was in her 20s, a young woman with beautiful purple braids. I told her I loved her hair. The flight was delayed. In the old days, a flight delay would have made me all, damn this and screw that. Instead, we talked. Mia was her name. She seemed nervous about flying. She was in phone sales. At one point, I went to the newsstand to buy some bottled water and see if they had anything healthy to snack on, and I asked Mia if I could get her something. Not too pushy, though, And she shook her head sweetly, sadly. Thank you, no. While I was at the newsstand, I looked back and saw that she was drinking some sugary-type drink and sneaking a bite of an almond joy while scrolling through her phone. I imagined myself returning from the errand and going right up to her and reading her the riot act, asking her if she would go to my 12-step meeting with me. But when I returned, I said nothing. I gave her a big hug when she boarded the plane. After we landed at O'Hare, I saw her again. There you are, I said. You made it. I thought of asking if we could take a picture. Mia, I've always loved that name. You know why? Because I'm always thinking of Mia. It made her laugh. I thought about asking her to exchange emails, thinking maybe I could be helpful to her, but it seemed too forward. I should have. This is my new life. Maybe I've always been this way, but now I'm trying to be more proactive about it. Ours is the burden of food, and for all my struggles, I thought I could help her find her way out. She was probably suffering beyond belief, and no one really knows what to do about it. It moved me to meet and talk with Mia. I don't think I'm seeing these people by chance. I don't know what anyone or anything is telling me, full moons or fat hummingbirds or colors swirling in the bathroom light. Or you, Mom, now almost literally guiding me every time I dress up as Christine. But I feel there is some reason for all this. Anyway, Mom, you would do the same. Compliment someone on their hair, what a nice dress she was wearing, what a pretty smile she had, and then just make friends with her. Were you just getting to know them, Mom? Or did you see something in them that you needed? Or see something in yourself that you thought they needed? Regardless, it's who we are, Mom. We can't control it. We're suckers for people. There's nothing we can do about it. We're people pleasers. There isn't anything else, really. That's why everyone watches TV and movies. Whether the story is real or make-believe, we're all interested in seeing what happens to people. Because we're all trying to figure ourselves out. What a cruel world we live in, that someone has to be 300 or 400 pounds. That's the drug of this generation. I always see the bigger people in a way that many others don't. Some people don't have easy lives. They just don't. I think a lot of women are sad. Men too, of course. But I see sad women out there, mostly because I'm playing Christine. I watched Mia walk away in the direction of the baggage claim. Walk slowly, but still more spryly than I walk now, because she still has youth on her side. The sorrow sparrow landed on my shoulder, Mom. Here's my goal with Christine. A lot of people know a Christine. A lot of people are Christine. Mom, let me share an email a viewer sent me this morning. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. I'm writing to thank you for all you do. You've always made me laugh. I really needed it. When I was going through a hard time, your character on Baskets, a.k.a. Christine, lifted my spirits. Somehow you channeled my mom, which really made me happy because she's not with me anymore, which I needed. I love that, a.k.a. I get stuff like this every day. Posts on Facebook, tweets, messages on Instagram, emails. Some of it is devastating. Some of it is inspiring. Often, I can't separate the two. I really want to help people, Mom. I want to be nicer to everybody. Not just when they have sorrow, though sorrow is always lurking, always. That's what you were all about, being kind all the time, no matter what. There's a chain reaction of being kind. People showed up at your funeral that none of us knew about. Or they said they'd met you only once, and they just wanted to be there for you, for themselves. A few years ago, when I went on the TV show Splash and faced my fear of heights, I think it gave some others strength. Not think, I know, because lots of people came up to me in the months after my episode aired and told me things like, I learned how to swim because of you. I started to swim again because of you. I started to face some of my fears. Thank you so much, Louie. I try my best always to put myself in everyone's position, Mom. At the hotel, a room service gentleman lugs a cart full of orders, doing his best to get everyone's right. This one wants to have his coffee with this kind of cream. That one says, can you make sure I get a spoon I like? Is there a fork in there? Can you make sure the food comes up hot? Can you make sure the ice isn't melted? You call this an entree? This is really all the damn shrimp in the shrimp cocktail? Suppose I'm the 12th person he's dealt with today, Mom. Has he had an easy time of it? Are those carts easy to move around? How can they be, with the hotel carpet that thick? He just wants to get in and out of each room and each encounter, do his job right, and move on to the next. You can't blame room service people. They enter your room like maybe they've been jumped or attacked before. So I put myself in his place. Hey, how is your day going? Are you busy down there? Is anyone giving you a bad time? Tell me, I'll go down there and talk to them about it. Why not put myself in the position of empathizing and understanding, since I could so easily be in that position? It could be me who's delivering the food and, frankly, wants to eat some of it on the way up. Does the guest in room 1405 really know he's supposed to get 4 little muffins with his breakfast, not 3? The maid comes in to make up the bed, and I actually want to make my own bed, because since I started with the 12-step program, I've been making my own bed. I decided to stop asking people to wait on me and start taking care of myself, because if I don't, then I'll have lower expectations of myself. So I asked the maid, how's your morning going? She's taken back. She smiles. We talk. She has a daughter applying for law school. I tell the maid, I don't need anything, not even the bed maid. No, not even, she says. She looks alarmed. I assured her it's okay. She asks if she can punch in a code into the room phone to show her boss that she's been to the room. Punch away, I say, giddy. Get that code in there. I asked her for the code so I could punch it in every day, so she could just skip my room. She just smiled. You aren't what you eat. You aren't what you say. You are what you do. I feel like right now I'm the best Louie I can be. I can even get better. Good night, Mom. I don't feel sorrow right now. Love, Louie. Defending champ. Hey, Mom. In my heart, I think I can win it again. Everyone already has Alec Baldwin winning this year's Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. And the Donald Trump impersonation he does on Saturday Night Live is great, really. Remember what you used to say about Donald Trump, Mom? He's President of the United States now. Alec gets the water cooler buzz because his appearances are commentaries on what happened in politics this week, even within the previous day or two. Since Hollywood is not happy with Donald Trump, the Emmy voters might want to say something with their choice. We'll see. Every Academy voter is supposed to watch one episode of each of the nominees. In my category, that's Alec Baldwin, Titus Burgess again on Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, Ty Burrell again on Modern Family, Tony Hale and Matt Walsh again on Veep, and me. All of them are truly outstanding. That sounds like I'm already giving my acceptance speech. We submitted the Denver episode to show my work as Christine. I think it's a great episode. Some really beautiful work with Alex Morris as Ken. After discussing with her mother the idea of meeting someone to date, Christine decides to take a chance and overcome her fear of rejection so that she doesn't end up alone and she can live a little, maybe even twirl a little. Even if I don't win, I'm content with what I'm doing. I know I'm just playing who this woman is, and I have to reflect on how glad I am just to be working. Amos, my manager, will accompany me this afternoon to the Emmys. You only get 2 tickets. I wish I could take you, Mom. If you were here, you'd sit next to me, and we'd have to buy a 3rd ticket for Amos for $700. I'll probably also sit near Zach, who was nominated this year for Outstanding Lead Actor, which he deserved. He really deserves 2 nominations since he plays Dale Baskets and Chip Baskets. I told him last year that he'd get a nomination this time. He often plays a funny person, but there's such depth to his characters and such breadth to his talent. He never telegraphs what he's going to do. His unbelievable work in season 2 made me work harder and strive to do more. Jonathan should have got a nomination for director, which he so deeply deserves. Anyway, Mom, wish me luck again. Love, Louie. The day you died. Hey, Mom. It's a letter I've been thinking about and dreading since I started writing you letters a couple years ago. Maybe you've been dreading it too, mostly because you feel my pain. This is the worst, hardest letter I will write. But we often have to do things we hate, right? So I need to do this. I thought you were going to live forever. The day a mom dies is the day her child's life changes forever. It's the first time you really, truly feel mortality, because the person who brought you into the world is no longer there. You are forced to confront the idea that you might actually be mortal, because up until then, you thought you were invincible. You were so very powerful because the person who brought you into the world was there with you, and you were both alive. In your existence, you had both always been alive. But then she dies, and something in you dies. So I guess that means I could die, you think? When she dies, part of your heart stops beating. Something loosens in you, something that gave you stability and comfort. And now you're no longer secure on the stage of life. Now you realize that things could come crashing down around you. When the person who brought you into the world, who wiped your chin and wiped your butt, who was there for you and protected you and shaped you, who gave you an identity when you didn't have one. When you lose that lifeline, it's like the movie Gravity. And now you're floating in space and hoping to hell that someone will catch you or that you can grab a line so that you can tether yourself to it. It's the very first day you feel that maybe you could die. January 4th, 1990. I was in Minneapolis. I'd performed on New Year's Eve and decided to stay over for a few days, down at the old flour mill that became a hotel, which meant the rooms were a little smaller, the hallways a little darker, the windows a little weirder than a hotel built as a hotel. But I was comfortable in my room and fell asleep early. I woke up to a ringing telephone, ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. I didn't know if it was a real phone ringing or a dream of a phone ringing. I did not know where I was. You know I sleep on my side, Mom, and the phone was behind me, and I did not want to turn over and face whatever it was, whoever it was, whatever reason it was ringing and ringing. Yet even as I tried to ignore it, I was becoming more and more awake, and I looked toward the door, and there you were. Only it was a much bigger version of you, practically a giant figure of you, with what seemed like thousands of beams of light coming out of you, with 1,000 scarves flowing and blowing around the room, but scarves that are completely transparent, more like wisps of light than a solid material. Some of the colors I'd never seen before, so I can't even describe them. It made me smile and feel love. I reached my hand toward some of the scarves and the colors that were nearest, but it felt as if something was touching me, as if I was being reached out to, a way of communicating, but I didn't know what. I felt a tug, and it was the back and forth between whatever was going on between us. And then the horrible hotel phone ringing, the explosive, awful clanging punctuated by brief silences. I rolled over to face the phone, and the ringing dimmed. I looked back toward the door and marveled even more at this beautiful vision before me. A real you-had-to-be-there moment. A sight I have tried to describe here, but I know my description does not suffice. Finally, I put the phone to my ear, and all the light, all the color, all the hope rushed out, as if a vacuum from out in the hallway sucked everything inside my room underneath the door. I was in the dark again. Louie, Louie. A familiar voice, Anderson, brother, third. Yeah, I must have said automatically. It's Jimmy. Mom died. I don't know how long it was before I simply said, shit. There was another pause by me, for how long I don't know. Finally, With a sense of purpose, I said, "Hold on a minute, Jimmy." I put down the phone, stood, walked to the door, opened it, and looked down the hallway. I was looking for that vision, that light, that love, that hope that had just been present in the room. Now realizing that you've been saying your final earthly goodbye. There was no sign of you. Yet the hallway was brighter than it was before, I swear. You'd left something behind. Maybe a message, a little hope, assurance that you had been there, that you took time before you ascended to give me a last loving Orazella Anderson hug. When I picked up the phone again, Jimmy told me the details. You were in your car and it stalled. Mom used to snap your fingers and say, "When I die, I want to go like that." Well, you died in your car. Fortunately, the car wasn't moving when you had your massive heart attack. It was over as quick as a snap of your fingers. It's a long life, but not as long as I wished. Maybe every kid says that, no matter when their mom goes. You outlived Dad, Mom, by 10 years. He was also 12 years older than you, so your lifespans were almost the same. When your mom dies, you realize that you, too, will one day die. It finally really hits home. But in thinking about these really sad things, you eventually realize something else. You're here, thinking about these things. You're still here. So that must mean when things come crashing down around you, you can still get up. You can rise from the ashes, climb out of the destruction. You can still make something happen, something good. It's possible. Just like I knew how much I did not want to write this letter and hated the idea of writing this letter, here I am, writing this letter. When Mom dies, you dread doing anything new, anything more, anything else. But you have to. You have to right the ship. You have to right things that are wrong as best you can. You find strength you didn't know you had. I guess I'm glad this letter is over. Love, your thankful child, Louie. To everyone who is a mom or had a mom. Hey, Mom, and all the other moms and dads. So that's about all I have to say. I think I've said a lot. Oh, yeah, I didn't win the second Emmy. Alec Baldwin, the betting favorite, nabbed it. That's politics for you. No, he really was very good, really. I'm glad I took the time to talk to you and send all of my feelings and love to you. I have messages for all the other mothers and fathers out there. Thank you for just being there. God bless you all. That's the first message. Here's the second one. Keep doing what you do best. Keep loving us. Keep looking after us. But don't stop there, no. Pick a day where all the mothers and fathers of the world, from end to end, every single one of you, at the same time, walk out the front door of your house, your hovel, your hacienda, your palace, your mud hut, your cottage, your apartment, your yurt, your trailer, your igloo, your houseboat, your room, your tent tethered to the fence on Skid Row. Step outside, all of you. And then, each of you, make sure that all your sons and daughters are within earshot. Better yet, have them within arm's reach. Now take the hand of each of your children and all the mothers and fathers together. Say this. Let's change the world, because it isn't working the way it is. Can we all start with a little more kindness, please? For the first 36 years of my life, I watched my mother's genius for kindness. Her talent for making family and friends feel close, and strangers just as close. Her ability to be charitable, tactful, loving, and non-judgmental. I've used these as guiding virtues for Christine Baskets. Nothing is easy when it comes to people changing, but moms have lots of power, dads too. You are the architects of love, our first teachers, preachers, cheerleaders, the ones who've seen us at our best and our worst, who know us through and through. And you are going to save the world, moms and dads, by getting the ones you love and who love you to be a little different from those who came before. Moms and dads have a special power, tremendous, and in some ways not close to fully tapped. What if we said we're all going to do it for the moms and the dads? Because it isn't working the way it is. If saying things gently doesn't make an impact, parents, then try this. Hey, everybody, knock it off. Stop treating each other so badly. I expect more from you. I expect you, my son, my daughter, to stop and look around and realize that we are all connected. We're all alike. We're all living on the earth together. And we're not going back into the house for coffee and cake until you truly acknowledge that. We screwed up terribly, but we're never going to stop expecting better from you. We're not going to accept less, because if we do, the world's over. It's the end of the world as we know it. For thousands of years, humankind has not gotten it right. So, get your act together. Be the first act that's really gotten it together. Love more, hate less. Do for others. Make the right decision, which you usually know what it is. Be the person you really can be, because we know you have it in you, and we can't go on like this. Wake up, smell the roses, do something for somebody, love somebody, care for somebody. Change direction. If you change your desires, you have to replace them with something. And it should be something that'll be helpful to other people, to this world, to this earth, to the universe. I'm your mom or dad. Honor me as I've honored you. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for me. Hey, Mom, I want you to know that I'm taking better care of myself. I wish everyone would take better care of themselves. Christine is doing all she can to take better care of herself. Now we just need the world to do the same. You were and still are the best mom ever. I'm finished with the book, but I'll keep talking about you and to you forever, Mom. Love and gratitude, Louie, Aura's son.
Hey Mom, Stories for My Mother, but You Can Read Them Too, was written by Louie Anderson with Andrew Postman and read by Louie Anderson. It was recorded at Adrenaline Studios in Las Vegas and Cherry Beach Sound in Toronto, with editing and post-production by Like 2,000 Pounds. Elliot Rombach was the associate producer. Hey Mom was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Hey Mom, Stories for My Mother, but You Can Read Them Too, is available in print from Touchstone.